Hello, Apex community. The time is finally here. The Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. It's been so many months of hard work and all types of excitement leading up until this moment. Yet another Apex Rising charity event. Can't wait to give y'all all the details. But first things first, I'm joined alongside two absolutely amazing individuals. Dahl joining me on broadcast for the first time. Dia, we've done one or two together. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing very well. I'm heartened by getting to join you once again and do so much good in the process. Dahl, last time the combination between Apex Rising and Red did so much good and helped support those affected by AIDS around the world. So let's do it again.
It's a pleasure and absolute honor to be here, and I'm very excited to watch all these participants today.
Excited to have you. Dahl joining the broadcast. I promised you'd have a chance to cast last time around, and then I snubbed you, but I promised we'd make up for it. So Dahl joining us on broadcast, who does so much for the Apex community. We're really, really lucky to have you as well. And it's going to be an exciting day, right? Let's jump right into the format and talk a little bit about the captains and people that are going to be participating in this competition. First things first, all of the lovely faces of individuals competing in this event, which we'll show you here in a little bit, will be playing in a 2 group stage format, broken into 2 separate groups of 20 teams. So 40 captains, 40 teams total. The first one is from 3 to 6 p.m. Second one from 6 to 9 p.m. Top 10 teams from each of those will qualify for tomorrow, which will be a match point final. You already know we had to bring a match point final to this competition. And then, of course, we have the same points and scoring you know and love. Dia, walk us through it.
Yeah, at this point, you'll all be very confident with it, but we're starting on World's Edge, then we're moving on over to the Storm Point. It'll be 3 games, then another 3. And for those of you that may be a little bit new to the Comp Apex format, as some of our competitors even are, it's all based on where you place and how many kills you get. So if you place first, as you'll see in the little numbers off to the side, you get 12 points all the way down to just nothing if you place below 15th. But you can amplify that with 1 point per kill, and we'll be tallying that over 6 games to decide who moves on to tomorrow.
You nailed it. Starting with World's Edge, switching over to Storm Point for the last 3 games. And I mentioned earlier, we're going to start to preview all the different captains, 40 teams participating total. Like I said, it's the who's who of Apex. So many amazing content creators, pro players participating in this event. Let's go ahead and just showcase some of those beautiful faces. You see Nick Merckx twice. That's actually Gent at the top left there. But we got Verhulst, we got Imperial Hal, we got Pretty Bond Girl, we have Model Morg. We have so many different people in the community representing so many different communities in Apex. You know, a lot of ladies from the women's Apex community and all types of individuals. And that's what I love most about this event. Such a diverse group of amazing people who put so much time into this game. And I'm excited to see each and every single one of our captains. And a big thank you to all of our captains for giving their time. That is for sure. But look, this is a 40 overall captain list. We also have our Group A list as well. We'll walk through Group A and start to preview the action here as gameplay is just around the corner. But it's a pretty stacked lineup, isn't it, Dia?
It really is. And like you said, the highlight for me is how it brings together pieces of all the different parts of the Apex community, from professional to casual to just community. And I'm going to point out specifically Z Davis's team right here, because it's always nice to focus on one team and hype them up a little bit. Z Davis has been around the Tier 2 Apex scene for a little while, and alongside Trev, who's actually the manager for ISU Farmers in Collegiate, they've got Entity with them, and it should be a really nice mix of 3 very different styles of Apex Legends.
I love it. Dahl, anyone that you want to highlight, any teams in particular, who are you looking out for? I guess if you had to make a prediction to win the tournament, who you got?
Ooh, I would definitely say I would go for Dig again. He won the first Apex Rising last in the beginning of this year, and I definitely have my highlight and my eyes on Little Redson, who is quite literally a mini version of Verhulst, so I'm excited to see him play and participate today.
Little Freddy, half the age of Verhulst as well. He's going to be competing. The first time I've had a chance to kind of watch him or cast him in a major BR tournament, that's for sure. So I'm excited. It's going to be a great time. And of course, all for a great cause. Look, if you watched last time, you know we raised $337,000 as a community, around $60,000 that was raised directly from the Apex community, which is insane. It was a 2-day event. Donations are live right now. And look, this whole purpose of this event is to rally the Apex community, to give people a chance to participate and experience competitive Apex, but also to do good for the world, like Dia said earlier. And all proceeds will go directly to the Red Global Fund, supporting those living with AIDS, making a preventable and treatable disease preventable and treatable for everybody, because that's kind of the travesty behind the AIDS pandemic right now. It still is a crisis. There are people in underdeveloped countries all around the world, and here in the US as well, that are living with AIDS or HIV, but don't have the money or the resources or the wherewithal to treat it. And that's what Red does. Founded by Bono and Bobby Shriver. They've done so much good for the world. and it is the perfect partner and charity partner for Apex Legends, and we're really, really excited to be partnering up with them again. So again, many thanks to anybody, $5, $10, $15. It's obviously the holiday season, so if you have it in you, donate, and if your employer matches your donation, make sure to do that as well. Red is as legit of a charity as it gets, and any donations would certainly be appreciated, as we'll have the event total already at 506. We're getting rolling already, which is awesome to see. Almost at $1,000 raised already. But look, enough of us talking heads. We know y'all want to see gameplay, and trust me, we got some gameplay. It's a pro-am. It's almost like an all-stars type matchup, random mixing of all types of players in the Apex community, plus amateur players as well, everyday community members that never would have a chance to compete playing alongside their favorite pros. And game one is ready. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Dia and Dahl to call the action for game number one. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you very much, John, because getting all this set up is a big responsibility, and he takes on quite a bit of it. So, Dahl, I know that you've actually set up quite a few tournaments yourself, especially when it involves getting the community together and putting different pieces that may not play together that often. What do you expect we'll see in game number one?
I will definitely see a lot of meta picked legends. So we're going to see a lot of Bangalore, we're going to see a lot of Horizon, possibly even Conduit as well. So I'm very excited to see who these people are going to be picking as their legends for today.
Yeah, well, one of the funny things is that normally what we've seen in especially the preseason qualifiers that have been happening for the ALGS recently is that North America tends not to have that much legend diversity, whereas EMEA does. And it's funny to me that we're getting to blend not just different kinds of enjoyments of Apex with, as we said, competitive, casual, etc. in this tournament, but we've also got a blend of North America and EMEA. So things may get a little bit spicy.
We're going to see a lot of good contests too. I want to point out there is going to be a contest at Thermal Station. I believe it is hockeys and design. So I got my eyes on that as well. And again, what you're saying, the different team comps, it's going to be very interesting.
It really is. Let's go ahead and actually bring up the teams and players that we've got, not just on this stream, but on the one following. This first stream is going to be 6 games of Group A. And that's where we'll be hanging out for the next little while. We did get the chance to highlight a few teams. I think I hit Z Davis, and you had hit Dig Vibes just before. So let's talk about maybe 1 or 2 more teams that we should keep our eyes on for Group A, for those that may not know the players on screen.
Yes, like I said earlier, I have my eyes on Little Fredson. So Pretty Bond Girl, Little Fredson, and Ben. Fawn plays a lot of women's comp, so she's going to have a lot of experience. Most likely will probably be the IGL for their team. Excited to see that play out.
Me too, and looking at JMW's team, JMW, Mr. Keem, and Vosky is going to be really fun as well. JMW, I think, very well known for his time on J-Lings this year, and with Mr. Keem and Vosky, who are both massive content creators and have played their fair amount of professional Apex Legends as well, should be quite exciting. I also am really excited for RKN, who is going to be playing in Group A, because RKN, recently a father, has perhaps been a little less active on social media, throwing a little bit less shade at other people than he previously was, but I'm excited to see him step back on stage and see what his very famous playstyle in North America, being really heavily zone favored, how that works with 2 players that he doesn't normally play with.
Yes, and alongside with that, there's a lot of new faces in here, a lot of new celebrities, and possibly even people's first tournament today. Like I know Miss Lauren, she is a content creator. She was on Controller. She has now switched over to M&K, so it's going to be exciting to see how she blends well with Assault and Arthur.
Yeah, Arthur is going to be really fun to watch as well. This is a player whose comms I've always really enjoyed. I've seen him play a lot of ranked. Used to play a lot with Girl, and haven't honestly caught them playing ranked this season, but it has been a real joy watching them play recently. And no matter where you're watching this, keep in mind that you can always jump back in and support your favorite players by donating through them as well, and allowing their team to accumulate points over towards giving the holiday spirit, shall we say, to Red. We'll bring up the way to donate one more time, as it is going to be just the last couple seconds of pregame before we jump into the first game of World's Edge. And actually, Dahl, as we're starting on World's Edge, that is going to be, I'd say, a bit slower than Stormpoint I'd expect.
Yes, I agree 1000%. And even though it will be a little bit slower, I will say that I feel a majority of participants have a lot more experience on World's Edge compared to Stormpoint. Some people, again, who haven't played Apex in a little while, they may not be quite familiar with the new POI. So I'm glad we're starting out with World's Edge today. And possibly we might see more people playing Zone. Like you said, it is for charity. I know everyone does want to win.
Yeah,
So
yeah. It's one of those things where even when it's fun, it's also really fun to win.
yes,
So
very sweaty.
you got to dial it in. I'm really curious, because of the way that World's Edge has been played so often, how that'll affect the teams that have, shall we say, newer players that haven't had as much comp experience. Everybody has some level of a spread throughout them, whether it be pro player or community member, but some of them are like tier 2 player, tier 2 player, tier 2 player. And because of the way that that's been balanced, I wonder if those community members or even content creators who are a little bit more used to getting highlight clips will overextend on World's Edge and cause a little bit more action than we might normally be used to.
I definitely agree with that. There might be some very bold plays for the Twitter that they would like to post. But you got to get your content in. And again, you got to get in the holiday spirit. And when you are feeling confident, take advantage of those moments, regardless if you do not have as much comp experience compared to the other participants in the lobby.
Yeah, and you did talk about the potential contests that we've got going on. Accus and Designful over at Thermal. I was also looking at, I believe it was MT and Arthur landing at Overlook. Both very edge POIs, nobody really contesting for the center of the map. I didn't see a lot of people wanting to jump into Harvester, so it is possible that with that action starting us out, we will get a lot of people converging towards the edges of the map to grab a few more kills, because those really do count towards your end game and end tournament points.
Yes, and that definitely plays in a factor of how you want to play with your teammates. Do you want to go, again, directly for zone? Do you want to snag a little bit of KP? Shall we be a little bit more aggressive? Should we back off? Like you said, there's going to be a lot of teams on the edge, and it'll be interesting to see the KP that they pick up along the way to boost their points to go into match finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it's always quite funny, because as much as there are so many different ways of playing Apex Legends, a nice blend between the two has to be achieved at some point, because with the balancing of these teams, as we've already talked about, by making sure that lots of different aspects of the community are blended together, there's a lot to be discovered. Let's discover it as we jump into our first game on World's Edge. I think that was the most devastated I've ever felt. I think
that was almost lined up perfectly. They hit you with the dono wall almost immediately. It's Apex Legends. It goes with it. Not something that we're new with. And we're going to round up again for another game one.
All right, well, we're going to take a second. We're going to hit the break and find out what's going on. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. We've had our elves working overtime behind the scenes, so I say again, let's jump in to the first game of World's Edge. Nailed it!
Good job, Dia. Let's go. I see that we have Thermal Station as a hot drop, as we were talking about earlier with Hackis and Design having their contest at Thermal Station.
That'll be pretty exciting, as right now, Jumpmaster Diff definitely belonging to Designful. They're the ones that land first and land in the center. I did see a purple shield up top, but Snow Red does have a small health advantage, and looks like Designful will be able to get up to the top of Thermal and maybe contest for a little bit of space.
It does make me a little bit nervous that they don't have guns on Snow's end, so hopefully she can snag some pills along the way, but some beautiful 9-9 shots coming from Design, getting a bit aggressive, throwing a little thermite to close the gap.
You know, I thought Design was going to be nerfed this season because of the Wingman and the care package. Doesn't look like it, despite the low health. There's some really nice cover going on from Snow and Amatora, but Designful, unexpected angle, gets a nice beam, another hit for Flesh. That is half health with the Mastiff, and this should be Designful's chow to win.
Here we have Snow with only a Spitfire and 17 bullets left. She's going to go for the swing, potentially get a knock right here,
What?
and she does!
What? No bullets!
Dyrus,
No way to do it!
Dyrus! With no ammo to spare.
I'm really happy to see Dyrus pop off in the first bit of this tournament, because I haven't seen Dyrus play in a while, but back when I started getting into esports, Dyrus was like him. This was the player to watch, and it's not just me that's watching. We talked about how starting fights early can attract third parties, and Golden is here to do that. Looks like with Golden having been able to pick up the kill, we've still got Ali and Macaro.
Yes.
I
don't know how she can see anything with a 1-2 from so far away. I'm squinting to look at the monitor.
This is honestly a pretty good place to be for Golden. You don't really pick up KP because finishing kills that are already downed doesn't do you a whole lot of favors, but having taken out now 2 teams, you are that much closer to placement points being piled in, and looks like they're not the only ones looking for points. We've already got a fight going on the outside of Lava Siphon as Team Imperial Hell starts making their way over to a fight on the fence line.
We see him on the comfort pick with the Horizon, taking a beautiful angle. Just have a blue heavy mag. Gonna go for the arc star. No stick, unfortunately, but it's gonna land directly in the bubble. Does he get a lot of damage off? No cracks, unfortunately.
I think inside the Gibby bubble. So scary, but they've done an incredible amount of damage, even up against the Beef Squad with Newcastle, Gibby, and Caustic. Doesn't look like this is going to last too long. Hell takes down another, turns around to help their teammate. Moises cleans up the rest, and Team RKN is gone.
Some beautiful KP from this team. They're going to have all of that loot. We see Low Fredson at a dome, trying to get an angle on the rock side. We have Stunny popping a Phoenix kit. Dig going in with the nades that are soaring, seeing if he can catch one out and angle them out. Got some hits on the Bangalore ult too. That's amazing.
That was a really nice start. Bangle does buy a little bit of time on the other side of this, but hitting for even more damage. I think Dig should be able to clean up a kill. Getting it a little bit out-angled. Smoke will solve some of that. And the rest of Team Stunny starts walking up. Guy Blaze does hit the Horizon ult on the top of the rock. Not catching too many, but a little bit of visual clutter thrown in there. It's time for Stunny to make things happen. Pulling up a Catalyst wall again. Defensive cooldowns. Team Stunny are always cutting off sightlines, and they haven't dropped a member yet, but they are suffering in the health department. Just Ben is down, but PBG, ever used to playing at long range, controlling the battlefield, has Lil Fredson, our controller demon, ready to play defense. Not a team I'd want to fight off rip.
No, not at all. With his, oh my goodness, the one clipper say, Little Fred! Beautiful shots with the car. No sight required.
Great decision making to get the thirst as well, make a shield swap available, and Fred, so exciting to watch. Really glad that we got to see that to start off the tournament. Team Z Davis has already lost a member. Trev Michi will be watching from the sidelines, though Trev Michi, I suppose, no stranger to managing, since I believe he manages for the ISU Farmers behind the scenes in Collegiate Apex. Should actually be pretty comfortable here, if not the ideal situation.
Of Imperial Hell again, getting aggressive on a fight, trying to break down some Watson fences, get some shots off on the staircase. Retreat back, pops themselves, see if he can get a different angle from the height, goes up on the queue. No cracks, no bricks, no knocks just yet, but he does have the digi. Get a good line of sight inside the smokes and trying to get a wraparound through the front door. See if he can get a pick right here.
Got 2 angles. Nice big crack. Doesn't find a knock yet. And with the Watson pylon there, nade spam's really difficult. Apple goes down, however. Moises cleans up the kill.
Breaking that gen so that they can pursue inside the building. Holding that heady very, very well on the opposing team.
Good push up, and Noxy slides in as well. No stranger to making content with TSM, is going to pick up another knock. And Hal helps finish it off. The opener, though, found by Moise, is really exciting. Very happy to see our former UCSC Slugs gamer pick up a little bit of KP to start off the day. And that's still happening towards the south end of Thermal, towards the north end of Thermal. We've got a whole respawn coming in, and Trev Michi is back with blue shields. Not bad.
Not bad. Redemption round. Good catalyst cues on the door. Got the gen up too. This is a good, solid comeback for them to be a 3-man squad.
I like the
So
position.
plenty of teams up, yes. Still plenty of teams up with 16 squads. I've been catching some very good fights early on. A little rat spot I see from Graceful over here. Cheeky angle on the staircase.
There's one thing I learned from working with Graceful at Champs, is that Graceful got the knowledge, the real niche knowledge. He's like, no, you can play this specific area and it'll get you a top 3 guaranteed. He'll sell you on it, he'll be confident, and 9 out of 10 times it'll work. So I'm excited to see how far Graceful can make this spot work, as it is all zone dependent. Everybody continues to move over to Thermal, but Miss Dopey is focused instead on keeping other squads from being able to access that area.
You see now here at Landside, we have a little bit of a tunnel fight between Janie's team and Matamorg with We the Peep. It looks like they're actually going to back off and focus on rotating instead. Again, towards Thermal Station, like you said, Dia.
Very scary squad. I wouldn't want to go up against this. Uprise is basically subbed in for every pro roster on the planet, has a lot of comp experience without being on one dedicated team for quite a while. Janie, of course, a mainstay of women's competitive Apex. And then T-Squared, for those of you who I'm sure are all very familiar, not just a former pro player, but a commentator for the ALGS. Very excited to see how they play and how far they can get into zone. You will have to go through Dopey's team, however. As we already talked about, Roses trying to do just that now, finally does expend a defensive catwall to give her team a chance to reset, and that's as Miss Dopey goes down on the other side of the wall. That means we've got a third party incoming to just this northmost corner of the map.
You can see already in the kill feed too, Trev has a sniper, and watching him from PSQs the past several weekends, Trev is another participant in this lobby that I have my eyes on, and when he has a sniper, he does not disappoint.
There's been a lot of long range in this game so far. South end of Thermal still rife with it, and we've got our opposite end over by Harvester that's also got to deal with those problems, with a second round closing in and Morg down. This is recoverable. We the people should have the ability to make a few med kits, keep the team safe, and same can be said for everyone. It does depend where Morg dropped, though, because the fact that she's not being picked up yet It's going to hurt quite a bit with limited access to respawn beacons as the zone gets smaller and smaller.
And we do have Team Sunny, who's nearby in the area of Harvester, as well as Dig going for a risky res, and he gets it off on Stunny.
Syringe pop, not too many of these left. Gotta hope there are some nice meds in this death box, because otherwise the ring may do what other teams have not been able to do. Finally put down Team Stunny. Guy Blaze gonna go for it. Just a few seconds left on Gravity Lift. Should be able to take him and the team up to high ground. A single syringe left for them, and with Stunny getting shot in the back, that's gonna be it. You can't go back for this recovery. Team Stunny are playing this out as a 2-person squad from now on.
You know, as We The Peep, as a rank grinder, I think he's shown time and time again that even in tournaments, he can make anything possible.
And he's such a positive guy, too. We the people.
He is.
Like,
He's
never...
such a sweetheart and genuine.
Yeah, I've never seen him genuinely get upset at anything. Just always keeping things positive. Grabs another med kit, so even more to be happy about, as we've got them taking the entrance through the northern side of this ring, continuing to move into Thermal. Not a whole lot of people actually towards the south of Thermal. That's just going to be Hal's team to play out of there. Everyone else stacked up in the center, and PBG dead center of Thermal Station. I do wonder whether this is high ground or low ground.
And I would say that also with Bond, she's very comfortable with Thermal Station. She knows Thermal Station like the back of her hand. So whether she has her team on top or on low ground, she's very confident with this circle.
Graceful back in the same spot. Just, I would say playing defense, although I think that's pretty evident from the Watson fences that they've kept over the door, even with Morover's demise, but can only last for so long. Not a whole lot of zones pull up here, especially when so much of Thermal Station is already included. MT's squad are going to start making their way in from the south, joining right alongside Hal's squad, but they should be able to hold on to this specific platform, not needing to push into the village.
And it is nice to see a little bit more teams trickling in and kind of claiming some of their own real estate, because like we saw earlier, it was only Hal's team that was there, and now we see some teams rotating in that direction.
100's pretty confident with the wall that's left them basically alone on the high ground. Quesadilla and Ayo also feeling nice up here. Content creator, of course, is Quesadilla, and Ayo, a wonderful member of the Apex community that's joined us to raise some money with Red. But playing out of high ground, they've got, as we said, a lot of comfort and a lot of time, importantly, to decide how to approach the next ring that is pulling everyone up north. Team Stunny not going to get there, as we are into 13 squad territory. We're going to tick up a placement point once our next squad goes down.
See a lot of shots being taken off at the center of Thermal. It's going to be a little bit tricky with all those teams on low ground, with a lot of teams on the hillside kind of looking down at them. You can see Miss Lauren and her squad taking some shots. Assault a little low in armor as well.
Meanwhile, I bet he's still positive. He's like, don't worry, guys. We got this. We'll make up the placement points. Kills continue to go off in the feed, however, as a prize picks up one on Mr. Arthur, wingman in hand. However, with Janie down, the knockdown shield or nothing, especially with shots coming in from above. You got to imagine that's PBG putting the pressure on.
1000%. It's definitely her team up top from there. Miss Lauren picking up a little bit of KP on a prize. Janie is 1 HP. T-Square trying to hold it down with the Digi and the smokes. And then there's Z Davis and their squad trying to look at the other opposing teams on the hillside. Again, everyone trying to figure out where they can position themselves in this circle.
TSM squad has moved in. Quick jump tower has gotten them all the way up to this platform. No access to the top of height, but remember, Graceful's squad is still up there in the buildings as well. So there are duos, or there's at least one duo rather, up on ultimate height in this ring. Mork's team goes down, so does V Rose's, leaving us with 10 squads left, and very defensive position taken by our TSM squad. Well, as we say, the real battle does have to occur up on high ground, where the ring has just demonstrated it is absolutely going.
We are already down to 8 squads immediately, almost in an instant, with MT squad eliminated, PPG squad also eliminated as well. And I like the positioning that Hal's team has right here, playing the low ground and trying to clear their backs of any teams that might be a potential threat to them. We have Ali's team that is also on the opposite end as well.
It's coming in for the early third party. It looks like Golden has felt pretty darn comfortable. Still stayed in thermal and, importantly, stayed alive, where very few other teams that prioritized positioning thermal proper have. 8 squads left and hundreds. Gate keeps the high ground, where, as we know, the game is going. You cannot really play in the lava underneath, even with Horizon. Those are some crazy headshots. Noxy is melted. Should be recoverable, but I'm not stepping up to AO again.
And no Skull Piercer on his 30-30 either. Still taking some shots and hitting almost every single one.
Everybody considering how they're going to move up. Most teams are running Horizon. You called this out perfectly, but when you said that we were going to get a lot of pretty meta legends, nobody's really swapped into weird stuff yet. We did have that one Newcastle Gibby team from RKN that went down pretty quickly, but everybody who survived up until now, I think this is probably the most off that meta thing we've got going on is Noxie's Wraith, and even that has looked so good so far. Team of Prize go down. Team Imperial Hal pick up another kill. We've got a quick portal to, I suppose we'll find out where, but Hal's team are going to take it, see where they can play, as there's just not a lot of space left.
And they do have that Horizon key for when they do want to take advantage of that height and claim their spot up top. And here we go with the Horizon Q, finding a little nook and cranny to play underneath so that they don't get looked at by the other teams while there's chaos that is breaking between the buildings.
A really nice spot that'll allow Team Imperial Hell to reset, whereas teams like Crooks will have to fight for their life. Trevstacks, seeing if we can get the charge up, but Crook controls the roof. And that's only going to change once everybody's got to leave. We know that on the inside with Watson, Jensen fences, it's still difficult to fight up against. There's another whole roof for you to play. Doesn't look taken at this point, but with 30 seconds left, a little bit over that on the next ring, your focus is going to be likely on roof hopping, because trying to fight everybody as they exit this building is a recipe for disaster.
Yes, you're going to see a whole flurry of teams dropping down from all the rooftops. So it'll be a sight to see if they can claim this fence side, try and break that LOS from the teams on the other side where Hundreds is by the zip.
Graceful still alive inside the building. They and Max holding the top floor against everyone for so long. Slowly but surely, our TSM lads are starting to walk up and approach the height, but they're staying out of sight lines for now. Seeing if they can wait things out. Just 1 or 2 more teams to go down would mean so many more points for them, as every spot matters at this point in the game. You're no longer grouped by 1 or 2. With every place that you advance, you get so many more points, and that's to say nothing of kills. Kills the Graceful's team is now looking for as they take to the roof.
1000%. It looks like she's waiting for the perfect opportunity to throw that bang.
Oh my god!
As Crook, oh my goodness! Some hipfire with the wingman shots.
Doesn't take down Noxie yet, but doesn't go down yet either. Kuzer's going to drop down, leaving a catwall down first as Team Imperial Hal unfortunately eats dirt early on. Kuzer going to get rezzed inside the smoke with a catwall covering them. Crook may be able to recover as Hundreds swings out. Hundreds has big height right now, but there's a catwall cutting them off from everyone else.
Max Shift teams is eliminated. We are down to 3 squads that are left, holding that knockdown with little to no cover that Trev has as the wall is about to fall on Hundreds' side of the circle. We're going to look to see him close the gap and get some KP. Beautiful with Z Davis' team eliminated and Hundreds taking on game 1.
A really nice way to play that as well. Kind of an awkward position to exit from, but Catwall makes it work. And Hundreds team taking control of the height. By the time Catwall drops, have so little to deal with. That was a really fun end game to watch, dolls. And we got a lot of folks trying to make their way in, through, into thermal station, and that was such a death trap. So very glad to see that the teams that did play up on height were rewarded.
And that catwall definitely worked in Team 100's favor. The timing of that, their positioning with that, it was almost picture perfect.
Let's go ahead and talk to the big man behind the scenes, Fallout. You got the chance to watch how that game played out. What do you think of the very first game of the Apex Rising Pro-Am?
Listen, D, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I was a little bit more locked into Daltush's chat than I was the actual game itself, so I have no opinions on game number one. I do have opinions on the fact that $3,000 has been raised already, and the Touche bags have raised one of that $3,000. Big shout out to every single one of them. A big thank you, as always, to Dalton, man. He's a great-ass person. The fact that he did so much last time is back running again. This time around means the absolute world. But hell of a game one. I did see the initial drop. That was fun. Dyrus versus Designful, Hockeys versus Designful got to be run back. That was a fun one to watch. I did catch that part.
Yeah, it was, I think, unfortunate for them that the zone ended up going thermal station, because otherwise, Doll, they might have been left alone.
1000%, I agree with that.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, they could have actually won the initial and then just chilled top thermal station, ended up picking up that game, but instead they got thirded, and that was a sad way to end it. But look, we do have the leaderboard ready, so I can have some idea or some semblance of analysis here for this post-game show. We got Team Hundreds come out on top. Okay, I wouldn't have been able to tell you that. First place, 22 points to their name. Crook right behind them in second with 14. Team Z Davis with 13. And Team Imperial Hal doing their thing in fourth. Max Strafey showing up for you. We got a lot of Europeans playing in this one. This is the first shift of tournaments. And obviously the Europeans staying up late. We put them all in this broadcast so they're not staying up all night. But hell of a start here for our top five, Doll.
I really hope that Team Hundreds can use this momentum to propel them even higher and hold that top first place for the remainder of the games on World's Edge.
Dia, I got to ask you, what stuck out to you in this first game? Any teams in particular that are looking solid? Do you think, Hundreds, Crooks, Z Davis are going to run away with it? Or do you think we have a pretty even distribution here in game number one, or series number one? Sorry.
I still think Z Davis could run away with it. This is a team that I did highlight at the start, so I'm going to stick with them for now, But I have to say that Newcastle, Gibby, and what was it? Caustic at the start from RKN didn't go great. I'm really invested in that arc.
That was probably one of the best parts of the last event, was when Hal and 72 Hours and Steffi just started hard sending with these random team comps. I don't know if RKN's having fun with it or if we're just actually running a big man team comp nowadays, but that's what you like these tournaments. You get to see a little diversity here at all.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, is are we going to stick with the meta legends, or are we going to see a diverse pick? And I was actually kind of bummed that we didn't see a little bit more Conduit in here, but I did enjoy the Gibby bubble fight. We haven't seen Gibby in a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Good to see some a wide range of legends picked to kick things off. And of course, we're going to be getting ready to jump into game two here in a moment. As we do that, a massive, massive thank you to everyone who's donated so far. We have $3,000 raised. Game one just ended, which is just insane to think about. We'll, of course, flash up that QR code on screen, but we're going to see that total continue to raise as we're talking live here. If anyone's watching, tuning in at home, you can donate now. Help us reach our goal. We're trying to raise at least, at a bare minimum, $25K. That's our minimum goal. Last time we raised, I think, like 60 or 70,000 as an entire community, which then got matched by the Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. Panasonic came in, donated another $100K. That brought us to the $337,000 total, which is insane to think about. But at least $25K, that's our first goal, our stretch goal. Scan the QR code on screen. And even if it's $5, $10, $15, $20, anything at all certainly goes a long way and is greatly appreciated. But this is just group one. Dia, we have group two, a lot of heavy hitters in that group, the group two squad. I don't think we have a graphic to wave on screen, but Team Nick Merckx and quite a few others are going to be playing in that group two bracket. And I can't remember, is Team Verhulst is group E, I believe, right?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Okay. That's a phone I'm looking forward to. Verhulst and Selen Tasuki is going to be the most amazing Apex content I've seen in a long time.
Yeah,
there's definitely going to be more laughing.
Exactly. I'm really excited in the Fred v Verhulst arc, because if we get them both in top 10, and chances are they're going to end up somewhere in the top 10, we can actually pit them against each other in a way. I'm hoping their rotations bring them together in the finals, assuming they both make it.
That would be amazing. Absolutely amazing to see. And then, Doll, you actually hit the nail on that. A lot more laughing, probably a lot of screaming and yelling at each other. I'm imagining that. For those that didn't watch the broadcast last time or are not familiar with Selen Tatsuki. Selen Tatsuki is a massive VTuber. I mean, huge, has an army of dragoons. I had a chance to meet them and fell in love with her community. They are awesome, awesome people. And they absolutely decimated Nocturnal. The troll is insane. She is the best gaslighter in the history of gaslighting. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Verholst is going to be ready for the level of gaslighting that's going to come. I'm actually curious, Doll, to see what's going to ensue.
1000%. Is he going to cave, or is he going to stand firm and hold his ground against her? But I think for the latter.
I hope so. Either way, it's going to be content. It's going to be great to see. Obviously, we're waiting for game number 2 to start. We have a couple players that are delayed. If possible, we'd love to pull up the Group A overall list of teams once again. Obviously, we had a couple of the teams there in the standings. You might be wondering or curious who else is on those rosters. And as we take a look here, Dio, walk me through a couple of these teams here that stand out to you.
Well, talking about voices and the way that we can almost hear teams play behind the scenes, it has been really nice, and we talked about it a bit, but seeing Team Graceful and the way they held out as a duo, getting to imagine their comms as well as We the People's in our head has been really enjoyable. And that's what I'm really liking, is the way that everybody's getting to express their personality in different ways, be that via their legends, via their play style, or via the streams of a lot of these people, because we've got a lot of content creators playing, and as much as we're here to support a great cause, you can do that by supporting them as well. So if you see someone you like, go check them out.
I love it. Yeah. Perfect combination of one pro player, one content creator or celebrity, and one amateur per team. And for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time and are just learning about this event for the first time, that's really the goal here, right? Apex Rising is all about bringing the entire Apex community together and giving people that otherwise would not have a chance to participate or compete in Apex. They maybe have watched for a while, but like I was one of them until I started streaming. I never got invited into a content creator tournament. Finally got invited to 2 or 3 and fell in love with competitive Apex. And that's kind of when I realized, wait a minute, why did it take me 3 years to experience an Apex tournament? Like that is a travesty. I mean, I don't know. Have you, look, you've been casting in press community for a while. Have you had a chance to experience like a true, competitive Apex tournament?
I can now say that I have. I did exactly one Halloween tournament, and it was really nice. And I think that the best part of it, and part of the brightest thing about Apex Rising, is that mix and giving everybody the opportunity to play comp Apex, because that's the story for so many pro players is, I played one tournament because, I don't know, my friends were in it, and then I fell in love. And Apex comp really does feel like the pinnacle of the game itself, and so getting everybody that opportunity and seeing it play out on the stage for a good reason, it's wonderful.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, look, at its core, Apex is a competitive game. It's a battle royale. It's a shooter. It's a grueling game. So I think you hit the nail on the head. You said it beautifully. Competitive Apex played at its highest level with stakes, in line, and people dropping in correct drop spots and not griefing off of spawn and rotating the late game. That is Apex at its core, in its purest form, and it's so much fun to be a part of. And again, that's what I realized. Like, it's a travesty. I didn't experience that until 3-4 years after the game came out. So yeah, hopefully we'll give more opportunities for people to participate and experience it. Doll, I know you are part of a community that runs consistent tournaments. Tell me about the work that y'all do.
Yes, I would definitely say it's given me a different perspective, playing since day one, delving into a little bit of different tournaments like his and hers, to now hosting my own, and then now a new layer added onto that, where I'm so used to being solo, and now being alongside you guys, it's definitely an eye-opener, and we all do start from somewhere. So it's an amazing opportunity for everyone in the community.
I actually didn't even realize that. So that's just right. You will solo cast and solo host tournaments?
Yes, I do.
That's awesome. Gosh, a one-person show. I respect it, but you need some help, and help is here now. We got a full broadcast, full production team. No, thank you for all that you do. I didn't realize it was a solo mission. So you're not only you're running the tournament as a tournament organizer, but then you're also hosting and casting. Is that right? Correct.
And then I do have my close friends, my mods in my community that do help with scorekeeping. But aside from invites, graphics, that is all myself.
So you're looking for more work to do, right? That's the
yes.
You need more aspects of tournament organization.
Yes.
It's insane to think about. Well, thank you for all that you do. Guess what? Game 2 is ready, loading in right now. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw it back to y'all, team of 2, to call the action. Take it away.
All right. Well, Game 2 of World's Edge, as you wonderfully noted, coming up next, and that is 2 of 3. So, Doll, well, we talked about the differences between World's Edge and how much this can theoretically slow things down. I think we did see a faster pace of game. Now is the time for you to, for some teams, rein that in, tighten up on, say, rotations, how you're grouped up, whatever it is. And fortunately, probably in a different area of the map. Thermal's pretty difficult to play out, and while you talked about PBG having more experience, a lot of people were probably thrown off their game by having to go that far south.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if a lot of people are going to continue to be on the same legends that they picked game one, see if they're figuring out their team synergy and kind of getting the nervous jitters out.
Yeah, that's part of the process and part of anyone's first to jump into, even second or third jump into comp. I was so nervous the first time that I played in a tournament because, I mean, you play regular Apex and you mess up and you're right back in a dropship 30 seconds later. Not the case here. You gotta wait, see how the rest of the game plays out. Remember with every second what you could have done differently and have your teammates with you there the whole time. So, as we drop into our second game, we are going to get another fight off drop. This time, Designful still with a lead on the center, but it didn't go quite well for them this last time. And Hackis is right next door, almost taking out Designful, and in fact, taking them down.
Well, the Mosam too. It's almost like an arenas map. We have that alternator off drop with Amatora being the last one in Design's team, unfortunately getting eliminated early on. But a good clutch up from Bloom.
That was fast enough that nobody's going to be third-partying this, and Team Hackis should be able to loot up. Also, some really nice revenge from Hackis. A lot of people would have been looking at this fight-off drop and remembering, perhaps, when Dojo contested Alliance for Thermal with just one representative from each team joining us today. It's looking like it's going pretty darn well for Hackis and probably regaining a bit of confidence off of that as well. MT's contest for Overlook also seems to be going okay. The G7 in your hands off drop is never a bad way to go, especially when you've got these silos to play.
Yeah, so no optics either on the G7 from Sauce Beans, but they're trying to each hold an angle on these silos together, see if they can make sure that, again, these fights are happening quickly and not taking too long.
I think probably my least popular take on Apex Legends is that I genuinely love the G7 iron sights. I feel so confident with them, and MT, for their part, feeling much the same, it appears, has pushed Arthur off and into No Name. No loot for them, and while Overlook was technically split, this is a good place for MT to be, as now it gives you so much more time to loot up, to chill out before making your way into what is a relatively central zone. You do have Ring Console and Overlook, so a little bit more information there, but so will any teams coming from up north, as there is also a Ring Console and Epicenter for all to access.
And we're already seeing that quick rotation from Imperial Hell and his team, also RKN as well. We the Peep still in Skyhook trying to scavenge any loot. They still have a little bit of time before they start rotating out, but I know you said earlier, Dia, you're very confident with the G7 Scout iron sights. I'm one of the people that would prefer a sight on their gun. I know a lot of people sometimes the G7 the G7 iron sights are a little bit tricky for me in my personal opinion. I've been noticing a lot of people not quite having any attachments yet, like we see here. We see a Bear flatline, Bear PK from Muddle Morgue on the Watson.
This is one of the other things that changes between maps, is that World's Edge is kind of famous for not really having loot. It's nice when you get purples, but really Lava Siphon team is the only one that can be guaranteed in any real way to have good loot. Everybody else is stuck with trying to make the small bits work, perhaps, I don't know, finding nice loot bots that they can grab on the way in, or perhaps a few vaults, but there's just not a lot of loot at most POIs in World's Edge, and it's definitely punished some teams, except, of course, those that we mentioned start in Lava Siphon, because TSM are looking just fine. And I called them TSM because they've got 2 TSM members, just like how I'm going to call Morg's team Luminosity, because they've got 2 Luminosity members. It's a majority.
And I would definitely say what you're talking about with as far as attachments and loots and armors, that definitely separates you from being a pro player to, again, like a content creator who's, ping me a gun, ping me a site that I'm used to and acclimated to. So again, seeing how the loot will be in sometimes people's favors and sometimes not.
Finally, MT going to start making their way down from Overlook. Hundreds still looting up the already hit No Name from previously. Didn't want to stick around in the face of all this pressure, but the slow rotate from MT is one that should be looking for fights as well. So they, alongside Natty and Sauce, are hoping to get more KP than not by utilizing high ground and open areas. You'd want to take control of the choke in between Lava Siphon and Monument, especially when you've got longbows like this, to be able to farm up a few kills that should be happening in the skirmishes over by Lava Siphon.
Yes, and it makes me happy seeing Natty on content like I was talking about earlier. It's a good way to provide that pacing for these fights. And over here we see Little Fredson trying to get an angle through the Horizon ulti. No angles, unfortunately, as we have a team closing in from the other side of the tunnel. Again, with Natty on the content, like I said, it's a good way to control the pacing of your fight, to keep your teammates in there, having their shields regen in the background.
I really like the usage of conduit ults on the outside, making that all the harder. Natty makes an impossible push to the outside, and Team MT are now going to be able to swing into the center in between here and Geyser, and likely make their impact felt with continual Radiant transfers to keep MT topped up, and that means that the push gets to keep going. Team MT get to keep looking for more kills.
And I did notice that Hundreds, the first place team, actually got eliminated a little bit earlier on. So to see the first place team down early, it's going to be able to allow other teams to get that first place.
Now, because everybody's rotating in through this geyser area, we've got 2 or 3 teams that have been choked up in this area. Most other squads have chosen to immediately group up in Lava Siphon. That's what you've got to deal with, especially if you're pushing south through here. Hitting Geyser and then coming up into Lava Siphon is actually going to be really difficult. So you'd rather be able to take control of one of the chokes and find a different way in, perhaps looping into Geyser, out towards Fragment and back, or out towards Big Mod and back. But moving through low ground from Geyser into Lava Siphon is basically a death sentence.
I agree, and I would definitely say a majority of people do like to avoid Geyser at all costs. Like we barely see any teams in Geyser. We see a lot of teams in the chokes making their way.
And that's the best thing, is that once you get to a choke point, you can feel pretty confident. It's the movement from that choke to somewhere else where things start to get risky. But for Team JMW, for example, they've actually got a lot of leeway since they have high ground and, moving into Harvester, the opportunity to prey on other teams. The difficulty is going to come if and when Dopey chooses to push in behind them. Gabs is taking an off angle right now, and with Kano and Dopey providing firepower, there is always the chance for you to find an off knock and take on Team JMW.
And Keem is doing a really good job about noticing that Gabs and Dopey are on the train tracks. And that's always important, that you have at least one person on your team watching your back for any potential third parties that want to capitalize off your mistakes.
While still available in an emergency, this can be used to cut off one side of the fight. One side that gets spotted right then. We've still got fights going on in No Name, however.
As we can see, Janie trying to take an angle, closing the gap with her on the catalyst, see if they can get possibly a Horizon ulti onto that door, if she can take control of the store,
Nice.
which she does. Beautiful hipfire with the 9-9.
Can't mess with Janie, not like this, and at close range destroys with the hipfire 30-30. That's a Model Morg's team out. As Team of Prize, we talked about them as being pretty scary last game. I'm glad that we finally get to see it this game with their edge play finally coming to fruition.
Yes, and we can see as these games progressively continue on, we're going to see a lot more teams getting very, very comfortable, and we'll see more of that aggression as this pursues.
Gotta imagine there's an evac tower or something available for Dopey, especially if they're choosing to play this side of the hill. They are taking control of any exits from Fragment Monument area, but getting through choke is going to be hard, and it's not exactly in the name, but everybody knows the choke points are difficult, so they have to have expected this, with Harvester being essentially inaccessible to them from this point. Not seeing a whole lot of movement on their part just yet, but Watson should keep them pretty safe for now. My question is whether they'll be able to make decisions that take them through either JMW or Arthur sooner than later, because as the game gets later, it's going to get that much harder to land in the middle of everyone who's piled up in Lava Siphon.
I agree, Chin. It's a little bit tricky too with the spot that they were holding with the Watson being in that open field, not even having a building just yet to put down those pylon fences. But we're going to see these teams coexisting over here in Lava Siphon, just kind of poking shots if they can farm their armors. We're seeing still a lot of blue armors from these teams with a few handful of purples. We're going to have a dedicated person with a Hemlock or a 30-30, which we see very, very often.
Loving the use of the Wraith. And Noxie used this pick perfectly last game to get Team Imperial Hal into a better position, and honestly, game awareness combined with the micro-rotatability of the Wraith has kept Team Imperial Hal safe not just last game, but this game. As Team Prize start crouch walking up on a squad in Geyser. We did talk about the exit from this being difficult, not if you can get the jump on somebody.
The Prize going to get a little bit cracked. Janie's going to hold the door for him. And I like how Janie and a Prize have a lot of natural team chemistry as they do because they play a lot of rank together. So this kind of feels like a normal day for them, trying to hold each other's backs and make sure that they're here in the fight and not getting knocked.
Taking control of the door is always something that Janie is on top of as well, which is really let Team Prize relax when they're able to take aggressive swings that can't necessarily be answered back. Sealing the door for now is going to give Team Prize a different way into things, but now faced with the fact that they're going to have to exit Geyser as a group of 6, they haven't been able to uproot the team in here. Thinking about ways out, brainstorming how Team Prize can actually get out or dodge without having to take on Team PBG in a straight 3v3.
And this hill makes me extremely nervous with a Prize. Flesh and T-Squared super weak as well, going to pop a battery on the hill. Hopefully that the catwalk can continue to provide cover for him as he regroups with his teammates.
That's going to mean they're swinging out, however. That's going to be right into Gab's Assault and Kano. Arthur still holding the hill, still white shields, however. We haven't really seen the snipers pay off in the way they would have liked. Starting to make a push down, see if they can find a few swaps here. Does get a crack, and Assault is going to push. Swinging aggressively with the R99, but having to come all the way back. The pressure is on for Team Arthur, who have no health should they get pushed. It has to be them out trading their opponents every single time.
I agree, and it's a good call that Assault went back towards his teammates instead of continuing to be aggressive and end up costing their position to be not in a great spot. They're going to regroup, possibly go for a cat wall right here.
Nice wall.
Beautiful wall from Mr. Arthur. The Storm's going to be closing on in, get some KP as they're moving forward with Lauren with a Arc Star, knocking out one of the opponents.
With Kano down, you do end up gaining complete control of high ground. This zone is not going to allow anybody to exist in it for long. The rest of the game, however, definitely taking place as teams try desperately to funnel their way into the last remaining pieces, the outside bits of Lava Siphon. Rekt going to start swinging in, having recently popped a shield bat. Digi in hand, needs to hit the reload, and has missed plays coming up right behind them, with Max still needing to be recovered. Finally going to pop that right now.
Yes, and hopefully they can control this building, hold this angle from Rekt. Again, being aggressive on their team with the 9-9, with the Arc Stars soaring. See if he can get an angle, possibly on the roof, while Max Strafe is continuing to heal and regroup. Enterprise's team eliminated in the kill feed.
Unfortunately for them, you're going to have to wait till next game. Did pick up a few kills before they went out, but Max back in as well. Maybe a few more kills coming to them. Literally one shot in the distance, but the 30-32X won't be connecting for the last hit. Instead, got to take as much space as you can and start planning out the route to the next zone, because it's 15 seconds left on zone close, and we are going even further into the eastern side of World's Edge.
See James Fearless and Graceful trying to hold out a building right here on the bridge side. See if they can clear this part of the circle, utilize the enemy catwalk to their advantage while they look at this team.
We've got some debugging going on behind the scenes, but just so that everybody's aware, yes, you are not crazy. The stutters are happening, and we've got our team behind the scenes working to fix that. It is not, however, in-game, not affecting quality of life of our players. As much as Max Strife's quality of life may not be the best right now, at least they get the Horizon ult out before ultimately leaving us. Team Hackies gets to keep moving on after their early game contest win. They've managed to make this work so far, and they have so much company down on the low ground. Team Arthur and Team Z Davis both melt to the zone.
You see this team on height. Team Graceful gonna look at this team by the zipline to see if they can snag a little bit more KP right here through the smokes. And you still have the teams on the back end with James Fearless getting really looked at and flesh and weak, and I think he's eliminated.
This low ground position also really surprising. They've been able to hold on to it as long as they have, even as more teams drop. Team Graceful, the next one to go. 8 squads left. And I was about to say something good about Team RKN, but they've lost one. Can RKN even be recovered after being taken on by Crook's Wingman in 2-3 taps? The push-up doesn't look like it's happening, and a gold knockdown ain't shabby.
As a close call on the potential caster curse, Dia. You're going to see it very often here. I like the positioning that Dig and Stunny's team has on this other side of the zip. Makes me nervous though with Natty's team having a quick zone pull on their side on the low ground.
I believe Team RKN should still have height on next zone close. Now keep in mind I'm not saying anything good about them right now. I'm not doing that because I want to avoid any possibility that that hurts them. However, the fact that they have height is just it's just a fact, and unfortunately, not everybody has that benefit. MT is struggling on the low ground. So many nades get tossed out towards them. Still, the team does manage to leave the building, and Team Stunny has to decide now whether they want to clear the team right under them, their arguably biggest threat, and expose themselves to a few more, or start rotating in. And the call is to move on forward.
You know, this would have been a perfect opportunity to see Dig possibly on the Rampart, because I've seen him play Rampart in PSQs, but to see him on the Bangalore as these teams are coming in, he has his built-in aim assist through those smokes.
Noxie's made it in. And as you say, with Dig right next door, might be him versus Noxie or Moises in the next couple of seconds. God! That 30-30 connects with Blaze's face, and it puts Team Stunny in a really tough spot. Gotta hope that the team behind them hasn't noticed, as Team Imperial Hal are looking for a push to make. They know it's a duo now. Noxie does almost get the knock, but has to drop down first. Dig the last one standing, and as we said, it is Noxie versus Dig. Noxie on the outside, Dig on the inside, sticking the res as a third party comes on in.
He does get that res off as his team. Team Hackis trying to get an angle on this, and a knock on Stunny on that, on the mountain.
Team Hackis cleaning up this lobby after a disastrous game 1 for them. They have done so well to not just recover, but run this game. 3 squads left. They have high ground. They have an angle on this res. They have everything, and Dyrus is farming.
Talk about ultimate high ground from Dyrus's perspective with the triple take. Some beautiful shots. Oh, that poor team down below.
Just 2 squads left. Team RKN versus Team Hackis. And well, both teams suffered in our first round. They are changing things up moving into our second. Team Hackis has sustained given to them by the conduit. What they don't have is a whole lot of ult cooldowns left. It's just smokes. Clear the way in for Hackis. Cryo Bloom holding down the edges of this wall. It's going to drop in 10 seconds.
And unfortunately, no Condo ult from this team. This would have been a spectacular Condo ult to have, but the wall is going to go down, and Dyrus trying to hold this head glitch right here as he's popping shots with a triple take, potentially, possibly get a knock for his team as Bloom is getting a nice angle right here, watching them drop off the Horizon Q inside the ult.
Second knock.
Beautiful.
Team Hackies look to take this in a 3v1. It is clean from 19th to first in just 2 games. What a turnaround. That was, I mean, I keep saying it, but in a very different way, so much fun to watch, because that end game, interestingly, a lot like in game 1, with the way the Catalyst wall played out on high ground, had Team Hackis in a fantastic spot. let's go ahead and bring in Mr. Fallout, because with Game 2 now concluded, we've got a very, very different tournament on our hands.
Indeed we do, and don't worry, this time I actually did have a chance to watch that late game, wasn't putting out fires and dealing with all sorts of madness. That was a fun one to watch. Who would have thought? One of the most historic names in League of Legends history, one of the best top laners of the early days, dominant in Apex as well. What a game, what a showing from Team Dyrus, and started from start to finish. I don't know if you caught that, Doll. He was the kill leader as well, at least towards the end of the game, 5 or 6 kills for Dyrus alone.
Some beautiful KP, and like I said, we saw earlier Team Huntress' team being eliminated early on, so they are going to absolutely skyrocket to the top of the leaderboard.
That's a great point. I did see Team Crook, I believe, in a top 3 finish, so that's going to help them maintain a first place spot. And then, of course, Team RKN, I didn't catch the entirety of their journey. I don't think we saw all of it on broadcast, but it seems like they just kind of quietly made their way to top 2, focusing on placement, the RKN special.
Yeah, and, using Grandma's house, as you said, he's got the playbook ready. He sees the zone and he goes, okay, this is going to be on high ground for as long as physically possible. Worked super well, and glad to see them moving up the standings. I do wonder how much KP actually came with that, though.
That's right. At least 9 points for placement. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, though, or at least the results from Game 2 and see what exactly they did. And 9 points for placement, 5 kills. So that's a really solid game from Team RKN. I have so much respect. One of the biggest brains and best IGLs in the history of Apex. He's always found a way to stay relevant and to find a play style that works, really understands the game at a top level, and it showed. But Team Hockey's with 27 points. That is insane. I'm doing some quick math here. A 15-kill dub for Team Hockey's. Dyrus Cryo Bloom alongside Hockey's looking great. And, of course, Team Crook also continuing to skyrocket in the leaderboards. I actually am really curious. Another top 5 from Hal. I'm curious what the standings are going to look like here, Doll. Do you think Team Hockey's is going to jump into top 2, maybe?
I don't know. At the rate that this is going, it's anyone's game. We might see Hal kind of creeping it up on the leaderboard with that last game on World's Edge and coming from a Lava Siphon.
That's a great point. And keep in mind, all that matters is top 10. Doesn't make a difference if you get first or if you get 10th place. Something really, really important to keep in mind. Let's take a look at the overall standings, though. They're ready. Curious to see how things got shaken up, as you guys mentioned. Certainly it was going to happen. And I like the fact that there's a little animation to drive suspense. Team Hockey's does it. They will take the first place spot over Team Crook, who stays consistent. They got 25. Hal, his consistency has paid off. Playing with Noxie, a.k.a. Danny, for those that don't know, a really popular actor in England, recently signed to TSM. They're in 4th. Team Hundreds, after a really solid game number 1, really quiet in game 2. And Team Z-Dave is holding on as well. Team RKN, all 14 points, I believe, came from that last game. So they'll break into the top 6 as well, Dia.
Yeah, and great place to be after 2 games. Doll and I were talking about this, but you only have so much to go off of after game 1, and especially with the weird composition the Team Arcane were running. I'm glad they got to change things up. This was a really good zone for them, and that has me curious about the results in game 3, but that's just going to be before we switch maps as well.
Yep, that's a good point. And actually, didn't see where they dropped off the rip. I'm assuming it's the Arcane Overlook special, or where are they dropping there for the zone?
Double check my notes. It looks like they're Harvester.
Harvester. Okay. Yeah, very solid zone indeed. Look at Arcane, man. Not only is he's got the playbook, but he also knows, let me just take one of the best POIs center map in the game. Really solid rotation coming through from them. Like you said, really favorable zone. And they're able to take a solid performance and solid placement overall. So kudos to them as we are getting ready to jump into game number 3. We have a couple delays here, so we'll be showcasing some content for y'all to keep y'all up to speed. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. This is an event that brings together one pro player, one content creator or celebrity, and one everyday amateur. Anyone that's watching right now, had a chance to be selected. That's the goal, is to give everyone a chance in Apex to experience competitive Apex, because to this point, almost every tournament is kind of reserved for the top pro players and content creators. We wanted to change that. We wanted to bring the Apex community together for a great cause. We, of course, have an amazing fundraising donation, raising money for an amazing charity in Red, who is fighting every single day to fight the global pandemic and travesty, really, that is the AIDS pandemic. So thank you all so much for the support. We're trying to do something amazing this holiday season, rally the Apex community together for a great cause, and it looks like we've done exactly that with 4.5K raised already. Thank you so much for the support, everybody. But I did just get word that I think gameplay is just about ready. I believe we're going to be throwing it over to Dia and Doll to call the action. Game number 3, last game on World's Edge. Take it away.
All right. Well, I for one, very excited for what happens on World's Edge, mainly because the last one had me wondering whether I was asleep or awake. Doll, for context, I got into esports casting just when Dyrus was big, massive, but in League. And so watching and casting a win in Apex Legends in a massive tournament as well, just it feels like I'm
It's a full circle moment.
There's like, yeah,
Yes.
there's like, yeah, it doesn't, the wires aren't connecting in my head. It's very strange.
And I was going to say that too. Again, it's so cool to see other people from other games like League of Legends or even Halo 2. I know there's some participants from Halo as well, and I come from Halo. Halo is my roots. That was my game that I started playing when I was 5. So it's crazy to see where life will take you and where it will bring you on your journey.
I just knew about the sword. I would go over to my friend's house and we would sword at each other, and that was it. That was it. My Halo
That was everyone
knowledge.
with the pool noodles.
Yeah, it's not deep. It's Apex Legends, a little bit better, and fortunately enough, we are going to be very close to our next game on World's Edge, and that will be the last one for today. So, for teams that are feeling a little bit more zone-centric, we have talked about Arcane quite a bit today, but they're not the only ones. I'm looking at Z Davis and Graceful as well as being really heavy zone players. This is, I would say, the opportunity for you to pick up probably what's going to be your best points that you get, barring some miraculous zone pulls on Stormpoint, because it is a lot harder to move into ring on that map quickly.
I agree. Do you have any predictions on where you think the final ring will end here on World's Edge for Game 3?
Oh, you know what? I don't think we're going Skyhook. I'm going to say Countdown. I think that's a good in-between. Countdown's pretty normal, and we need to go north at least once.
I was going to say, we've seen kind of a south zone, kind of central south zone, but I love Skyhook. So when you said Skyhook, I perked up a little.
Mm-hmm. Skyhook is like, it's so rare, but man, it would be such a blessing for Modern Works team, because they have had a really tough time on rotation. We saw them get picked off one by one in game number 1, and in game number 2, yes, they got to stay together a lot more, but it still wasn't for very long. And for individually talented players, as we know they are, I think that we should expect them to be doing a little bit more, as they may be having a little bit of fun right now, but I'm sure they'll start to dial it in over the next couple of games.
And it looks like we're on a Legend Select for game number 3. And I feel like everyone's pretty locked in at this point, and the redemption arc is definitely going to be the comeback for this Game 3, like we're talking about, setting themselves up for storm points for games 4, 5, and 6, seeing if, again, they can snag some KP on maybe World's Edge is their preferred map and they do really well on, or maybe some participants do better on Storm Point.
Yeah, I'm big fan, by the way, of the way that Team Arthur was playing just last game. Especially with their very little actual loot going into that game, and even into the choke point that they were playing. It worked out pretty darn well, and while Arthur was calling, Assault and Miss Lauren were actually, like, really putting in a lot of work to keep teams off of their back. It cannot be a one-person job, and I think that's wonderful to see teams recognizing that they not only have to put themselves in a good position to be successful, but the rest of their team members, who they may not, and often have not, played with before, in just as good of a spot to succeed and to feel confident in pushing out and gaining a little bit of space for the squad.
Yes, and I see that we have Lava Fisher as the hot zone for today, but I'm going to keep our eyes on the contests. Again, we still have some contests at Thermal Station here with Snow on Conduit with an L-Star Purple Mag, and an L-Star off drop does so much damage off the rip, and it's good. She's taking it slow as best as she can.
Really versatile. Didn't expect to see the P2020 connecting for a kill, but that's designful for you. The single shot weapons, they go kind of crazy. You're going to drop and finish this kill. It means Cryo Bloom not going to be able to play out the rest of this game, barring a banner recovery. It still is possible. Designful eating a few shots from afar, swaps out the L-Star for the Nemesis. Not as much versatility, but a whole lot more damage once it gets going.
I'd definitely say Nemesis is very, very strong at close range, medium, even potentially even long range, depending on the sight that you have on your gun. And him with a Nemesis P20, little wombo combo.
Heavy lift, not going to be used this time. That's a lot of damage though, and hasta la vista, Dyrus. Amatora takes down the kill. That should be a finish coming in from Designful, just picking up what they can, not going for the full squad wipe as everybody's split up in such different directions. It'll be an attempted recovery from Team Hackis and a little bit of BM from Designful, but what can we really expect? That's Designful we're talking about.
He is confident in his home POI.
Exactly, and Hackis rotating out towards the north may have the opportunity to pick up a res, not a whole lot of crafting until you reach staging, but that's always going to be a possibility. Our other contest, of course, at Overlook has Sauce going low, but for the most part, a stable position for Team MT, and a Skynade that goes fishing for a little bit of damage.
And unfortunately, no hits on that Skynade.
Pick this up. Do it. I love Sniper Tower, but it's a risk.
Watching anyone go up that zip, it's sometimes hit or miss. Sometimes a straight beam across, and sometimes you get very lucky.
Assault is definitely inspiring me to go tune into their stream later, especially with how they're playing. It has looked really smooth from Arthur's team, and we do have a little bit of Sniper Tower play now with a charge rifle. This is not the iron sight you're looking for in hands, but Sauce will make do. To find anything just yet.
Different. It's been different with the rework with the charge rifle too. We don't see many players utilizing that weapon anymore as their choice to get some picks across the map either. But we're going to take a look at Lava Siphon, see these teams rotating in.
I'll tell you what, Doll, I called for a northern zone. I'm not ashamed. I'm going to say it. This Christmas, I was wrong. We're going far south again. Lava Siphon is once again the place to be. Graceful actually electing to move a little further even to the south, prioritizing launch site instead. And I'm going to trust Graceful because they are one of the IGLs that, as we mentioned, likes to play towards the zone, where V-Roses does not have that luxury. Instead, getting into a fight towards Survey Camp, one of our northernmost POIs, with a really nice escape portal put in by Solazio is what I'm going to say. Solazio. I'll say it. If I'm wrong, I'll be wrong.
And I love that. You always have to think 2 steps ahead when putting out that right portal for your team. But a prize. Doing some shots with the 9-9. Beautiful shots with the 9-9. Gonna get a Sky Nade, potentially knocking them off the roof. No hits with the nade.
Goes for another. Doesn't connect either. We did notice Hackis' team went down in the meanwhile, so from 19th to 1st to 20th, it has been a roller coaster of a tournament for them. The Roses recovering all right, does have 1 loss, but still had the roof last time we checked in. Gravity Lift changes all of that. The Surprises team is all over them. The Roses goes down. Palazzo's still in this, but that's only going to be a temporary status, as they'll likely have to leave the fight in an attempt to recover their teammates' banners another time. Janie down is going to have the attempted finish thrown out towards them as Jammer's back in the fight. Prize pushes the roof, almost taken out Galazio, but has to swing back inside. Goes onto the roof once more. R99 Digis in hand. This should be a cleanup. Janie's back into the game. Prize's team is not giving up on the pressure.
And Janie gets the medkit off. I was very fearful that she wasn't going to be able to pop that off in time, and she does. And now she's going to be aggressive, trying to take control of that whole situation. But a good reset from them while she got knocked from V-Rose, and a little women's comp controller 1v1 moment that we had there. That was cool to see.
Really happy with the amount of women's comp players that we have in this tournament as well. Bit of an opportunity to play with everyone, as Stunny on high ground does make that a little bit more unfair for the surrounding teams. There's going to be a slow play out of Dome. Everybody predicting that this is going really far south. We did mention Graceful moving into a launch site earlier, and they are not the only ones.
It's crazy to see people in Dome, because I would say a lot of teams like to avoid Dome and Eggshell as much as they can as possible. And I see Dig trying to get some KP inside the Storm, scanning out the potential player that he can pick off.
Going on the chase at this point, isn't that detrimental. Not a whole lot of people are moving this far south. It's a lot of trouble, and importantly, it's a lot of teams to go through, so Dig and Dig do have a lot of time to spare if they want to try and pick up the extra kills onto Zerifer and Apple. Apple, one of our writers for Esports GG, another big contributor to the Apex and Apex comp community, making sure that everybody has access to different kinds of content surrounding Apex Legends. We'll be alive for now as Zerifer takes a few pot shots, not connecting for much, but able to hold down a spot in Dome as it stands. Chinese banner does expire. This is a permanent duo for as long as they'll make it.
Beautiful movement from Zerifer too, avoiding all those shots coming his way with the wall bounces, and it's been cool to see even with like the Apex montages, getting crazy with the movement. Again, with the wall bounces and trying to avoid any shots taking your way. And since they are a duo, they gotta be careful about the resources with their cells, with the Phoenix kit that they have in their bags.
Not their doing. Just taking peeks where they can, not looking to get too fancy this early. Apple's going to pop the med kit just to make this a little bit more comfortable to spot in case they suddenly do get pushed. But holding on the inside of the building, all they got to do for now. Full information on top and so much time in Dome. I cannot believe Team Stunny has the time to do this. Just sit on top of this building with no one else pushing up to them. But that's the blessing and the curse of Dome.
And definitely those smokes do help it too if any potential third parties. It definitely obscures their vision from that too. And Zerifer gonna pop some cells, trying to again take control of the situation, play as slow as they can, kind of being less aggressive on the matter, more so playing defense as he's gonna take a lot of damage.
Doesn't have time to pop the bat, and with Apples down, it's just Zerifer left. Last tick on the black hole pulls them in, and Zerifer goes down. Team Stunny finally get the wipe they've been looking for like 10 minutes. They've been sitting in Dome taking this fight. Nobody else is here. That is just fine with me. The rest of the zone does keep pulling us south. Team RKN, another squad that is prepared for the zone really, really far south, further south than almost anyone except for Stunny. Team Hundreds making their approach from stacks actually should be pretty comfortable. An interesting gamble from Z Davis to think that this one is going to the outside of Lava Siphon, though always possible, pretty low percentage.
And it's crazy to see a few late rotates from some teams. We have like Dopey's team, a Prize, and Arthur's team that are slowly trickling in. And like I said, there's not that much real estate to have and claim over here in Lava Siphon. But Little Fred, some cheeky little angles inside, possibly trying to force his way in with a Horizon Q up onto second floor, and Vaughn only has white armor.
Oh no, gets caught by the slow. Will Little Fred make it out? Little Fred will do more than that. We the people gets annihilated by Little Fred. And PBG's team having just two. Looks like they're doing plenty with all of that. Little Fred has taken down two people in one clip. Both now throws out the Horizon ult, cracking another door. This is a 2v2 as there was a recovery on the inside. PBG's squad are going to dip for the moment, not wanting to deal with too many third parties that are absolutely coming in.
And even though they are a two-person team, I would argue to say that Little Fred... No, he did go down! I was gonna say, Cassicker said, he can definitely 1v3 when the opportunity does come his way, and beautiful knocks again on We the Peep from him.
I see people like Little Fred play, and I go, that's the future. It's a future that I will not be anywhere close to competitive in. I will never be able to play against people like Little Fred, but it is crazy to watch them do it live. Mr. Arthur's team, who did come in for the third party, will finish off Fred and the rest of PBG's squad. And, well, it is an unfortunate end, as PBG is the last one to go down. It was pretty darn cool while it stuck around.
And we still have lots of teams up with, I believe, 16 squads still up in the lobby. And Jamie with a beautiful hemlock shot, bobbing and weaving as best as he can. And she's going to retreat back to her team and said, nope, never mind, not going to take this fight. Let's focus on the rotate.
Tries to be able to rotate down. Remember, this is a team that is always looking for kills. We've seen them do that quite a bit with Janie, often even on the Catalyst, being the most aggressive, running up, sealing doors, taking one clips, doing it all. Salt does find, with the assistance of the ring, a knock on MT somewhere else, meaning that we've got MT's squad, of course, in trouble, because with the zone closing in, you just don't have that much time to recover. And now that it's round 3, chance that you get to dip back into the ring and pick up your fallen squad mate is almost 0.
And I definitely say, as these circles come into a close and get smaller and smaller, it is going to be very, very crucial to have all 3 of your teammates up and alive as you're kind of navigating your way into a spot. And sometimes you have to make something out of nothing.
This is certainly exactly what you're saying. Making something out of nothing is Mr. Keem, who drops down with the rest of the team. Along with JMW, may be able to clean up a squad in bridge. This is just on the edge of zone, so now they've lost Bosky. This is still recoverable. A quick punch into zone would keep them from having to respawn him, but Bosky is going to expire on the next tick. A third party isn't coming in just yet. Max Strafe is trying to make their way over, and there may even be opportunity to pick up kills on low ground with Assault already low.
And T-Squared, oh my goodness, some beautiful tracking from T-Squared. With the flatline. I wish my flatline looked like that.
My boy T-Squared.
See if he can get more picks alongside this Catalyst while I'm going to smoke off his teammates. That's a good smoke as his team starts to get aggressive.
Covers the angle on the wall as well. Max Strafe is here, and they are not here to take prisoners. It is instead kills that they are looking for. Bangalore going to go out, clearing the wall as Janie is thrown down. That is not the way you want to be playing things down on the low ground. Not that she had much choice, unfortunately. With Max Strafe coming in from height, wasn't a whole lot else that you could do. Now with the res coming in, Max Strafe may be able to pick up more kills, but we've got a third party, or rather I should say a fourth party, coming in from height from the vault as Hundreds appears.
We're now down to 10 squads left in the lobby. Hundreds trying to take some angles with the flatline. See if they can secure this side of the zone to make sure they don't have to worry about anyone on their sides.
This is still going to be a play out of low ground, though. Remember, we talked about how Z Davis was here earlier, and while they are no longer, any team that is here is gambling and not in a way that's working out best for them. This next round will take everyone up till height, and it's already starting to close. The route forward, gate kept by teams like Designful and Crook, who were sat on either side of launch site. Max Strafe gonna go down. 9 squads left as we're into the top 10. This is our final game on World's Edge, so those that have predicted the zone best, those that have played this out the cleanest, will be ending with a nice bit of points in our first half.
As you see, Design knocked. I'm potentially going to get full killed. Snow and Amateur are the last one standing for the squad. We have Snow trying to watch this angle of the building. Hundreds' team kind of making a risky rotation over here as long as Team Stunny doesn't look at them as they're trying to cross over.
Really tough. We know that Crook is looking at them. As you say, once Stunny does, there's just no safe angle for Hundreds to play, and now that Hundreds, the actual player themselves, not the team, is down, the team may soon follow as the push comes in from Crook, swinging around the outside of the Catalyst wall, forcing out another ultimate that barely delays them. Crook throws in a nade, won't connect for too much damage, but a clean 20 will mean a re-knock onto Hundreds. And the rest of Crook's squad get to continue pushing up. Stunny not following up on this, not wanting to give up position on high ground in launch site. Everybody leaves Kuzer to finish off the job. It still isn't a team down, but as I say that, Guy Blaze helps finish off the next couple of kills, and Team Stunny from the high ground pick up the last hit on Hundreds.
And I'd definitely say Team Stunny has probably the most awkward rotation. Probably won't bank on them taking on the zip. Maybe might force their way through low ground. We have Trev with the 30-30. Again, I was talking about him earlier. He does so incredibly well with the marksmans, and he has a skull piercer on that 30-32. So I'm ready to see him do some big damage and watch Stunny's team as they cross over towards circle.
It's funny because Crook and Stunny are going to be, in a way, going up against each other. They both have clear angles into this next ring with very little space to play on both squads, respectively. Crook's team is going to start moving in now as there's just 40 seconds left on the zone close. Designful's team, who tried to rotate in from the northmost side, do go down, and Hal holds the angle, watching for anyone else that would try and use the same pathway.
You know, I feel like we've seen this play so many times of people utilizing those Mobies to sort of provide some cover for these teams because there is nothing there for you to hold. So when you have a Moby or two and you're able to use that, like I said, you just gotta make some things work out of nothing.
Rook's team laying out a smoke with what they thought was Digi advantage. There is a Digi on the other side of this with a wingman in the hands of Imperial Hal, but Rook is going to have to take a dip out. Heal up. As you said, not a whole lot of cover for Team Imperial Hal. Rook's team could wipe this. On the low ground, Team Stunny still very much alive. Graceful in the building towards the north end of launch site, and RKN playing the very far western side of this ring.
And this Digi with the wingman. I actually heard whispers that Hal is actually on M&K for this game, so it's crazy to see him on the M&K instead of the roller. He's gonna take some damage as you go down. That Digi on the smokes is gonna be very, very helpful for his team to again provide aggressive fire for his team.
Now with ults expended, Crook's team can still swing this for free. Team Imperial Hal can't do much. Now they've got to watch two angles, knowing that they're weak. Team Crook are going to continually swing this and apply pressure. The next round is going to start closing. Hal's team, by far, is in some of the most danger. The only other team that has to move in is Team RKN, but nobody's looking at RKN. Nobody has an angle on this.
Yeah, and the best you can do is really lay your head low so that you do not attract any attention your way. So that definitely is going to work in their favor for them, as Hal's trying to get some angles on the teams beside them as they have to creep forward.
Rook likely going to swing this again. Only 2 clips left in the R99, which actually could change everything for Team Crook. They have a very limited amount of time to get these kills, these knocks in front of them, and to loot up off the bodies as well. It's a little bit harder to do, especially when you have more squads looking to third-party you. Up to the height, push Team Imperial. Trap Stacks goes down. Crook is next to follow, and the team evaporates in the face of Hal, Moises, and Noxie. On the other side of this, Graceful and RKN are fighting underneath. Stunny's listening to all of it happen. Graceful cleans up RKN's team. And now, with just 3 squads left, Stunny is going to come up to play. Imperial Hal swings the corner, but goes down, leaving Moxie and Moises left to clean things up. James Fearless and Graceful still in it. As Graceful goes for the shield swap, in comes Team Stunny, just a duo, but they're so low on Team Graceful. There's no shield swaps left. They're in the ferrofluid, and Team Stunny take the win in Game 3.
And that was absolute beautiful timing. I know we talked about earlier too with them being on the low ground, and that absolutely worked out in their favor in order to pounce in at the very last second. So beautiful play by them.
A very different end game as well. We've seen two times, our first 2 games, where it was a slow release from height that won a team the game. But now being able to jump up from low ground, we're getting different strategies thrown in, even as scrappy as these games have been. I do want to bring in Fallout, as this was our 3rd game and our last one before we moved over to Stormpoint to recap how this map has gone. So hey, Fallout.
Hey, what's up, friends? Last game of World's Edge, it was a banger. 3 versus 3, Team Imperial Hal versus Team Graceful. And it was actually Team Graceful that got the upper hand there in that up high side fight. But then good old-fashioned chill, wait for the third party to ensue. And it was actually a team of 2 that ended up getting the win. So typically you'll see that team that's kind of ratting in late game get second place. But Team Stunny was able to pick up the first place spot. I gotta say, special shout out because one of my close friends, Guy Blaze, is on that team. I've been casting and playing Gears of War with him for like 15 years now, something insane. Shout out to my boy Blaze with the team dub. That puts him in a good spot, potentially qualify for tomorrow, Dio.
It really does, as wins mean so much in 6-game series,
right,
especially when top 10 is the ultimate gold doll.
Yes, I agree. And like I said, hopefully they continue on this momentum that they built up from World's Edge and carrying out to Stormpoint and close it out with a finisher with a home run and a bang to continue on to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point there, Dahl. I think you have to carry the momentum into Storm Point. You can't rest on your laurels with one game win, a 12-point win. They got a couple kills along the way, which certainly is going to help them, but it's not going to be enough unless you continue to stay at least somewhat consistent. So I'm interested to see what that did for the standings and where they're at. Let's take a look at the game number 3 results. Last game standings, Team Graceful in first, but no, that's a huge game. First place, 12 points plus 6 kills for Team Stunny, but it was Team Graceful sealing the show with a massive 9-kill game and second place finish. Team Graceful shows up big, and continued consistency from Team Hal, though, Dia.
And it's funny watching Team Hal and Team Graceful play because they are opposite styles in a way. Hal's had the benefit of having 2 zones near Lava Siphon. When we do swap maps, all this changes because they're no longer in a central POI. It is still extraordinarily powerful as Lightning Rod, where we expect them to be dropping. But Lava Siphon, especially with the last 2 games, I mean, come on.
Yeah, they slightly blessed, and but I did get word from Chrono in our Discord chat that Hal's playing on keyboard and mouse. So I don't know if you can call it a nerf. He won like 3 or 4 championships on keyboard and mouse before switching over to controller. But perhaps a slight nerf. Although his mechanics there look like he was back on controller. So I don't know if he's jumping back and forth. But yeah, you're spot on. Really, really good zones for Team Imperial Hal in the first 3 games. Certainly getting blessed for him playing alongside Danny. Actor recently signed, AK Noxie recently signed to TSM. Awesome individual, by the way. And that team is looking really, really solid so far, though, Dahl. We have the leaderboards ready. Let's take a look. Dahl, walk us through it in terms of where we're at in the leaderboards here.
Yeah, so in first place, we're going to have Team Crook, 31 points with a 1-point lead. And we have a tie between Hacky's 100 and Hal's team with 30 points total. Then we have fifth place with Graceful. Stunny still looking good on the leaderboard. RKN looking very, very solid too. Then we have C. Davis in 8th, Max Strafe, and then Uprise's team in top 10. And again, all that really matters is that you are top 10 so that you can move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, one thing that sticks out to me of the lower 10 teams, Team Designful all the way in 16th with 6 points because of the 50-50, right? It's a tough 50-50 against Hockeys, and clearly Dyrus and Kraus show that they can play as well. I'm expecting Team Designful, their stock to go up here in these last 3 games, Dia. I don't know if you'd agree with that, but hopefully not going to be getting contested on Storm Point, have a chance to play full games. Designful, he's probably one of the most slept-on players. I think he was highly underrated before he joined Team Dojo, and really people started to kind of re-respect him like they did in the Amos's days. So I have a feeling he's gonna show up big. Do you agree?
I very much do. I do stand by the small nerf that's come to him with the Wingman going into the care package, but as P2020 demonstrated, there are options.
Yeah, from one pistol to another, repping the P2020 in that early game, as we saw. But look, it's just 3 games done, and we've already raised over $5,400, which is insane to think about. A massive thank you to every single person who has donated. Let's go ahead and throw the donation URL on stream again. If you could take out your phones, scan this QR code on your screen, pull up the Tiltify page. You can scroll through and pick your favorite creator, your favorite captain, whoever's team fundraiser you want to support. Make sure to pick your poison there. And any donation is certainly appreciated. Every single dollar, and literally 100% of all funds raised goes directly to supporting Red, which goes directly to supporting the global fight against AIDS as an absolute crisis and pandemic that still exists, and saving lives, especially for those in underrepresented communities who need the help direly. You're providing treatments, you're providing all types of support for those in need. So thank you so much, everybody, for considering donating, even if it's $5, $15, $25, $50 this holiday season. Any support would be greatly appreciated as we try to rally the entire Apex community behind a great cause. And Dia, you've now supported this event 2 times in a row. I appreciate that more than you know. What does it mean to you to be involved?
I mean, for me, it's a lot about helping the people who I know who have been impacted by AIDS, and knowing that there are other people out there who, I don't, and the right that everyone has to human life. So not just the fair treatment that we all expect to receive in Apex Legends and in gaming, extending that to global citizens. So I really appreciate everybody being here because it's a cause that means a lot.
I love you and I love that. Thank you so much. I couldn't have said it better myself for the beautiful words. Legendary Dahl, it was a pleasure to have you on the broadcast. Thank you so much to the Dream Team, D Squared, Dia, and Dahl, killing it these first 3 games. We'll wave goodbye to them as we get ready to switch out our casters here for games 4 through 6. Thanks so much again, Dia and Dahl, for joining us, and we'll catch you next time. We'll be right back after a short break, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Let's go. And welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. Brand new casters to call the action on Stormpoint. It is a pleasure to be joined alongside Tom and Ravish. And gentlemen, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, to call the action, to provide the hype and energy. How are we feeling today? Tom, start with you.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity to come and help and be part of this fantastic cause. You know, those games have been absolutely intense, and I can't wait to get stuck in. What about you, Ravish?
I am excited, elated, and absolutely over the moon. Yippee wahoo, let's get it.
I like that energy, man. I'm all about that. Games 4 through 6 are ready. You already know the lobbies are starting. Let's go ahead and throw it over to our casters to call the action. Stormpoint, 3 games left to see who qualifies. Take it away, gentlemen.
Oh, Ravish, I am absolutely buzzing to jump into Stormpoint. For some of these players, it might be the first time competing on the map since all those changes that we saw at the start of the season.
You're right, my friend. This map has changed exuberantly, which I watched your voice cover that video, in fact, just to be able to go ahead and reminisce on what was and what is now. As I believe, games should be starting up pretty soon as well. The players are antsy. And in fact, just about to get into it. We're going to talk a bit more about these changes on Stormpoint as we actually do get into it. But, I think the biggest thing that I didn't want to cover, right, are those massive POI changes and, of course, the conglomeration of things that have come together, of course.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's going to be all about who can get those key POIs, who's at Ceto Station, for example, which is one of the best fast rotate POIs. Looking at how the game's played out on World's Edge, people are moving. People are scanning that console and they're getting their backsides to zone as quickly as possible.
Exactly that, right? Because I believe, what it was too was like with how it was before. The map was massive, rotates were slow, and there were just too many small, little itty bitty points where you could probably go here, you might be able to get some loot there. But now, and the biggest one that we've seen, of course, just the accompaniment of all small little electro cubes, just all to form together, and the fact that it relates to lore too, which is cool. There's more stuff about crypto and Horizon and Watson, and it makes me happy because it's it's nice. I like it.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we are going to see a little bit of Watson. I know, shout out to one of my colleagues at Esports GG, Alex. She is possibly the most dedicated Watson player in the universe. She's been playing Watson on World's Edge. Really hoping to see some more Watson, and maybe even a Watson in Watson's pylon.
Yeah, I am as well too. Now, so far that we have seen a pretty diverse, couple of legends, right? I know we saw already. We saw the Conduit as well, which is naturally, I think you and I were talking about before, we're gonna see a lot of catalysts, we're gonna see a ton of anglers, so it just makes sense. It's what's good, it's just meta, so I'm not too surprised by a lot of it. We saw Gibby for once too. I was like, good for him, bro. Still out there repping the set, doing his thing, so maybe a little bit happy. But either way, for now though, here, my man's we should look at the rest of the games that we have in front of us and get into 4 to 6 brand new map, same teams. Let's hop right into it, shall we? Please, I thought I timed that perfectly. I thought we had it. We're not even there yet, man. I got trolled. And here we are. Of course we are. God damn it.
Well, there was almost enough time for you to scan that QR code and go and donate some money to the wonderful charity that we're supporting today, Red.
Yes, that's correct. Red does incredible things for people all across the world, and we're hoping to support them all throughout the day. Y'all make sure to keep donating. The numbers that kept going up and want that too, but the numbers here might just dwindle as we're off to an early little skirmish here, Tom.
Yeah, find a lightning rod, one of those POIs that did get changed. Imperial Hal, not contested on the other map, but Team Hackers have been, so maybe they're slightly warmer.
Yeah, like you're saying, though, Hal previously just came up second to a little bit short coming up against Guy Blaze himself, but as of right now, though, nothing necessarily found, just small bit. They're looking to chase for the kill here too. Honestly, not too bad of an idea, but things could get dicey because look at where they are too. Those Hawkins as well, right on the top side. None of his teammates around him. Bro is running.
Yeah, and Hackers' team are going to be really relying on his expertise here. Alliance have landed Lightning Rod, for absolute yonks on Stormpoint. They know there's people at the back of their hand, but they are against the CEO, and he is on the push here.
Exactly. So spots one though, gets a shot off. I believe a res was taken over by Hackers, so they're fighting pretty much on 2v3. Takes to the rotate. Shot doesn't land though.
So yeah, we are taken to the sky.
His mark. Unfortunate, but he gets out of there. So clutch rotate.
Yeah, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Alliance Hackers looking to live another day.
which is overall solid idea. I too would not want to take that fight, but we do see Dyer as well around the corner too, you know, shooting some shots in the air of his own. Dio was talking about it. This is, once again, it's so sick that we see Darius playing, man. I love Darius. Darius was like my idol playing, like growing up, watching League of Legends, like watching TSM. So this is so cool to just watch him and cast it once more. Yay, thanks.
I mean, that is the beauty of this event, right? You know, your idols from in the game, from out of the game, competitive idols, streamer idols. You know, I got to watch my idol Dig Vibes win the last game. It's good he got a win in before I had to get to bed.
Well, you're my idol, Tom, so how about that?
I mean, you're my idol as well. So
Well, this can't be a two-way relationship because that's not how that works. I'd rather have something a bit more parasocial, but we can get more into our stuff later on. Nonetheless, for now, as we look across the map for other POIs, this is one of the newer ones as well too that we talked about as well, Tom. This whole system has changed here.
yeah, and of course, right in the center of that POI that we can see is that charge tower, meaning that, you know, a Prize, T-Squared, Janie are all going to have their ultimates as they start their rotate.
Mm-hmm. Gonna be a quite nice little change up, like you're saying. But should be looking to charge those up for now, though. Currently, Kai and Ao just looting up here. No one around. They're on pretty much like just near the edge of the map here, too. No one to contest them. This is a nice little start. They will have a long rotate in towards the storm, though, but should be fine as we see. Fighting going down here too, lighting on top of the rooftop, seeing Squall right below. They're not going to engage him just yet. Assault looking around with Miss Lauren and Arthur watching.
Yeah, it's an interesting rotate here because I think both teams have identified that this is a fantastic spot to sit in the zone, but they both arrived at basically the same time, and now they're going to have to juke it out.
Yeah, they could use Horizon. Well, they could use the Horizon if they wanted to sit up top again to rooftop once more to avoid the fight, but instead they're just putting out the bank smokes, looking to stuff their teammates in, but currently nothing substantial found, just some shots in between the two of them. They're just aware of one other's presence, but that's about it.
Yeah, as we jump on board here with Z Davis, you know, one of the most experienced players in this lobby that might not be on everybody's radar, you know, absolute stalwart of the lower tier scene. Yeah, I mean, if there's something about Apex, Z Davis knows it. That man is an absolute oracle of information.
An oracle of information. Now, I assume you yourself don't see that lightly, as you yourself, I find, have predicted the future many a time. So, there's some competition for you here, mate. By the way, we'll look towards the next, though, here. Look, we're seeing on the map, they're seeing some pigs around the side. They spot one squad, looking to walk in. They'll barricade themselves on the inside. Seeing three here look to walk in. The banks won't cover them until they get inside the building. Just a bit of shots taken. RKN actually loses almost his entire shield. Has to go towards the corner just to met up.
Yeah, it's a really, really difficult situation for Team RKN. You know, they find themselves locked outside the building. They chose to take the gravity cannon. Probably looked clear when they took it. When they landed, the situation was a lot more difficult. And it looks like Team Max Strafe is going to be making a counter push here.
Yeah, this is a tough situation because, like you're saying, it's just they're shooting shots from afar. They have the catalyst wall up for just some cover, but Tattooed Gamer unfortunately going down pretty early on in the exchange. He's watching from the side to see if anybody does rotate in. They could get the res off here, considering he is behind cover, and no one else is pushing up against them. So this is a great opportunity for them.
Yeah, and I don't think the Max Strafe's team would look to push out of that building. They've really just wanted to, you know, bully RKN away, force them to move, you know, secure that spot for themselves. And of course, they have Graceful as a nasty neighbor who is also looking to maybe encroach on their territory.
I mean, he's watching from the side, a good little defensive wall again by the catalyst to box themselves in. The Bloodhound should be able to find exactly where they're chilling, waiting, but nothing more surmised from the scans, though. Continuing to box themselves in for now. Yeah, because there's just... And this is a good position to be in, like you mentioned, right? You're pretty much you're in a really comfortable position in the storm. And with all the rotations not coming in, I don't find that necessarily have to fight. Maybe for building control, but as of right now, though, all just trading shots, nothing substantial in the late game. But that's a knock, though. Noxie goes down the other side of the map. But the next Noxie going down early. Moise as well fighting away with Hal coming in for the supports. A lot of damage being put down here, but it's a 1-for-1 right in the corner. This burst fire doesn't actually land. Now Moise's last one left to looking for the clear.
Yeah, is it mouse and keyboard? Is it controller? It doesn't matter what they're using because the CEO will take every opportunity to fight. But it looked like Team Zerafa might be moving in there for a third party.
Mm-hmm. It's close calls so far. Barely managed to save most of his teammates. That was a bit dicey, but Assault takes out We the People. So another big knock for the LG squad, though I know D is not gonna be happy about that. Unfortunate.
Look, we are still 19 squads up, actually. There's a lot of players alive as the first zone has now completely closed. And we're on board with possibly definitely the youngest player in the lobby, Little Fredson, who is an absolute demon on the sticks.
Yeah, you told me about this guy. This guy's what, like 12 years old, right? 10?
11, I think. 10, something like that. Very, very young.
11 years old. And he's that nasty at the game.
It made me feel really old. Like, pension old.
It's actually ridiculous that at 11 he's already pred and putting up shots like that. Considering when I was 11, I could barely afford a ring pop, man.
Yeah, 11's his age, but 11's my highest spray, so it really shows the difference between us, right?
And 11's also my height as well, so 1'1". I'm standing tall and above, but right now they knock some players down to size though. Trev is charging in with the L-Star. Not even need for the ADS. Takes the tax stance to finish it off in style. An easy pick though. And the LG squad are almost wiped out there.
Yeah, Team Z Davis are in a really strong spot here. As the zone gets smaller, this sort of like corner outside the building actually is a very, very playable spot. But you are relying on the zone definitely pulling all the way north. As we take a look at the map, you see so many teams in zone. And Team Imperial House still alive, crucially. They managed to hold off that third party from Team Zerafa.
Look at Hunter's World here, because like they're coming all the way from Pylon. So they're going to have to go through like 2 major POIs. And look for an entire full rotate past the river. They're gonna go into Dopey and Strafe as well, gonna beam them down, or they could try to go Stormcatcher, but then you have Stunny on the other side. This is gonna be a rough rotate for them as they look to come in, whereas half the teams are already around here.
And here is our previous game winner, and of course one of 3 reigning champions across our 40 teams, Dig Vibes and Team Stunny. I mean, look, they played absolutely fantastically last game, but when you're on a whole new map, when you've potentially, changed your comp up a little bit and everything is just slightly different, it's possibly quite difficult to get that momentum going.
Yeah, we also got the guy. We also got the kid guy Blaze out here doing this thing.
What go?
Exactly. It's what is it? I thought the guy at LCS, he's so handsome. So I shout out to him for winning that. But either way though, enough glazing as we'll look towards for the rotate.
This is a very, very tricky rotate.
Stunny took so much damage. Gonna have to pop a full once he lands though, because that's gonna be tough. Otherwise, they managed to make it onto the rocks. They're gonna look to hold the hill with the smokes, but it's quite an open area here, Tom.
Yeah, but it looks like they're not getting a lot of attention right now. They are gonna stabilize. They've got those Bangalore smokes down. They are just gonna, reset and just really assess their options. But if we look at the zone, we can see that they are in a really strong spot if they can gatekeep their back and not get colluded on by several teams or all looking to converge on their position at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Considering there is one around the corner though, so they could look to beam them from high ground. Speaking of being beamed, Macro and Golden alongside allies. Slow rotate in. Right, they're all kind of converging to this high ground where Blaze and the team just look to move up towards AO and KC. Well, can make contact pretty soon.
Yeah, so it's a great opportunity to shout out the Convergent team and the Convergent community. Absolute goats of EMEA. They have a competitive team, they have content creators, they put on events. Absolutely goated community, and it's great to see them represented in this tournament through Mahakra.
We love you.
I definitely love you, but I am biased.
No, what makes you say that?
Absolutely. What would give you that impression, young sir?
Is there a way? But impression getting right now, there's Golden gets shot out of the sky quick. Unfortunato lands down below. Now his team has got to pick up the slack. As they're playing high-low here at this current point, look to meta up. Popping the shields, holding the door. But as Horizontal does get put down, that's one knock that they managed to reach. The second also finding a look for the thirst. And one right up top, going to be the hero, the savior of the team. As they TP up, huge flyback and like an angel of death. Eliminate one more.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a clean fight. You know, nobody went down. Nobody even really got that low in that fight. And it looks like they're not getting third-partied either. They are going to take their time. They're going to loot up. But we still have 51 players alive right now, but that number might be about to decrease.
Seems as though it's the CEO of the squad here. Moyes finds the first knock as well. Hal taking so much damage, but look at the spray down. Lasers him from far and lands them in a tricky situation as this was Moyes left alive once again. He's playing around his teammates' shields, but it's not enough. That's Hal and the gang going down.
Yeah, Zerafa did manage to get those kills, but immediately third-partied by TNZ and Davis. A little bit of revenge there for Zerafa. Hal has killed them in several games so far this tournament. But now Davis is going to have to reset. They've got that Catalyst Dark Veil down. They have given themselves some time and some cover, and they're in a really nice position with some KP on the board.
Went quite well. It didn't manage to catch the exact number, but still fine so far as the fighting has not stopped just yet, though. We're seeing Ifretson and Ben after the two-person squad, gonna pop the Bangles, zones them away, using the horizon to get out, find some cover, not take too much damage. And sees one encroaching upon with the back end. Or doesn't find the knock just yet though, but the isolate in the 1-for-1. It's a complete shower of bullets for the two of them. An unfortunate position, was not able to get Ben over to his side. So getting 2 knocks there easy enough. One runs out, but for how long?
Yeah, and it looks like Little Fredson has managed to escape for now, but I'm not sure if he has a clear rotate to zone without running back into the team that just killed his teammates.
Yeah, he's gonna be stuck by himself here, Tom. I don't know if he gets out of this, I'll be honest. Meanwhile, on the high ground, we're seeing a guy play Study and Dig. Just putting down some shots. Dig took a nasty shot there. The bang ult on the outside. So, could actually rain some rockets down on them. It might put some pressure to maybe move off, but nothing substantial. But there is a squad encroaching.
That was really, really important there for Dig, Stunny, and Blaze, that one of the teams on that side of zone chose to evac tower away instead of also pushing them at the same time as a Prison and the team there, because that would have been really difficult to hold off 6 players at once.
Rough go of it too. This is where third parties start to happen as well too. We're at 13 squads left, but this is as Circle continues to close even more so, right? We're a tough go here. Looking at Bosky, Master Key, not much KP to the name this round though. But meanwhile, Stunny and Apri is actually finding Janie and Blaze, so they finally got them off the high ground. Bangles managed to work out, so it seems that they won't be much longer for this world. Though meanwhile, on the other side, a quick beam, Prowler making fast work of that guy's shield.
Wow, JMW absolutely shredding there, but they are going to have to resist this Horizon Black Hole. Volsky's going to take to the sky, return a Black Hole of his own, and maybe Team JMW now can get on the front foot, but there's so many teams on this side of the zone.
Yeah, this is a tough situation, considering they know that with them also putting out the hole and also finding the aerial angle as well too. I imagine at least 4 of the teams have seen the fighting going on, and so now they're all just waiting for the opportunities to look to move in. Smokes gets put down, they find to do some amount of cover. JMW has to get out of there as he barely survives the engagement. Oh, yikes.
Yeah, I hope he was hungry, because he just ate that grenade in absolute maximum damage. However, they are slowly working their way down to the zone, and they do have the benefit that they are the team gatekeeping and not the team being gate-kept.
It's a huge point you made there, right? But considering they'll have to go up against another squad on their side that are being sandwiched in here, mate. It's a nice little amount of KP, but JW once again slides away, barely making out with his life too, but fighting is not over here just yet, though. We do still have one more squad we saw previously around the side of the corner, waiting for them to move in. It cracks him quick. That Prowler makes quick work his opponent, but he gets knocked. That's too much damage. That's one more. He goes up top. Bossy looking for the heal, but he has to get out of there too. He barely managed to man up. But this is so rough. He loses both of his teammates as one more squad around him.
And here comes a Prizzy, T-Squared, and Janie, one of our strongest teams on paper. Absolutely. They have kills, they're in a top 10 position, and crucially, Ravish, they're on the high ground.
Indeed, and high ground is king. It's like that thing from Star Wars that happened and that guy said in that mask. I've never seen Star Wars, I don't know.
You've never... Hold on. Pause the game. Hang on a minute. Let's just unpack that one real quick.
Look, man, I know who they are. I haven't bothered. I've also never seen Lord of the Rings. So let's go and rip off the Band-Aid, right? Anyways.
Yeah, I quit. I'm out.
Tom, please, I need you. You're smart.
Yeah, well, I thought you were my precious, but you won't even get that joke, will you? So
I mean, hey, that's the guy that said it. You know, that's the guy. With
give
the
up. Yeah, it's over. It's over.
Yeah,
Come on, let's back to Apex. Nah, it's all right. Here we go. Look at this. Jammer, Roses, swinging this corner. I think they knew that team was there, but I don't think they knew quite the damage that they were about to experience.
No, it's a mosh pit in between all four of them. Nades and arc stars finding in between. And even though the Catalyst person the spikes won't necessarily matter for the rest of the result, the shots put up from far trying to snipe away your pick with the 30. Hundreds trying to do the most. Unfortunately, none of them land, but...
Yeah, V Rose's team eliminated.
There's one.
Mr. Arthur also eliminated. That was definitely a choice. I'm not sure about the... let's swing this corner in front of the whole server so they can shoot us in the back.
Yeah.
Maybe
He's
not the
still
play.
firing, by the way. He's still on the outside, just
making sure. Just making sure. Oh, this box is dead. Hold on, let me shoot him real quick.
Nah, they should be. Yeah, just like
you never know. You never know.
Seem dangerous. They're not glowing enough, bro. Let me try my hand at it. But the situation right now here, Tom. Break this down for me, though. What's about to happen here?
I think we're about to see some absolute chaos. We have people under the building, outside the building, in the building, and we have Stunny trying to work his way into zone.
Yes.
I tell you who I would want to be right now. I would want to be Janie, Prize, and T-Squared. They're in a fantastic spot. They have to gatekeep their back, and then they don't have very far to walk into the zone. And crucially, they still have that Dark Veil to be used in this end zone.
Yeah, this is gonna be fun. They got some KP to their name, about 5 for a total for the squad, and like we were saying, 5 squads left as well for the max. 3 already engaging the fight on the house to the right, and 1 down below. There's waiting and biding out their time until Score forces them into an engagement. Alts online, Janie and the Prize looking for a way into the window. Dopey's already made his way up top, and he's established his territory. He has a Catalyst wall up too, and could look for anybody from a higher angle. No shots landing, but currently a single peek could do it.
Yeah, this is another really strong team. You know, Dopey and Gabs, 2 of the strongest players in the women's scene. Liquid Cano, the absolute coat of information. If Z Davis was an oracle, Cano is a library. This is ahead of Apex Legends Wikipedia. I mean, this man literally knows things before people know it.
Well, that's what the Oracle is, man.
Yeah, all right,
You're
mister. I've never
mixing
seen
them
Lord
up.
of the Rings. No. We're not. No.
Okay, all right. So I may not have seen LOTR, but you're messing with the mythical terms. Now, who's in the wrong here? Still me. Either way, we'll look through the rest of the fight stuff. As they're just tossing in, nades and arc stars, just landing a bit of chip damage, if anything. One looks for the peek out. That's so much. No cracks just yet. Putting out the defensive Catalyst wall, though. Forcing them on the other side of the house. They're going to have to move in here.
Yeah, that is satisfying when you throw a grenade and just see so many numbers that you can't even identify between them. So much damage there, and this is where the chaos begins. And look who is nice and safe underneath that building. It's Janie, it's a Prize, and it's T-Squared.
I just took in that Catalyst wall actually forced them out of the open, and the squad that was up top too has a clear beam on them, and just like that happening as well, that's one down. The second to be there as well too. Gab's waiting for the rest as he look at that DNA crisscross the walls between 2 of them, and we'll add 1 more to the mix. It's a whole revolving door here, Tom, but no one is getting through. The building is closed. Hours of operation have landed on the outside. The wingman up top, no shots to land though, but T-Squared and Janie and Prize doing their best to do some damage to the wall. Weston look to peek through the horizon. Will also put down that black hole, doing no work at all here. But there's 3 squads remaining.
Yeah, the walls fall. That Apex Venn diagram of doom has disappeared. And what can a Prize do with that wingman?
One more?
He headshots connect.
Headshots!
What a sequence there from Team of Prize. Absolutely unbelievable. And you know the key to them winning that game, Ravish?
What's that?
They had the high ground. They're able to fight their way down. Instead of having to face teams coming towards them, they took the power positions, and it absolutely paid off.
It's exactly. It's like what Obi-Wan said. I have the high ground, Anakin. See, I know my things. I know. I still haven't seen it, but I know what's up though. As we do have the boy Fallout to talk about the game here once again. Big boy John, what's up?
My man Ravishing. Great cast, great call as always, gents. What a game though from Team Apprise, Team Aprizzi. He doesn't even know how to pronounce it. I've asked him like 17 times, but I got used to saying Aprizzi, so I'm gonna roll with it. But they get a big dub. Look, they needed it. They're a little bit behind from a slightly slow World's Edge start. I think they were sitting in 9th or 10th place. But it's good to see T-Squared back and competing again, man. Tom, obviously early on, he was a aspiring pro player in Apex, played in a couple of LGS online tournaments before hanging up the sticks and committing to casting, and he did his thing there, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, that team on paper, I think, is possibly the strongest in the whole tournament. They've got a mix of everything, right? Because, other Tom, great name, by the way, fantastic name. He knows the game fantastically from both his playing experience and his casting experience. Janie, absolutely one of the most dedicated streamers and excellent in the women's scene, and Apprise, or Prizzy, a fantastic content creator, been around the block, played in tournaments, played with, Wig, played with Timmy and LGS. What more do you need on that team?
It's a stacked roster, that's for sure. That's a bold statement, though, saying they're the best team in the tournament. I'm going to hold you to that. We'll see if they come through. Let's take a look at the results, though, from last game in game number 4. First game on Storm Point, and that's going to be a massive 14-kill game. Holy cow. First place, 14 kills overall. Team Hundreds, something about first games of maps or series is works out well for them, because game 1 they dominated as well, but they get second place with 15. Team Miss Dopey needed that as well. They were in 18th or 19th place going into that one, so this is going to shake up the leaderboards quite a bit. Ravishing. Few teams that needed a performance got it.
Indeed. And Hundreds, I want to say, they were the squad that actually played on the outside the entire time. They were there chilling on the beach, looting up, taking their time, vibing, right? And they go for the late rotate and somehow survive against 3 different squads. Incredible stuff from them.
Yeah, that's right. The LG style of play, playing hard edge, and it worked out well for them. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. We said it's going to be shaken up quite a bit. Tom, walk us through it.
Yeah, as we jump away, Team 100, stretching all the way to that lead there. But I'm going to jump down to that sort of bubble area. There's quite a big gap already opening up between 10th and 11th. Those teams in the bottom half, they've got 2 games left, and they've definitely got a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, Team Designful, all the way down to 19th place with 6. We saw him clutch up in the last Charity Pro-Am. He got knocked down to the losers bracket and then started going absolutely nuclear with really, really solid performances. Ended up getting top 3 in the whole tournament. So we'll see. This is the turning point right now. Needs 2 monstrous games there. But you're right, a pretty big difference between 10th and 11th place, Tom, in this one. But some of the teams are starting to run away with it. I think that top 5, top 4 should be close to secure there, Ravish.
Indeed, it should be, considering we're on a brand new map, right? It'll probably take a bit for the teams to get used to it, right? It's also like new POIs. We're looking at rotations, how teams are adjusting. Maybe we see some changes. But, I mean, as of right now, though, I'm excited to see what's up next.
That's right. And I'm excited at the donation count, which is blowing up right now, courtesy of every single one of y'all that are watching and supporting. It's crazy, man. What? Someone just hit a $500 donation live on stream.
Let's go.
We went from 6,700 to 7,200. Whoever that was, I got to find out who that was. $500 donation came through. That's insane. Crazy to think about. You can scan the QR code on screen right now to donate and support. We're trying as a community to raise 40K. That's our overall goal for the weekend. Last time we raised around 50 to 60K, so hopefully we can knock that out of the park. Any support, 10, 15, 25, $50 appreciated. Every single dollar, 100% of all proceeds go directly to Red's Global Fund, which goes directly to supporting those in need, preventable treatments for those living with AIDS, HIV, all around the world, especially in underserved communities that maybe don't have access to treatments for AIDS. And it's crazy. A pill for AIDS and HIV for a day is 12 cents now. They've gotten the cost down, quite a bit. That adds up over time. And for those that can't afford, $500 or $1,000 within a year to pay for treatments, this goes a long way. So thank you so much, everyone, for supporting this holiday season. We appreciate it more than you know. It's a tremendous cause indeed. And obviously, we're having some fun watching Apex. So if you're entertained, if you're enjoying yourself, any donation would certainly be appreciated. And Tom, thank you. This is your second time supporting this broadcast now. Thank you for supporting a great cause. Let's go ahead and throw it, though. Gameplay is around the corner. Game number 5 is ready. Let's throw it back to the 2-box, to our casters to call the action. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Fallout. And thanks, of course, for having me back. Thanks to everybody that's donating. And, like Fallout says, when these tablets only cost 12 cents, even if you're only donating $1, $2, $5, that's a lot of tablets, and that's a big impact that you can have with just a small amount of money.
That's 100% correct. Do you even know what $1 is, though, Tom? Don't you use pounds and things to measure everything, right? All that.
True, sorry, I don't operate in freedom units, but I think I can just about work it out.
Okay. Happy that you've been able to translate over what's happening here too. But aside from that, like you're saying here, though, man. But Yeah, please continue to help and continue to support this incredible cause. We'll be going throughout today and tomorrow as well too for a lot more games of Apex. A lot of these players. With that, speaking of which, we have more gameplay for you all for a brand new map here once again. Second game on Storm Point here, Tommy boy. Let's jump right into it. Let's see what we got going on.
I'm looking for, right? I'll tell you exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a zone in one of the new POIs. That's what I really want to see. I want to see something in CO. I want to see something in Pylon. I want to see something in Zeus. Okay. Let's have something that we've not seen before. Let's have a new experience for some of these amateur players that definitely haven't probably played a tournament on this map.
I want it on either. I want it on the coast. I want fully open POI. I want a water circle.
Ooh. Contested checkpoint.
And I want people to just chill there the entire time. Oh my god, the TSM squad is already fighting against LG again. With people taking so much damage. He has the weapon. No ammo. Okay, Birdie gets out alive. The reload works out. The CEO survives, but just barely with the upper momentum. And comes from the backside, stabs him in the back. But gets taken down himself.
The CEO is going to be calling a board meeting after that one. That did not go to plan. But he'll be looking for his teammates to clutch up, you know. Of course, contesting a checkpoint is all the rage in Apex right now.
Might be looking for a change in personnel after that, unfortunate business. But it is tough, though. They're waiting around to see if they actually do manage to push them. No one around here either. You're going to leave Hal on the floor and wait to see if they do get encroached upon again. They are waiting on the side. That's the door opened up, though. There's some shots put in. No cracks here either, Tom.
Yeah, but I mean, some great weaponry to have off spawn, you know, alternator flatline, really, really strong, grey hip fire, you know, decent damage. Ooh. And the Mozambique, also a strong weapon off drop.
That's crazy, the Mozam doing its
One
thing.
bullet left.
And it doesn't matter. Moise is the hero of the previous game. This guy has been stepping up in both the previous game and this one. Usually last one left alive. There for the cleanup squad, saving his team consistently as they do have a clear picture on where everybody is.
What a way to show what you can do in front of the CEO and in front of the Apex community. Fantastic clutch up at checkpoint. And it looks like we are heading back into the center of the map.
Hey.
Variety, zone variety in Apex, eh?
I mean, it's tragic. It's, you know what, I'm used to it. I understand it. It happens, especially, you know, if we're going all the way back to Kings Canyon, right? Just like how often we would see like a middle of the pack circle all the way there. Just,
ooh, nice super glide.
Yeah,
yeah, I see you. I see you, Ricked.
It's a nice little tech. Here, for those who don't know, Tom, how do you do that tech? Tell them.
I tell you what, my movement is, you know, sort of the equivalent of like a drunk pigeon, so I'm not really the one to teach you that.
Can pigeons drink in the UK? Is that legal?
Yeah, of course. You know, every pigeon gets handed a bottle of Budweiser. Other alcoholic drinks are available.
Every time you go to a pub, you go with your pigeon. And
yeah, exactly. You know, it's cool, right?
That was awful. That was so bad. Oh my god, why am I here? Anyways, we'll look towards the rest of the map. Also, yeah, a Budweiser in the UK. What's happening there, man?
We do have, hopefully, some people that haven't had a bottle of alcohol as they get in the Trident and make their rotate. Natty, MT on the move, and they're going to be looking to secure a strong spot in the zone.
Mm-hmm. Let's hit in. Nice little glide of the cars, though. These cars I find drive so smooth.
We're in the air, apparently.
Never mind. I'm a liar.
Bit of air time, bit of trick shot.
It stopped them in the tracks. So look at the fight. They should be able to use it as cover. Encroaching upon their smokes through the smoke. Finds one at least. Oh, but it's just the Watson. Huh? All good, though. The fence will get taken down. They're running at them here, but they're inside the building. This could be trickier, Tom.
Yeah, Team Crook obviously looking to pursue that there, but I think as soon as the team gets set up in that little corridor, I think it's going to be a very difficult push, especially at this stage of the game, right, where lots of teams are rotating in and would be very, very pleased if they could get a third party.
Yeah, I'm sure that it will be extremely happy that is the case, but as of right now, it does not seem to be so. Oh! Ooh. Nice little 3 burst. He gets the crack, I believe, yeah. Not to confirm just yet, though.
No, yeah, Team Zeriford, they need points. They are absolutely languishing at the bottom of the leaderboard. And this is, for me, this is also, you know, one of the strongest teams and you'd be expecting them to perform a lot better. And I'm not biased just because this is one of my colleagues, but you know, you've got Zerafa, you've got Shiny, and you've got Alex, and this is a team that, you know, is maybe finally starting to get some momentum going.
Well, Zerafa at least managed to find one knockdown. None of his teammates are
Golden is out of here.
He's running.
He's going to 0-1-2-1 do one all the way back to down base, I think.
He doesn't care that his teammate was left behind, man. Abandons him without a drop of a hat. Real friends, how many of us? But we'll find out his 3 friends are fighting up top here. Entity and Trev here actually taking a decent chunk of damage. Have the time, at least, to met up here before they look for another engagement.
Yeah, and it seems like, you know, to be honest with you, if I was an enemy team and I saw that Z Davis had called the zone to come here, I'd be pitching my tent, lighting my campfire, getting my picnic out, and I'd be posting up, because this man is a zone goat. You know what the Z stands for? People say it might stand for Zone Davis, Ravish.
You know, I actually don't mind that, considering that's absolutely zany and superfluous. I can't think of other Z words.
That was I'm actually very impressed.
Thank you. Superfluous is a word I learned yesterday, so I'm glad you're proud of me.
Every day, every day's a learning day, Ravi.
God, I hope not. I don't want to learn anymore. Look back on the map, though. For a Storm does look to walk in. Hunter's playing a bit on the outside with Arrow looking up on them. Like you're saying, they're going to have to play by edge and move through cover one by one. They're just being encroached upon, though, by the second here, Tom. This is so bad for them.
Yeah, it's looking like they've, I think, correctly realised that this is just an impossible high ground to run towards with a team up there. And they are going to take the rotate round. They are going to tank some of that Storm damage. But they're also going to shoot back a little bit, you know. They're not going to give up without fight. I think they're probably just shooting to protect Quesadilla, who has to make it all the way up.
Yeah, valid point. They managed to completely hold them off, though.
Yeah, they've got that evac now. They'll make a nice rotate. They'll get past what was a very tricky situation.
Yeah, they'll just, like you're saying, exactly that. You could do some amount of damage. The KCD is actually waiting around. Yeah, pops the med just to make sure that they're able to rotate it pretty safely. Yeah, exactly. Just have as much health as possible in case you don't want to fall out of the sky. We tried the situation, and at least they find themselves in a much better spot where they were before, though. Hunters once again playing way on the outside, just complete edge guarding. As we see Hal's team to making their way into zone all the way on the other end. So decent amount of cover where they're at. So many teams have already made it inside here, Tom.
Yeah, there's so many teams here down in Stormcatcher. People are posted up. But you know, sometimes, you know, you might want to be a team like Team Haggis, who once again has high ground, will have to work their way down the hill. Because the zone can't pull right directly into Stormcatcher. The game just doesn't allow it. It can't pull directly underneath. So it's going to pull out in one direction or another. And if it pulls up that hill, then Haggis has put his team in a fantastic position for the endgame.
Looking around, though. I don't see anybody here. It's a nice little scope. That scope is just about the size of my giant head, I'd say. It's tragic that you weren't able to spot anybody with it.
Do you also have digital threat vision?
Yeah, man. My glasses are actually have infrared, so I see through everything.
Ooh, Kano and Dopey running into a bit of trouble there, and it looks like Team Stunny might be able to capitalize on this situation.
Using the wall to cut off the two of them, takes the shot in, though. Not exactly the most advantageous fight for him. As he gets two, put out the bang ult on the other end, Horizon as well with the black hole. But nothing garnered, just a usage of ultimates, allowing for the rotation, if anything. But so much damage onto one Dopey can take it down. And Kano looking around, will defend his squad if he can, but inside the smoke, lops his shield, gets sell off, but this is trouble here, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, you know, futile attempt at escaping out of that corner there. There was just nowhere left to run, and it's up to Gabs now to see what she can do to keep the team's hope alive.
Yeah, this is tough. We were talking about Guy Blaze's squad. In the previous game, they had a great start and finding their knocks already. Go for the third one, not gonna be able to find Gabs though. Right, just on the outside, just gonna walk their way through. Doesn't want to encroach upon the territory of the two other squads that are around them. But it will all remain safe for now. Though, behind the fences, putting up a nice little area of a circumference of safety, I'd say.
And here comes Team Hackis now, beginning their fight down the hill. They've gone for the Conduit, one of the few teams to be using Conduit. Great for that mid-fight micro healing there. As we're seeing perfectly now. Thank you. That was paid acting like that.
Love that. Honestly. Works out great, but Cairo doesn't have much of a chance to probably try to put himself back to full. All he gets himself back is that cover. So, to help out his team, he gets the crack.
Oh,
but
nice
Hackish,
grenade.
there's so much damage. Like you say, the nade. So just barely zone him off, and now they can look for the other fight. But they're getting third party, Tom.
Yeah, they maybe
this
made
is
them move
so
a little
bad.
bit too soon. You know, they hadn't completely cleared their back, and Design, ever lurking, you know, always on the prowl on the edge of zone in any tournament, is coming in here to clean up and potentially wipe both teams.
Yeah, he could easily do so. Considering Hackish is down, that's another taken away. And even his nade from the grave.
He did get his kill, though. He did get his kill.
Yeah, he got his. So, you know, he's doing his job. So that's one thing he can make sure to tell his teammates. But currently, it seems tough, though. That was him rotating from the high ground. Managed to get one. Oh, no crack, but that's a disgusting amount of damage. And Arthur's dead. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Team Arthur completely eliminated there. And now it's Design's team that has that powerful high ground spot. And we can see that the zone is pulling possibly slightly out of Stormcatcher. Maybe just slightly to the east. Max Strafe and them will be absolutely doing the worm when they see the zone pop.
This could actually benefit Hackish in the squad, too. Because considering
Also
what you're
true.
saying where the storm is, right? Where
They are a duo.
they're kind of chill right around the corner. And they might have got inside time to the four. Them full health squad will have to move in.
Yeah, this could be a very close fight. It looks like a Prize, Janie, Squared, all going to be in slight danger here. And Janie having to pop her Dark Veil and back up.
Yeah, should be fine for now as Jammer gets one on Janie, right? It's a good knock, taking one back though, going for the fight here once again. The shield crack not there, but imminent though. For a prize, finding the second put up. Trying to find the second as they're both fighting a 2v2.
Oh, shot on the side.
Engage- Oh, big pick up top though. Finds the high ground to one more. And it's stuck in such a bad position as he knock after knock. They're trying to rotate away. They go up top for the members, not able to find it. T squared down and a prize. Not to almost no have to play it on the storm. Oh, he's dead. He's so dead.
And here comes Max Strafe looking to clean up.
Yeah, that's just easy shots on
Making a
top
slight
of
meal
him.
of it there. Nah, it's easy work in the end. But now they have to rotate across the open space back to their building. They chose to give up a building for that. I don't know if that was the right play.
Oi. Yeah, I mean, that's a tough call to make, right? When
Yeah,
you're
very,
looking up for a fight like that, especially when you're caught in such a top position. But meanwhile here, though, there's more fighting going on continuously between the squad that we saw inside the storms, right? There's just four of them, hundreds that look to rotate out, abandoned a squad playing as pretty Bond girl.
Ooh, Zerafa's team eating some
Is,
zone.
yeah, I mean, they have to eat some more, I think. Maybe bullets just but either way though, they're looking for the rest to walk in here. Nothing found.
Yeah, Hundreds is a solo, and he's just got jumped on by a random Bangalore. And he's going to get the kill, I think. Yeah, he does. He takes out Dig Vibes, sends Dig to bed before his bedtime, and Hundreds is going to try and heal here. Or is he going to go for the thirst and the shield swap? Well, it looks like his team have backed him up. Blaze and Stunny come in, clean up, eliminate Hundreds, and they are going to get the res on Dig as well. We're down to 12 squads. We've got 50 seconds on zone, and it is all to play for, and all these teams that now have to move through this pinch point. Dig's popping his med kit. They are going to reset. There's plenty of teams on this side of the zone. Blaze, Stunny also both just healing to full. And they're going to make that rotation. That longbow maybe needs to be swapped out. Maybe not the best time to have a sniper. Considering the evac rotation, all kinds of options. It's a really, really difficult situation for these teams here because it only takes one team on top of Stormcatcher to rotate late, and you're being completely gatekept. And who do you have behind you? You have Little Fredson potentially coming in behind you with his absolutely terrifying controller beams. They're trying to fight their way in. They're kind of in a sandwich at the moment, and they maybe have to try the risky play. This is all or nothing on this evac tower.
Same, but even in the evac tower, like where they're at right now, like they're gonna look to probably get beamed down here. They're stuck outside on the storm too, so they can't find anything else past that. JMW's not gone, and they put on the smoke plane behind the wall here, Tom. And now down to 3v3, like I say, 11 squads left here, but look at the position they're all in. They're all running in past the storm. It's gonna be a complete beatdown for everybody else.
Yeah, there's just so many teams under here, and I'll tell you one thing that there isn't. Any cover to play. This is absolute carnage. Graceful's team eliminated. They will not be the first to fall in this situation.
Yeah, they look to be able to find at least one more if they can. But that's actually another crack onto the teammate here too, so they're not stuck. But look at the complete and utter high ground that they've taken as well, dude. This supreme god spot that they have in the storm right now for the squad that's way above here. And the fighting, just gets more and more to Tom. Squad TSM finding just two more here too. Beams right below, drops. It takes a second, but behind the smoke, they can't see anything. They get one knock. They're trying to survive, but once completely cracked, Hal and Moise is staying alive. And again, it's Moises now on all red. And can make sure to keep on fighting as another squad here again, playing behind the fences.
Yeah, we've still got Team MT on the roof. They have this ultimate high ground, but crucially, they do not have cover. The team all the way across them in the field, they are purely relying on their line of sight being blocked by the trees, by the rocks, and they have Z Davis's team underneath them, so they can't drop down because there will be free kills. It's a little bit of a cat and mouse situation, but as well as the cat and the mouse, you've just got a random lion, you know, poking in as well across the map.
Yeah, but the thing with cat and mouse, though, and how Tom and Jerry usually ends, Tom, the mouse usually wins, and it's smarter half the time. See for the rest is what transpired. They're finding the rest here, where the spread out.
Yeah, I mean, team design, you know, they worked really hard to get that great position. Nice shots there by Imperial Hal and MT. That team has to drop, and they are absolutely paying the price for having nowhere left to go. There is nowhere to hide when Imperial Hal is in your face, and the CEO's team here are going to look to make a sweep of their side of the zone, but Team Design are still sat up on that hill, and they're an absolute threat to everybody in the lobby. Moise is last alive, a position that they've been in before. What can they do here? Cryo Bloom also alive for Team Hackers. Don't forget, that team lost Hackers earlier. They're not a full team. Moise is going to take the 1v1, and he wins it. Cryo Bloom. Last alive for his team. 1 HP on Flesh, no HP on Shields. He's taken out, but he did his duty. 07's in the chat for Cryo.
True for us here. Tom, we're stuck in the wall, and Dez will be the take everything that he can. And an up for him. Hey, how about that?
I mean,
Love
look at that.
for him.
Once again, it's playing for the high ground. It's having that strong position. The winning moment there actually wasn't anything that happened, you know, just in the last, 10, 20 seconds. It was Team Design wrapping behind Hackis, taking that high ground spot, making that team a duo, and then controlling the space.
Indeed. Impressive stuff. So what we see, and we got the game once again.
That's right, indeed. Impressive game for sure. More consistency shown from Team Imperial Hal. I was catching his stream and watching a few of the players' streams throughout. Top 5 finish from them. And I'll be honest, a little bit underwater here, trying to get people to start donating to hit our $40,000 goal on the weekend. So I may have missed the end game there. So I'm not going to be too helpful in terms of analysis after game number 5 there. But overall, I'm sure it was a fantastic game. We are at $8,500 raised. A big thank you to everyone who has donated. And look, I don't know if people realize, this time around, we actually implemented a giveaway system. I don't know if you have the graphic to show it. We'll try and upload it and show you guys the graphic a little bit later. But if you go to my Twitter, twitter.com/fallout with 2 T's, and if you check out the pinned tweet, every single captain and player that is streaming and fundraising, if you reach $1,000 fundraised you unlock a Panasonic Arc Electric Razor. If you reach $2,500 raise, you unlock a Ridge wallet, one of the sexy Ridge wallets. $5,000 raised, you unlock a Panasonic Sound Slayer headset. $7,500 raised, you unlock a Beats headphone red edition, which is absolutely insane. So all that to say, if any streamer is watching the stream right now, if you guys can go to my Twitter and check out the pinned tweet, you can see that those giveaway milestones, and any help reaching those goals would be greatly appreciated. Every single dollar goes to a great cause in fighting AIDS. Every single dollar goes directly to the Red Global Fund for a phenomenal cause. We'll talk about more about that in a little bit, because guess what? The leaderboards are ready. Let's go ahead and break it down. Our series from last game. Walk us through it, Tom. What do we see?
And we see, so many points handed out to teams that have already found a lot of success. Team design, like we talked about, playing for that high ground, getting control of a really strong position. Also, shout out Team Hackis, because, they lost their captain, they lost Hackis, early on to Team Design. But as a duo, they still managed to pick up points. They kept good positioning, good space, and they still made that a good game for them.
That was the game that Design needed, right? I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah.
He's going to have to do it back-to-back here in this last game, but that's certainly a start. It would be one heck of a story, Ravish, and I'm not sure if you caught the last tournament, but he did it last tournament as well. He was in the losers bracket, needed to clutch up. He did. Ended up getting top 3 on the day. Some way, somehow, he always seems to find a way to pull a rabbit out of the hat. Massive game for him. But let's take a look at the overall leaderboards, though, and take a look at the standings and see where things are currently at. Ravish, walk us through it.
I mean, considering we got one more, Hal still on the very tippity top, naturally so, but only 1 point behind. That top 10 gets oh so close, and we have seen some small little shifts up here, right here, Paul, because we see like Racken and Mass as well too, making the way up here. Remember, top 10, I know you mentioned, is the way to be, but top 5, they're not too far off. We could absolutely shift everything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. RKN's been hovering in that top 10 right there at the very, very end. Designful just 4 points away. I can't believe he puts himself in a position here to potentially qualify with top 10. Again, Tommy always finds a way, it seems like. But if you're looking at that top 6, maybe even top 7, including Crook, you got to think they're well poised to qualify here. Those are probably close to a lock, right, Tom?
Yeah, I would say so. Only one game left, and there's only so many teams, right, that can have a big game, that can drop a 15, 20 point. Team Design now, it's that mental battle, right? Because when you're completely written yourselves off, you think, look, we need 2 big games, surely not. Now they've had a big game, the pressure's on, can they do it? To put yourselves in position to be in touching distance of that top 10 puts a lot of pressure on this last game, but, if anybody was going to do it, like you said, it's going to be Design.
Yeah, but he'll have to be perfect in game number 6. It has to be a clutch up from that squad. We'll see if they can pull it off in our last and final game here on Storm Point. It's going to be a nail-biter to finish. And keep in mind, folks, viewers watching, this is just series number 1. We still have ourselves a second series. We have Team Nick Merckx, Team Verholz playing with Selen Tasuki, so many other big hitters in our second series of the day. And if you're wondering how the entire tournament works, well, top 10 teams from both groups will qualify to the match point finals. So again, the goal is top 10 in this lobby, 6-game series. If you make it to the match point finals tomorrow. If you don't, well, you go home, you pack your bags. It's a single elimination tournament this time around. You got to be clutch. You got to be able to perform. And we do have gameplay ready to go. It's game number 6, our last and final game and opportunity. Tom, take it away.
I mean, now it is all or nothing for those teams that aren't inside the top 10. If they want to play tomorrow in the match point finals, they're going to have to pull something out of the bag.
I believe we might get something here for what's being said. All right. Should be okay now. But aside, they've got to do a lot of work in for what we're looking to get done here, Tom. But we'll look.
Yeah, so let's jump on board as we head into this game. We're going to jump on board. We're going to see where everybody's dropping. And I am keeping an eye out to see if we have any last-minute contests. It's a charity tournament. It might not be that serious, but you never know. There is a lot of rivalries on the line, and we are back at war. Team Imperial Howl looking like they're going to be contesting there, and that fight taking place before some teams have even left the dropship there. What can the CEO do? He is still up. They're engaged in close quarters combat, and that is some crazy R-Nated gameplay. Last alive Moises. Been in this situation before. And they are eliminated, so they probably will not be winning the group. But luckily for Team Imperial Howl, their position is safe and secured at the top of the leaderboard. Team Hackis also contesting another one of those teams, nice and secure at the top of the leaderboard. Hackis last alive. I'm really pleased to be joined by Fallout as we look at some nice Eva work there by Hackis.
That's right. I had to come in and say, my boy Tom, we can't ask him to do the whole thing himself, as Ravishing's having some connection issues, it looks like. And again, Hackis has been contested every single series so far. Designful just wants smoke. And guess what? Designful's going to do it over Hackis last alive. He'll be going to try and see if he can get a respawn of his teammates. I think, actually, I just started watching, so I think he has a conduit in his team, so should be able to use a support character to get his teammates banners, right, Tom?
Yeah, exactly. You know, such a great mechanic. Conduit has brought so much extra gameplay, both to fights, but also to that macro of being able to reset after a fight. And Team Design, if they wanted to make that top 10, this was the best possible start for them to do just that.
You gotta be kidding me. Designful, we said it. Can he pull yet another rabbit out of the hat and somehow find a way to qualify? And he's off to a good start here, Tom. This is exactly what he needed. 3 kills gonna be picked up. That's 3 KP. That's gonna put him, I believe, either tied for 10th or in a good spot to secure 10th. And obviously, he has to keep going here. He has to make it into the top 7, top 5 if he wants to qualify. This is gonna be a crazy finish.
And you know what I've noticed, Fallout, is that there's no one at Lightning Rod. We saw Hackis contesting there last time. Did he choose to drop on Design to potentially clear Thermal out for finals? Has he just got turned and burned on?
I think that's exactly what happened. Listen, it's the same thing as you see. This is why I love these tournaments, right? Yes, this might be a charity tournament with no prize pool, but teams are still playing the same way they do at ALGS lands, right? You try to deter. You saw Optic do it at Fish Farms, trying to get LG out of the game. Teams will try and deter their opponents from making it to a match point final lobby to avoid getting contested. That's why Hockey's dropped on top of them. He wasn't just trolling them. They wanted to stop them competitively from making it to the finals tomorrow so they didn't have to deal with the contest in Thermal Station. That's crazy.
Yeah, you can take the players out of the LGS, right, but you can't take the LGS mindset out of the players.
That's right. You hit the nail on the head with that one. Crazy to think it did not work out, and instead he just did the opposite. He just gave 3 kill points over to Designful, which is going to help his cause. Meanwhile, we see a fight over towards Wall here on board with Mr. Arthur playing with Assault. Assault's a great story. Not many people may be aware, but former Fortnite pro, has over 100,000 followers on Twitter, part of the many, many Fortnite pros who blew up into celebrity stardom, but decided, you know what, I want to switch to Apex. I enjoy Apex, started competing in Apex Legends, teamed up with Bullet, of former Native Gaming, former Sutaraiku of Apex South, and they've been finding success. You know, unfortunately, haven't been able to find kind of a firm set of 3 for every single qualifier, but it's awesome to see the story of Assault, switching from Fortnite to Apex.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm not biased, but what a great choice. You know, Apex, one of the best games in the world to compete in. Those preseason qualifiers have been absolutely tough. You know, what a great testing ground for him. And of course, you know, playing this event, a little bit of extra experience under his belt.
More to Team Graceful. If you're new to watching competitive Apex, Graceful, one of the most legendary names in the ALGS, the Apex Legends Global Series, one of the most dominant players throughout the history of EMEA. Played for Team Nessie, was a fan favorite squad, former Kangarna, and recently shoutcasted, was an analyst desk guest from the ALGS in Split 2 playoffs, I believe, is what that event was in London. He did a phenomenal job in that event. Maybe it was Champs as well. On board with Zerfa right now, speaking of EMEA. Yeah, I think it was indeed.
Yeah, Team Zerfa, you know, they are right at the bottom of the leaderboard. I'll be honest with you, before the tournament started, this was one of my teams to watch, you know. One of my colleagues at Esports GG, you know, former coach of NRG, former Complexity LGS champion, and Zerfa, of course, you know, solo queue GOAT, you know, come 40% worse, you know, playing with Mandy, playing with Shiv. They just haven't quite got going today, but, you know, it possibly the door's still slightly open if they drop an absolutely crazy game here.
Yeah, that's right. Going to require a big one, that's for sure. Meanwhile, the journey and story of Designful, we're going to continue to follow that. And guess what? We have the best observers in Apex observing this competition. We had to make it an Apex endemic event. We got Parks, we got Seals, we got James, we got BMIC, TDN. We got the Apex Dream Team. It is endemic to Apex here, and they're catching every single angle, and they're catching that storyline. You better believe it. We're going to keep following that Designful arc as we're watching Graceful here, seeing if he can qualify through.
Yeah, absolute unsung heroes of Apex broadcasting. You know, the GOAT. It's not an easy job. It's very difficult. And we're so lucky that, you know, this event has the best of every aspect of the Apex community.
Board now with Team Crook. This has been a surprise team. You know, look, I mean, obviously, you know, we know what Trev Stacks is capable of, competitive player. Crook I think Crook has been historically just slept on when he was on Oxygen. I think he had a huge impact on that team before he got replaced. And think about it, when he got replaced from that Oxygen roster, they started underperforming a little bit. I just got a word from my producer. I'm not sure if I caught that.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's so many players, especially in North America of all the regions, where the talent depth is just phenomenal, that you get players, that do go slightly under the radar, and it's just sometimes about them being in the right environment, having the right team, having something set and reliable where you can build that team chemistry, you can build that macro. And I think that, events like this are a great opportunity for players just to put their hand up and say, hey, I'm still around, I've got something in me. He wants to take a chance on me and, maybe make a push through LGS Challenger Circuit, preseason qualifiers, whatever's next up at the time.
I believe my voice will become Ravishing's voice here. I think we have him back on air to close this one out. We do indeed. I'm going to go ahead and throw it over to Ravish. I take that back. Ravish isn't back yet. Ravish is back. Now, we had to build the anticipation, the suspense. Apologies for the technical issues. All looks like Ravish is officially back this time around. Ravish, can you hear me okay?
I am hearing you loud and clear, my tall friend. I believe I caught all that game. Everything is great. And hopefully my robot overlords will finally serve under me. Should be fine now. Okay.
We missed you, bro. Welcome back.
Well, hey, thanks, Tom. I appreciate that, man. I missed you too, bro. I've been missing a little bit of UK in my life, so hopefully this manages to circumvent
spiffing,
it.
Absolutely spiffing.
You think so, right? It's just absolutely smashing, isn't it, love?
Top notch.
Pip pip and all that. Anyways, this is not necessarily the UK podcast. We're looking at Apex Legends naturally as going on to 17 squads left at the game here. The Storm encroaching upon the circle as it gets oh so small here. But looking for the rest here, though, okay, should be pretty fun. I find this is a much tamer game from what I've seen. It's nice and easy, breezy even.
Right, yeah, there's still, 70 teams alive, but of course, there's so much on the line in Game 6, right? You've got a qualifier, there's teams that are nervous that they want to hang on to the spot they have, there's teams that are really pushing and looking for that big game, but of course, if they take a risk, it doesn't go right, then they are completely eliminated. One of the differences from the last Apex Rising event is this is single elimination, there is no second chances. If you are out, then you are out, and I'll tell you one thing that nobody wants to miss, it's a place in those match point finals tomorrow.
Not at all, my friend. This is it. This is where it starts and this is where it ends. The beginning and ending of the fall. That's something in Lord of the Rings, right? That's that's what happens.
Oh, don't start. You can't dig your way out of that hole. We all heard the truth. You've not seen it. But I tell you what, Hundreds has seen. Hundreds has seen a trident pop quite suspiciously in a doorway.
Yeah.
There probably isn't a team inside the caves anymore. They probably rotated out. They probably just posted up on their rotate. But of course, plenty of caution. And this is Rat Central. But it looks like they've cleared their way through. They're on their way, and they've got lots of ground to cover if they want to get into this zone.
Should be fine for now, like you mentioned, right? So they're just going to play cross-country simulator here in this game. As they're running across the entire map, find nobody here at all. And then just vibe all the way through the entire map. Just taking the scenery, the sights, the sounds, the new POIs, and what Storm Point has to hold. Meanwhile, the LG squad, a bit spread out, though. Also, they themselves are taking a nice little scenic route around the venue, looking at the sights, the scenes, seeing what nicer loot they can find. Each team, though, playing this game like much more carefully, a lot nicer, I'd say, overall.
Yeah, I know. We've seen a Wraith as well. Ali pulling out the Wraith in the last game. We've seen, maybe they've been on Wraith a couple of other times, but this is our first chance really getting to have a good look at it. Very, very exciting to see Wraith. I've missed her in the competitive meta. Okay, not as flashy these days as some of the new legends that they've added, but there's just something about seeing Wraith in competitive. And another OG is Bloodhound, and that's who Shiny's rocking as they take an engagement in Checkpoint.
That big B doing these things. I remember we did see some small Bloodhound impact in the previous game, right? Where you saw at least some of the skirmishes. And it was nice once he managed to pop the ultimate. He was able to find a decent amount of information within where they were all centered around all the houses and such. But currently, though, Bloodhound trying to find scans for any sort of footsteps or anything. They see small inklings, rotations, but as of this map here, though, man. If you're looking at the middle here, Tom, we're wide open.
Yeah, but I mean, there's not a lot of fighting going on right now, but I'll tell you something that is getting absolutely one-clipped. It is the donation goal. Ravish, we have passed $10,000 raised for Red. We are well on our way to our target. We're not even halfway through day one yet. The Apex community is coming in hot. And I tell you who else is coming in hot. It's Kano and Gabs as they look to push this team in the building.
This is absolutely incredible as is pushed right now. Through the smoke we go. Door gets shut in his face. Says no sorry, no entry, no solicitors. But they don't want them inside here just yet. Wait for the opportunity to break their way in.
Pretty Bongo is a sneeze away from death. Your Fredson is actually death.
That's the Achu we're looking for. Finds one, the second to be able to beam down to the next two. Seeing for another. But nothing more gained though, because there's all fighting on the inside. As iShiny and Zenith also come in. I know you were a fan of this one here, Tom.
Absolutely crazy, but here comes Team Zerafa, as you say. Shiny in the Bloodhound ult, one of our most experienced competitors here. Zerafa, currently competing in preseason qualifiers, like we mentioned with Shiva Mandy.
Yeah.
But they are getting a lot of attention from other teams. They thought they had an easy opportunity to third party here. They're going to stabilize. It's going to get those Watson fences down. That is giving Dopey and Gabs the opportunity to reset. But be careful, there's no glass on that window.
Dude, Dopey comes around the corner like as though he was a robber taking his jewelry and their lives. He just immediately snipes them out of the sky just through the door. That's so unfortunate, but at least try to find one more here. Oh, he gets shot through the window while trying to get the res. They managed to get one back. At least now they're behind cover. But the storm, Tom, the storm, the ever-consistent factor is in a lead graceful on the outside. Mordovers are trying to find their way in, but they've got to run and fight and hide.
Yeah, Graceful here just, nicely threading the needle with his team. Dopey, Shiny, Zero for all cutting their losses. Fist bump in, running in separate directions. They've got the zone moving in. They've got pressure from several teams across the zone. They've got cat queues to destroy. They've got Bangalore smokes down. Everything is going here. And Zerafa, they get taken down. Shiny last alive for that team. And here comes RKN and Dre to clean up. Can they wipe both teams?
What?
Are going to pay the price for that.
There's all that right in front. They couldn't find anything. But at least they try to get the clear once again, but they're looking to fight behind cover. The fight's still going on. They get taken away. Team Zerafa's gone. What a mistake. What a blunder. He'll die for one. Maxine is there. Graceful's fine. They get the reses off. No shot, Tom.
That was unbelievable. Great effort there by Team Zerafa. Probably not enough to pull them out of 19th place, but still a nice showing in the final game. Here comes Jammer, Calazzo and Roses. They are taking a fight. There's building nice hip-fire shots there from the 33rd repeater. And Roses gonna find an angle, gonna hit a flank here as Jammer looks to pop a battery. Yeah,
he's fine. He should be able to get full back up, but unfortunately not. He completely gets stopped as the team comes around to take him out, though. They lay down the spikes. They get some underground control here. They're playing full rats. They know there's a team above. Meanwhile, Jammer decides, you know what, maybe it's time to take another scene around here. Get inside. They get beamed down. That is such a tough spot to be in. They completely ruin themselves, but they get the res off at least. They need to get out of here, Tom.
Oh yeah, Mr. Arthur and co. gonna make that push. Assault peeks the doorway on the gold armor. So can quick heal to resist any third parties, but Calazzo has got a knockdown shield on R99, and he's got 100 spray in his locker.
Peek
what can they do here?
That was a beautiful peek that he actually made there too. Looks to find one more, right? He sees them through the smoke. Can't find the full crack here, but unfortunately he's bouncing between the storm. And a shot to the dome is enough. That will be all she wrote. And trying to find the third if they can. This is getting so much stuff that the Rose is also not gone to. 8 squads left here in the final game on Storm Point here, Tom. And he's only going to get tougher because they're looking more over Maxine Graceful. They're being shot from the other side. Assaults are on the corner. And they're up against 2 of the teams who have the high ground. This is so bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolute carnage once again. We're back into Cascade Falls. And Graceful is that team with control over a lot of space here, but I don't think anybody is on that ultra high ground. If anybody, it might be a Prizzy and Co.
Yeah, it's a possibility that they could, but speaking of teams here, unfortunately, Blaze was shot down through the window that gets the crack. What a beam that he had. He does not want to allow the opportunity to get the rest back to. He's just shooting it through the grates, as though he's watching a scene through the TV. He finds it all. It's a wonderful challenge. Watches the program, fits him precisely. It's his opponents falling. His favorite nightly television show.
That boy crawling, though. Revenant got an absolute pair of grippers on him to climb that wall.
Oh, yeah.
Dig Vibes on the vantage? Like, I don't know. Someone must have put something in his pre-bedtime milk, because that is crazy.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting. It's only 9 p.m. here on the East Coast, so maybe he's hoping to warm himself up. Maybe get some Oreos as well for that milk so he can pop himself back. Saw one through the window, waiting for a positive angle, but pops in. Okay, he's holding off. They're all trying to move around. You're looking to stay alive. Still a 3-squad spread from the rest of the map.
And of course, one of the biggest changes in the latest season of Apex Legends is that when you respawn now, you have your weapons, you have your attachments, but you have some ammo, and crucially, you have the armor that you died with. So that gets Blaze right back in the action on that Newcastle and ready to fight.
Yeah, that's just an easy start, like you're saying. They get the rest back, and already the boy guy Blaze ready to start things off. Get some good shots in though, but Dig Vibes, a tough engagement, not able to find much more. Pop some shields, so it's okay for now as the Bengal that you could put on Vosky and the squad to perhaps to lure them out, but then in between to Stunny as well in such a tough position inside with Dig Vibes. They can get third party so quickly, so they know they gotta push in. Guy Blaze as quickly as he went in. He's also now down at another tough spot for Stunny. He's fighting the 1v1. Goes inside the smoke once again, looking for the shots in. All the damage he put right on top. The screen is gray, but his eyes are green and are red with envy as he sees the assault around him surviving. He can't fight anymore. Dig Vibes might also be gone here too, and he has to look for survival.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolute carnage once again under one of these Cascade buildings.
Another.
And all this while these teams fight and brawl, Prizzy, Janie, they're at the top of the hill, they're vibing, and the zone is going to pull really strongly in their favor. Whoever is going to survive from this building engagement is absolutely going to get absolutely slaughtered on the rotate.
Yeah.
Dig, last alive, playing the knockdown shield, manages to avoid the grenade.
He's waiting.
Knockdown shield doing work.
But like it'll survive for how long though, Tom? Like it's because like there's 3
What
people
can he do
here.
here? How much damage can he do? He's cooking.
They're just shooting
Let the
at
boy
him.
cook. He's in the kitchen.
He's gonna burn the kitchen, Tom. He's gonna burn it.
He's all full. No more can be eaten. Dig Vibes sent back to the dining room, but that was a solid effort.
No more dinner parties for him. He's burned it all down. The pots are gone. The recipes, he's gonna have to rethink that one, unfortunately. But here though, a new team joins the battle. Of course, T-Squared, Prize, and Janie. Saw the fire from the outside. They're gonna give them enough time to actually keep at least met up. So I'm happy they're the respect, but considering the way the storm is pulling, this is interesting because there's 3 squads left here, Tom. We're getting near the end game. Well, pretty much the end game, yeah.
Yeah, there's just so much to unpack here, and specifically to unpack out of that building.
Yeah.
Are those 2 teams going to jump on top of each other? Almost definitely. But if they don't, then Team of Prizzy might struggle, but it looks like they aren't going to have any worries.
No.
Those 2 teams, they're fighting low ground. And here come a Prizzy's team.
That's
the
it.
easiest cleanup in history. Signed, sealed, delivered, and they've booked their place 100% in tomorrow's match point final.
Damn, Prizzy, a beautiful endgame, exactly like you're mentioning, right? Managed to find the second, and then they managed to even get a more on top of that too, Tom. Like, they did a fantastic job with how they were able to find the cleanup on up top. Hill was theirs. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. As you look beyond our wonderful host here, Fallout. Yo, big boy Jay, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Hey, hell of a game right there. A Prizzy and T-Squared alongside Janie. Dominant. Tom, you listen. maybe you know a thing or two about Apex Legends. You called this team to be one of the best teams in the tournament. They certainly proved that maybe they're one of the best teams in that lobby right there. 2 wins on Storm Point, games 4 and 6. They end up with the dub, and like you said, they certainly punched their ticket to the match point finals tomorrow. Congratulations to Team T Squared, Aprizzi, and Janie showing up big. But the question is, who else qualified? You know, you got to say Team Imperial Hal was looking absolutely locked in. Team Hockey's obviously had a lot of confidence going into that last game 6. They decided to try and grief and keep Team Designful from making it through. I'm excited for the leaderboards here, Tom. It's going to be interesting to see.
I am literally sat on the edge of my seat. Did Team Design make it? We're about to see how many points they posted this game. It's just game 6. This isn't the overall. How many points did Team Design put towards their total? 6.
Okay.
6 points.
I don't know if that's enough. I don't think that's enough. Man, Ravish, walk me through the rest of what we saw here in game 6 results here. Walk us through it.
Well, from what I saw here, Tom, I came into a very calm and collected game, right? So things were easy peasy from what I witnessed, for what I witnessed overall. But I find it was interesting. Because as the game sort of went on, 2 teams already figured out the rotations of the others, so they decided to play it patient all the way till the end game, which I didn't necessarily mind. But I'm much more nervous to see if Tom can be right here today. If not, Tom called it at the beginning. Tom, you're a smart guy. I've read your articles. You've done your job, but I'm gonna have to unsubscribe here, man. If you don't make it.
We had some people in Tush's chat calling you Onset with a wig. They're convinced that you're actually Onset just wearing a wig. I don't know if you've ever gotten that before. Hair's on, nice and firm. Clearly, Tom doing his thing.
I'll take it. I'll take that.
It's a compliment. Yeah,
There's definitely worse things to be called, especially when you're British.
Handsome man and hell of a caster, so that's a great doppelganger to potentially have. But no, jokes aside, big shout to both y'all for casting and killing it the entire time. We're calculating the total scores from the leaderboards, but before we do that, we raised $11,700 as a community, and we're just halfway done with the broadcast today. It's crazy to think about. Let's take a look at this donation page. Please, if you have it in you this holiday season, dig deep. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. Anything $15, $25, $50 would certainly go a long way in helping us reach our goal. Our goal is about $40,000 as a community. I think we can hit it over the next 2 days. Any help would certainly be appreciated. So scan the QR code on your screen, find your favorite content creator or team, support their fundraising page, or you can just donate to the general fundraiser and donate today if you're willing to support Fight Against AIDS with our charity partner in Red, founded by Bono, Bobby Shriver, help end global injustices and pandemics. So look, we got leaderboards just about ready. I am beyond anxious to understand who qualified through. Just got word from BMIC. They are ready. Let's go ahead and pull them up. Qualified. Match point finals tomorrow. Max Strafey and Designful do it tied with RKN.
3-way tie.
Are you kidding
3-way
me?
tie.
Dude.
Insane to think about. 3 teams tie for 10th place, but only 2 make it. Designful and Max Strafey by tiebreaker, which was insane to think about. I cannot even fathom what we just witnessed. Crook makes it through. Z Davis, hundreds. Hockey's. Team Imperial Hal, top 4. Team Graceful, top 3. You called it, Tom. Team Aprizzi in first place. Congrats to Team Stunny in second as well.
Yeah, I mean, Team Stunny, they've got a defending champion on their team. Dig Vibes won the event last time alongside Drumbum and Madness, who are both playing, also on separate teams. But, once you get that momentum going, I think it's really hard to be stopped in Apex Legends. But one asterisk on Team Apprise is they did win basically the same zone twice on Storm Point. So, it's whether they can bring that tomorrow if they don't quite get their favorite zone.
That's a great point. Or favorite drop spots, right? Drop spots are going to be shaken up.
So very true, yeah.
Two lobbies merging together as one. So a crazy ending right there. Congratulations to the 10 teams for qualifying through. They'll make it to the match point final tomorrow. We'll come back with our second series of the competition. Look, we have 6 more games to go. We have 20 more teams, the likes of Team Nick Merckx, Verholst. We got Lulu Lovely. We got a few more that are going to be playing in this next series. But actually, I just got word we may have a clarification in that leaderboard and in that tiebreaker. I think that we're updating the tiebreaker rules to get the official and correct ruling. So hold on to your seats here. It looks like it is Design and RKN who qualified through. As if we couldn't make this suspenseful enough. Max Strafey doesn't. We had it originally by alphabetical order, which is obviously not the way you do tiebreakers in Apex Legends. Now we correctly do the tiebreakers, which is wins, and then I believe kills after that, but I can't remember the tiebreaker rules. But no, RKN makes it instead, Tom.
Wow, I mean, RKN's team literally probably doing the worm now if they're watching the mainstream. That is the comeback of all comebacks. Didn't even lift a finger. All they had to do was wait. The leaderboard gets updated and suddenly they're in the finals tomorrow. I have to say, I think RKN and the way that he sets his teams up, that extra sweaty finals lobby tomorrow, I think we'll probably see them do much better than we've seen today.
Yeah, he typically does better in those more sweaty lobbies where a lot of teams make it to late game. He can really rotate, play his style, and that makes sense, right? I think the first tiebreaker is average placement. Arcane got second place that game, which I think outperformed what we saw from Strafey and Design. But yeah, nonetheless, Designful and Arcane both qualify through insane sequence of events, and now we can officially send it to our break here. Gentlemen, thank you so much for casting and calling the action. Thank you both for being part of this competition. We appreciate it more than you know. And we have 6 more games to go. We got the likes of Verholst playing with Selen Tasuki and Regis Altar. They are VTubers. It's going to be actually insane. To just comedy watching their stream. We got Team Nick Merckx playing alongside Max Holloway and Drake playing. Who else we got? We got a couple heavy hitters here in this next lobby. We're going to take a quick break, give our crew a chance to use the bathroom and rest. We'll be right back with some more Apex Legends right after this, our second series of the night. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to this very festive Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. Fall out here, joined with two new casters as we get ready for our next 6-game series. It's Group B, and I got Skids and Hodge joining me for the very first time, casting some Apex, man. You love to see it. Hodge is someone I've known for a very long time. Skids been holding down the Call of Duty community for a while. Gentlemen, how are we feeling? Skids, starting with you.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. I mean, we got to watch the first set of the 6 Group A games, coming down to a tiebreaker in getting that 10th place qualification spot. I expect nothing less from this Group B. It's going to be electric.
Hodge, how you feeling, man?
I'm so excited. I'm just so excited to be here. It's all going towards such a great cause, this entire thing. So yeah, I'm just really excited.
I love that. We're excited to have you. And for those that don't know, Hodge has been someone that's been in the Apex community for so long, has played a lot of Apex, grinded, young. What are you, 18 years old now, Hodge? 19? How old are you?
16.
16. I had to take 3 years off of that. 16 years old and is ready to cast with the big boy. I respect it, man. All the confidence in the world. And look, Hodge, you've been in my community, in the Apex community for so long. You've always been such a positive force. I'm really awesome to see you casting now and excited to see you working alongside Skids here. It's going to be a ton of fun. But look, we got a Group B matchup that is going to be absolutely stacked. I cannot wait to start to preview it. Let's jump right into the Group B preview. Let's talk about the teams and rosters we got here. Skids, from your eyes, which team stick out to you the most?
Yeah, I think, well, first off, just from a celebrity standpoint, you got UFC fighter Max Holloway teaming up with Nick Merckx. That's going to be just absolutely electric to watch. And then you got the duo of Selene and Regis teaming up with Verholst. Obviously, Big E is always going to be someone that you want to watch when it comes to competitive Apex.
That's a fact. Hodge, how about you, man? Any teams you're looking out for?
I mean, we do have the reigning Halo World Championship in here. We have Renegade in here. We also have Lucid, also from Halo. And then if we have a look down, another team I'm looking out for is down by Team Rambo. We have Rambo, long-standing pro, took a bit of a break from Apex, but then recently has just started getting back into it. Alongside the GOAT M&K player of Vodary, the up-and-coming M&K star, been playing really well in the preseason qualifiers recently, and looking in a great place right now with his team's standings. So I'm excited to see what those teams have in store for us today.
Yeah, you called it. If you haven't heard of Vodary, take note. You're going to hear about him at some point here soon. Young 16 or 17-year-old, just became old enough to be able to compete in the ALGS. An amazing human being as well. That team is stacked. Rambo, Vodary, Jack Fallahy, the actor from How to Get Away with Murder. And then I'm looking at Team Snipedown, right? Team Goat and Snipedown. Those two on one team is obviously dominant. Formidable Goat's been an up-and-coming player and now is considered a top-tier rising star talent. Playing with Snipedown, who just subbed in as well. It's going to be fun to see that roster. And, of course, I'm also looking at Team Lulu, Hambino, and Tina the Lard. Don't sleep on that team. Tina's probably the most underrated amateur player to watch in this competition. He is a silent assassin, a grinder, an American living in the UK. I know Hodge, you know him really, really well. There's a couple of teams that I'm looking out for. Obviously, Team Bin coming from South America and quite a few others. So I'm excited for this lineup. We got a great Group B lineup: Strafing Flame, Burno, and Anzio representing APAC South. We got gameplay starting here in just a moment. And Hodge, any follow-up thoughts there on those rosters? I know those are a couple faces you're familiar with, especially folks like Tina.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be just a really interesting lobby to play out today. It's going to be a really, really fun to cast, really fun for everyone to play, and really fun, I hope, to watch. So yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun, and yeah, like we were saying earlier, and like we've been saying all throughout today, all the donations that everyone's been donating is going to go towards such an amazing cause. We have 13.9, almost 14 grand donated so far. So the Apex community is just so amazing.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe it. Hopefully, before this pre-show is done, we'll have $14,000 hit. And if you want to donate at home, if you're watching right now, you could have an impact. You could help the Apex community rally around an amazing cause by scanning the QR code on your screen. Take out your phone, scan the QR code. Just check out the Tiltify donation campaign page. You can look and see for your favorite content creators, whose fundraising page do you want to support. And overall, we're trying to bring the entire Apex community together in support of RED, a leading global charity that's fighting the AIDS pandemic for those underserved and those that need the help, right? It's a preventable and treatable disease, but it's not preventable and treatable for everybody because not everyone has access to medication, which can be costly. Every donation goes a long way in helping those living with AIDS or HIV live and have a good life, a quality life with AIDS and HIV. So thank you so much, everyone, for supporting, especially this holiday season. We appreciate it more than you know. I was hoping I could talk long enough to hit the $14,000 mark, but unfortunately it didn't happen. Team Verholst, though, already at $1,800 raised, which is insane. The Selin Tasuki and Regis Altar effect is crazy, Skids.
It just kicked over, actually, to that 14K. You got exactly what you wanted. You talked just long enough there, Fallout. You got us there. Absolutely,
we manifested it.
Crazy. I mean, we were rocking 11, 12,000 before this broadcast started, and now we got that Group B already, an extra $2,000 coming in. This has just been incredible. You mentioned all groups of Apex coming together. We got professionals, we have amateurs, we have content creators, we actually have some collegiate players as well. I believe we actually have the entire UCSC, the Santa Cruz Banana Slugs team is represented in this Apex tournament. So the growing collegiate scene has been really fun to watch. Excited to watch these players get the chance to show off against some of the best in the game.
Yeah, you and I both. And we just got word there's a couple more players we're waiting to join in the lobbies. We're getting this lobby started here in just a moment. We know, I think Nick is wrapping up a podcast with Trainwrecks right now. He'll be jumping in hopefully eventually with Saucer is filling. A big shout to Flying Saucer for subbing in for that squad, playing with Max Holloway and Dre or Drac and Talfert and the likes. As we're filling some time, we did get word. I mentioned earlier, as part of our fundraising campaign, we do have a brand new incentive and giveaway system. Let's take a look here. Those that are watching at home, if you can help any community reach $1,000, $2,500, $5,000, or $8,000 marks, first ex-captains to do so will unlock these RED products, courtesy of RED Partners worldwide on screen. So $1,000, you unlock a Panasonic Arc 6 electric razor. For $2,500, you unlock a Ridge wallet, which is sick. I need to get myself one of those. For $5,000, you unlock a Panasonic SoundSlayer speaker for the first 8 captains to get there. And if you get to $8,000 raised, you unlock Beats headphones. That's right. You can get yourself a pair of Beats headphones, RED product version for yourself, or maybe as a Christmas gift this holiday. And it's not it yet. We got another page here. Let's take a look at our second graphic. We also got an Xbox Series X for the first streamer to hit $10,000. Their community will be gifted with an Xbox Series X. If we reach $25,000 as a collective community, we have a Power GPU computer being given away. A massive, massive thank you to those in the community who made this happen. The gentleman giving away the Power GPU computers all the way from Korea, serves overseas, and is reached out to me via email and offered to buy a computer to support this initiative, which is just insane to think about. Elefante gave us the Xbox Series X. So amazing giveaways, amazing products here, Skids. If you love to see it.
Yeah, that is incredible. Every dollar does go a long way for these donations, for these causes. So the commands are in the chat. If anyone wants to check out the link, again, every dollar does matter. There's some excellent prizes going along the way. Super excited to see what we hit. $14,135 already. See what we can get by the end of the night.
That's insane. The tournament hasn't even started yet. The series hasn't started for Team Verholst, and they are at $2,000.
Oh my
I didn't
wow.
think I didn't think that Team Nocturnal and Selen Tasuki from last time could outdo themselves. They raised $15,000 last time, but it hasn't even started yet, and they're at 2K. I mean, Hodge, this is insane.
It's so incredible, and it is just truly like it's so insane how at moments like these, you know, the Apex community can just come together so amazingly. Everyone contributing here, as you know, to try and you know, just get as much money to go towards Red as possible. So yeah, it's really great to see.
Yeah, it's an amazing cause. Big thank you to everyone that's rallying here. And I just saw Team Golden. I didn't realize Team Golden raised $1,000. So big shot to Silenced Golden for going above and beyond in his entire community. Julie, David, Rebel, someone anonymous donated 150 in that community. Team Deltouche came in and raised over $5,000. Team Madness has already raised $430, and I think they're playing in this lobby now, right? They haven't even played yet. So again, it's crazy to think how that's a hell of a start. Yeah. Team Keon has already raised $125. Team Crook raised $305. Team Imperial Hal $1,300. Again, it's just awesome to see the entire Apex community rallying here. We did get word we're waiting for one player, and I believe it might be a situation where we have to find a sub. So apologies, all. We obviously don't want anyone to have to play as a team of two. So we'll get that gameplay started here in a moment. We might be able to jump to a quick break and give ourselves some time to get that situation sorted. Those that are watching here, apologies for the slight delays as we're getting ready to kick off this competition. It's going to be a hell of a 6-game series. We got Team Verholst, we got Team Madness getting ready to compete. So many great squads in this second series. I'm excited to see what Max Holloway can do alongside Team Nick Merckx. We're going to take a very quick break. Apologies for the delays, everybody. We'll be right back with our first game of the 6-game series right after this. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. We just got word. Gameplay is ready. Lobby is starting. Apologies for the delays. Guess what? Wouldn't be an esports tournament if we're in a delay or two. We're going to be getting the server started here in just a moment. Did find out something insane. So James Fearless, y'all definitely know him. Streamer, pro player, has been grinding Apex for a while. A remarkable human being as well. He subbed for the first series because someone was having issues and couldn't play. Ben is actually the one in South America, the captain of the South American team. He's having PC issues. James is subbing again, pulling overtime. He's also observing. He's joining the observer team, Park, Seal, the whole squad, and is helping with the production and observing in addition to play. I don't know how he's doing it all, but big shout out to James Fearless, man. He's going above.
Yeah, I mean, what can't he do? I mean, pull a double. I mean, is it going to be unfair? He's got a little 6-game warm-up going on. Maybe he's going to have the strats going into this second set, at least these first couple games on World's Edge.
Yeah, we'll see. Imagine he qualified. I can't try to remember what team he was on last time if they qualified. I don't think they did, but if he double qualifies, what happens? I don't know. We'll figure it out. It's a charity tournament.
That's
it's a more fun tournament. Yeah, exactly. That's a tomorrow problem indeed. We gotta take our problems in waves here in droves. But he was he was playing for Graceful's team. Is that what you're sure? I can't remember. I heard something from our producer. Yeah, he was on Graceful's team, so he did qualify. Oh my gosh, so he qualified for tomorrow. Yeah, that is a tomorrow problem indeed. We'll figure that out. The crazy thing is, Hodge, despite this being a charity tournament, we have 18, 19 squads live, ring 3 and 4. It's insanely sweaty games. It's going to be crazy, but just got word. Gameplay is started. Let's go ahead and throw it over for the very first time. The casting duo, Hodge in his debut, young 16-year-old alongside the legend in Skids. Skids, take it away.
Fallout, thank you so much for that. Hodge, you and I are going to be breaking in these first 3 games on World's Edge. We have 2 sets of contests that we're going to be seeing right off drop. And if these lobbies are anything like these Group A's were, then it's going to be some intense end games all the way to the very end.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how all these games are going to go. And yeah, we're starting things off on World's Edge here for games 1 to 3. So yeah, we're back on World's Edge. We did it again. We did it to start off Group A, and we're doing the same for Group B. So everyone should be pretty familiar with World's Edge. It's been the competitive Apex map for a good 3+ years now, maybe close to 4 now at this point. It's been there a while. Is the point? So everyone should have a pretty good idea of how to navigate these sort of games, and well, especially the pro captains. It's really up to them to sort of guide the casual players who maybe might not have such as good of an idea as them. And this is where the captains you would expect to step up and sort of really lead their team.
We are going to be dropping in an eastbound ship. We got teams all over the place coming in for game number 1 of Group B for the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am, and going to be busting into some of these contests right off the bat. We see the Hot Zone and Overlook has 2 teams going over that way. So whoever can get that going is going to be looking very nice for some of this loot. And we also have a contest here in Big Mod already as well.
Yep, we do see it's Sykes over here at Big Mod. And they have the high ground. Sykes is managing to find an angle on this roof, but hang on a minute. The Bangalore player on this team has gone down not very weak, but a pretty low HP, so they are going to have to sort of get healed up, get rejuvenated, and see if they can they're on defense now, I guess you could say.
Yeah, trying to play their life as best they can. There's some good loot to be had here at Big Mod. If you do end up winning this drop, you have some of the rare tier, the purple and the gold tier weapons if they are available. We got Bella, Drum Bum, and Sykes and Ashwood. We got it all. And here comes the Horizon Grav Lift. Trying to block the door is Sykes, and Ashwood, one of the top women's comp players, using that catalyst wall, or catalyst door rather, to keep the teams outside.
Yep. Sykes against Team Drumbum here. Contest. Team Drumbum have taken the high ground here, and I don't know if Team Sykes have realized, but yeah, there we go. Yep, Team Drumbum, confirmation, have taken the high ground. Team Sykes have the armor advantage with that blue armor, but they also have that middle building locked down inside with the catalyst. So let's see if Drumbum are able to make the push in. We see this contest starting to sort of stall out a bit here, and it'd be interesting to see if we're going to get a third party, but it looks like, there we go. it looks like Team Drum Bum is going to just decide that it might not be worth it. It recognized that it is starting to drag out a bit. It is sort of, there we go, here's the third party, we talked about it. And there we go, Team Hambino getting involved here.
Yeah, Hambino looking like he's put in some action. Actually already got that knock onto Young Hong Kong. That's going to be good for Hambino, Lulu, and Tino, one of the teams that we talked about at the start of the cast, going to be looking for the finish. And this wasn't even the contest that we were talking about, as you mentioned, Hodge. This was that third party landing in one of the newer POIs, the newer, adjusted POIs with the World's Edge Season 17 update. And, they weren't able to grab that banner, but the newest legend in the game, Conduit, is a support legend, giving them the ability to craft if they need it.
Yep, Conduit providing so much utility for the team in those situations where, you might not necessarily have the best amount of heals and you need some quick heals, and that is a great display of it there. Conduit, it's so helpful when you just need to get that quick burst of heals. And here we go, we're jumping now over towards Geyser, and we have a look on the map. A lot of the teams in this lobby all making their way down towards the southwestern side of our zone, down towards the tree, and you see Team Nano already, as you can see on your screen there, have just set up in this sort of trailer area.
Yeah, we're going to have a southbound pull here with this zone. A lot of the teams going to be bunching up around tree in between thermal and launch site. So we can assume that some of these controller legends were able to grab that ring console and find out that the zone's going to be pulling this way. And tree is a good POI for lots of teams to have action because of how many buildings there are to play. So it's going to be a very strong Catalyst endgame here, Hodge.
Yep, definitely so. And one thing that I did see back there is we did have a Caustic in the lobby, and that's not something you see as much in competitive Apex nowadays. Caustic was a character that ran dominant in the meta a couple of years ago, but since then we haven't really seen as much Caustic going on, so shout out to Nano for bringing the Caustic back out here. But as we see over towards Lava Siphon, and forget that thought, we're going back over to Stacks, back over to Swartz Dome, and Team Hambino are shooting down into this tunnel with the Hemlock and not picked up onto Fante here, as Hambino is absolutely shredding with the Hemlock.
Yeah, Team Drum Bum does get caught out in the crossfire, and Hambino, Lulu, and Tino were able to grab Young Hong Kong that first time around, and now able to pick up those 2 kills. So I'm not sure if Team Drum Bum tried to rotate back, maybe grab that banner, or if Team Lulu and Hambino just decided to push it. Either way, 3 KP here, 18 squads left with Zone 1 closing now.
Yep, and as you see a rotation coming in at the top right of your screen there from Team Sykes. They're going to sort of make their way around the southern side of the map, but if we now have a look over, we see a lot. This is what we see. Everyone's starting to rotate towards that southern side of the map, and here we have a sort of multiple team congestion going on towards Fragment. I don't know if everyone is aware of each other's positions here, but James Fearless's team, Substitute, has certainly spotted a player out in his sights.
Yeah, looking in to get this push here. We got Christmas Card, Madness, and Lucid. I believe there was still an opponent here inside. The bank smokes make it a little bit difficult to try and see. And you got the bridge over on that north side of this tree POI that's getting a lot of teams, a lot of action. And here we go. Team Hambino still looking for even more action. We got Ashwi and Belarus who are getting knocked now. Sykes gets taken down, and that is going to leave a 1v3 if she's able to escape. But this is going to be tough for Bella to try and get out of with Hambino and Lulu on the tail. The Digi threat is going to be too much through the smoke. And Hambino, Lulu, and Tina are picking up some early KP here.
It's pure aggression for Team Hambino to start off game number 1, but now we hop over to some teams coming out of that Fragment. We touched on it earlier. A lot of the congestion was happening in Fragment, and this is the result of it. We have a multi-team sort of collapse here in the choke point between Lava Siphon and Fragment, and Goat and Co are looking to push forward into this choke. One knock has already been picked up and looking for some more, but all 3 players have fallen below 100 HP, and the knock is traded out there.
Yeah, Goat, the team captain, does get dropped, sniped down in a Bloodhound roll, does get the shield swap. A great use of the ultimate through the bang smoke. We'll hop back in there, check the kill feed as we go. And some even more action is going to be coming into a Lava Siphon, one of my favorite POIs to land on World's Edge. But if I were to drop into Lava Siphon during this tournament, I would promptly get sent back to the lobby in about 13 and a half seconds.
Yeah, definitely. And James Fearless's team going to be making their way towards that center of Lava Siphon. You can see where that command center is. And they're just going to go for a sort of slower rotate in. They're just going to go for a slower rotate in. And as we see a skyward dive coming in, or a jump tower, or anything. But regardless, it's from the skies here as Team Keon has managed to find themselves a trailer. But they are being absolutely bullied by the knuckle clusters and the grenades from the team in the building. I'm Madness. And a knock is picked up onto Izesis. So it'll be interesting to see if they can get that stabilization. It looks like potentially they could. But as you can see on the top left of your screen, TSM Verhulst looking for angles by the looks of things. Sort of swinging far left. And here we go, pushing up to that sort of yellow pipe and shooting down onto Keon. Getting that even wider angle. Sort of both players just sort of in a bit of a ego battle here. Who's going to pick who? Who has the confidence in Team Verhulst? And Verhulst himself actually opting to sort of move back a bit as Keon and co trying to push out onto Verhulst. It looks like Verhulst though is just going to go and decide to move back over towards the building that they have held down here for so long. As we now transfer over towards that southern side of Lava Siphon, we see 2Piece and co on top of this high ground that is sort of built into this hill. And this is good because you have sight lines towards every single area of the map that's in the zone. But here we go, Skid's taken away as we throw it over to Lava Siphon and launch site here.
Team Hambino continues to pick up more and more KP here. They have 6 KP already with a couple of knocks inside Lava Siphon now as well. And we're going to keep tracking along with them because once you get hot in these games, you don't really want to stop. You want to try and get some of that KP as the top 10 teams are going to be qualifying for our finals tomorrow, with the cutoff being 31-ish points in the first set of games. So if you can kind of climb your way into that early, that would be even better. A lot of teams finding some ground. A fight is going to be going on towards this bridged area on the north side. The Catalyst Dark Veil gives the team a great opportunity to push up. Couple that with a couple arc stars and some grenades, and Team Prophet trying to drop back. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to, as Jacob with that Season 0 wingman with the Digi threat through the smokes. And Prophet is going to lose a teammate, Wyatt. He's going to lose his Catalyst. And now it's just Prophet with 100 HP in a dream.
Yeah, not looking so good on the end of Team Prophet here. Last alive as a solo, but if we have a look right there, you see Keon trying to pop a res on that respawn beacon, just towards that side of the map, but he did get spotted out. Snipedown, however, is looking down this cliff, looking at everyone, saying, "I dare you to climb up this wall because I have an R9 and I have 90 bullets." As Cesis is actually going to be called back into the action here, coming straight out of the sky, and let's see if anyone is able to pick up the elimination. Doesn't look like that has happened, and we hop back over onto the POV of Goat and Snipedown's team.
Yeah, Goat, Fiddle, and Snipedown with a couple KP to their name. 13 squads remaining. A good amount of action going in from the start. You see Verhulst there getting a kill, and that's going to be Lulu who gets finished by Snipedown and team. They're going to drop on down onto Hambino. They were rocking hot, but now they are a team 8 down. Snipedown wants to go. He really wants that kill to the team life, but instead, time to drop back. Don't overextend, and you have that horizon to be able to utilize the gravity lift and get you back in at a moment's notice. We see here Verhulst going up against Team Trix and Luxford. Even more battles going on here at Triage.
Yeah, we've seen Verhulst held this sort of prime spot over by the building to the south side of Tree. But now, as the zone starts to shrink, everyone is going to start getting closer to each other, and that means more fights break out. So as you see, Verhulst have decided to sort of back away, as another team did start to creep up, but this was a smart play in my opinion, because if you look at where Verhulst is now, they're just in a position to hold out all the other teams rotating there, and Luxford and Trix and Averly, sorry, are all going to have to sort of just sort of YOLO it, I guess you could say, try and find a spot into the zone, but the tides have turned here as Verhulst now on the back foot as Selen and Regis are instantly going to get shredded from that right side by Trix and Luxford collectively.
Yeah, that's not going to go well for Verhulst as Selen and Regis go down. Trix, Luxford, and Averly looking for even more KP here as we get to zone number 4. The finish does come in with a nice purple shield swap to top it all off. Good control of this south side. Now you have to think about, you have the north side of the tree that's going to be in, you have the bridge, and with the bridge, you might even have that height on top rotating in from thermal, so it's going to be a lot of ground that you're going to have to look out for as Madness, the one player left alive, and look at that, Keon goes down, and that's, we'll call that some banter there from Madness, and letting them know, this is my lobby, you're on borrowed time.
Yeah, we love to see the banter coming out from the pros as now we hop over to Team Goat, and Snipe Down and Goat and Fiddle Dude are in a bit of a sticky situation on that south side of the zone. They need to rotate, but some action that's happening towards, in between, I guess, Tree and Thermal Station here is Pani, sorry if I've said that wrong, but yeah, regardless, needs to sort of move towards this eastern side and head towards, make their way towards those train tracks and into sort of that tree area. But they are being held out, and the evac tower rotation is going to be what is likely the rotation call coming in here on this team.
Yeah, that evac tower proving to be nice, especially with, Valkyrie getting taken out of the meta within the last couple of seasons. That evac tower allows these teams to make a not so much free rotation, because you got to fight when you land, but it gives you less teams to try and fight through. Goat getting knocked there, leaving Renegade and Mario. No, sorry, Goat is with Snipe Down and Fiddle. Still possibly resable, but it's going to be extremely difficult as he is out in the open. He's got Genji is going to take down the teammate now, and it's just Snipe Down with half the remaining lobby in this one-bedroom apartment outside of the tree.
As you can see, all the fights starting to go down at this building. We saw a lot of teams start to converge on it, and Team Luxford seem to be coming out on top of it as of right now. They're just shredding people in the trailer, looking to push up on onto this, and the call has been made. Everyone sort of beelining it into this trailer, and it looks like that will be the end of everyone in there. Either that or the Horizon Gravity Lift was used as an escape.
Yeah, this is a dangerous little van here. I see a lot of teams try and use this for some free cover, but you're essentially just fishing a barrel, right? You have a couple of grenades. You already saw a frag come in. We see Arcstars flying in. No Watson on this team, so no pylon to be able to stop these grenades from coming on in with 7 teams left. Zone 5 happening. And if you look at Redenator and Orioles, they have half the zone to themselves, being able to take control of this high ground.
Yeah, they've sort of managed to take out everyone on this northern side of the zone, just down past Harvester and around that bridge area. We saw them earlier fighting for the bridge, and they have cleaned everyone up and managed to in turn, just managed to take the entire side of that zone. So well done to them, and they look to be in a pretty good position as we start to head into the late game here of game number 1.
Averly and Luxford can be the last 2 alive right now as Trix does get knocked. 4 squads remaining. Trying to get that knock. I believe we did get one on the Wraith. Luxford utilizing that knockdown shield to bang smoke for a little bit of cover. You're gonna just have to leave Trix and come on down. The knock does come on to Native Rambo, and then Luxford. Oh, the shield swap! The shield swap into the kill. Absolutely.
Oh my goodness.
They're grabbing the second kill.
Absolutely incredible from Luxford, a player who was recently put on the map by that clip from the 1v3 in scrims the other day onto TSM, but is going to go down finally after what did seem like a miracle run, as Averly, the last alive former TSM women's player, looking to sort of step up here in this game, but is going to go down. And now we're left with Orioles, who has controlled this sort of side of the zone for this entire time and looking to close it out here.
We have Mamba versus Orioles, and you talked about how Orioles is going to be controlling that side. We actually do have a rat that's floating around. We have 3 squads with 7 remaining. Wondering if they're going to be able to sneak in a little bit of placement points. I don't know if they know exactly where he is. Actually, I think they do now. The rat has been spotted. We're going to be looking at a 3v3 here soon as Rambo gets down in third.
Yep. Team Rambo goes down in third. It's now a 3v3 here for the win here in game number 1. Oh my goodness! Some wingman shots! Absolutely incredible coming out from Jacob here. The wingman going absolutely nutty, and it looks like it's going to be cleaner here for Team Orioles. They take game number 1.
Orioles, your game 1 winners. We called it out in zone number 5. They had the perfect position. They had plenty of room to work with, and they were able to take contests as they please. From a distance, rocking 30-30s, get up close with those R99s, and a great game 1 from Orioles.
Oh my goodness. Fallout, we need to get you back in here. That was an incredible game. Let's talk it down. Let's talk it out and, get your thoughts on that end game.
And honestly, not even the end game, start to finish, that was such a fun game to watch. From that early fight from Team Goat and Snipe Down against Ghostiami, by the way, and look, not many people are going to get this reference, but seeing Ghostiami and Snipe Down on the screen at the same time as a former Halo 2 fan, Halo 3 fan, was just an awesome experience for me. But nonetheless, insane early game fight, some crazy moments early, and in that late game, you're spot on. Luxford, the shield swap, Skids, you called it brilliantly. The shield swap was beautiful. The playmaking was there, and I'm sure he picked up kills along the way. I'm just excited to take a look at the standings here after game 1. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Hodge, walk us through it.
Yeah, so we see Team Orioles at the top of the leaderboard, and rightfully so, a dominant game from them, managing to sort of move down from that northern side of the zone. We saw them clean up on that bridge and take that entire northern side of that sort of end game zones. They had all the space to play with, and they managed to clutch it up, and we're in style, may I add, with those end game wingman shots coming out from Karma from Drop In Gaming.
Yeah, massive plays from Team Orioles. 12-kill game, first place finish. Team Mamba, though. And it's cool to see. Mamba's actually playing with Deranged Native, the owner, CEO of Native Gaming, who's done some amazing things for the esports community in Halo and Apex and a variety of games. That was awesome. Team Goat and Snipe Down, high-kill game for them. Third place, Luxford picks up 11 alongside Rambo to round out the top 5. But Hambino and Lulu showing up. Team Madness, you called it, Hodge. Madness playing with Lucid is one of the best storylines of this tournament. And the VTubers show up, all right? 8th place, 5 points for the VTuber Skids. Team Verholst gets at least 5 points.
Yeah, they were looking really solid. They had great position there on the south side of Tree, but unfortunately, we saw Regis, we saw Celine get kind of knocked out on that rotation, left Verholst just one man standing. And, we love Biggie. He's a demon at Apex, but sometimes that one man standing is too much to handle. Unless you're a rat and you're Rambo taking it all the way into 3rd place. That was kind of fun to see.
Yeah, impressive plays. That's what Rambo does. I'll never forget the historic moment at ALGS Champs 2 years ago where he was ratting his way to a first place finish, by the way. He is incredibly good in those late game clutch moments, and it's good to have Rambo back competing again in Apex Legends, Hodge.
Yeah, I remember watching that play and going absolutely insane while watching it at God knows what time it was for Europe back then and in the Raleigh Champs. But yeah, it's so great to see Rambo back competing again. We've seen so many amazing moments from in the past, and it's so great that coming into ALGS Year 4 very soon, we might have the chance to see that all again.
Yeah, exactly. He's back, made his return, part of the Native Gaming squad. I'm excited to see what type of noise that they can make. I think it's a solid team. My question for that team is, do they have that next level IGL? And I'm excited to see what Native can do in the ALGS here coming up. As we get ready for game number 2, I want to take a moment to say we have reached $16,000 donated on the day. I can't believe it. I was wondering, with Deltouche no longer, I think Deltouche stopped streaming. With him no longer streaming, are we going to be able to double it to $20,000? Well, we're only $4,000 away. It's crazy to think. Please keep the heat coming, everybody. Keep the funds coming. If you have it in you, $50, $15, $10, any donation goes a long way and supports an amazing cause and helps us as an Apex community all come together for good in raising money for Red to help fight the global pandemic that is AIDS. So please scan the QR code on your screen, take out your smartphones, scan the QR code, and donate to your favorite fundraising page. Any impact, any donation certainly helps. That's for sure. Skids, $16,000 in 3.5 hours is crazy to think.
That is unreal. And we still have 5 more games in Group B, and we still have a whole day of games tomorrow to be running this fundraiser. Big thanks to yourself for helping put this on, all the hard work that you did for this tournament, inviting Hodge and I to be a part of this and help raise money for such a great cause in red. Not to mention these giveaways that they're running as well for some of these big Apex communities. It's just great to see.
Yeah, we'll showcase those giveaways, different milestones, different products being given away to communities. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But hey, if you're just tuning in, you're like, wait, what's this tournament? How's it work? Well, let's show you. Let's take a look at the format, and I'll walk you through it real quick. So we started with 40 teams, okay? 40 captains. Each team consists of 1 pro player, 1 content creator or celebrity, and 1 amateur. Every day, run-of-the-mill Apex player that wants to compete, wants to play with their favorite pros. We selected 40 deserving amateurs. They got split into 2 groups, Group A, Group B. Top 10 teams from each group series. That was a 6-game series. Make it to the finals tomorrow. It's going to be a match point final, 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Pacific or so tomorrow. And let's take a look at the scoring as well. For those that aren't familiar with the scoring and format here, Hodge, walk us through it. How does the scoring work in ALGS?
Yeah, so in ALGS, the scoring works where you get 1 point per elimination, and as you can see there on the screen, you get different amounts of placement points. Sorry. So if you win the game, you get 12 points all the way down to 0 for 16 to 20th. But as we see, if we go down the list, there, second gets you 9 points, and third gets you 7, and just going down the list, it keeps dropping as you as you go down towards 20th. But yeah, that is it.
Covered it perfectly. All the way up to 15th place. It's at least 1 placement point. But I love the fact that in the format, it really rewards placement. You know, I think you can get high kills, you can play placement oriented, different play styles certainly work. And you see that, you know, teams like LG and others just decide to full send edge and play for kills. They don't really care about their placement. Or you got teams like, you know, Team Arcane Squad and Sentinels and others do the same thing. But look, gameplay is ready. Game 2 is ready. Let's go ahead and throw it back over to our casters. Skids, Hodge, you crushed it in game 1. Take it away for game.
Thank you, Fallout, for being such a great host. Game number 2 is on its way, Hodge. We saw some great storylines. We saw 12 kills for Orioles. We saw Team Hambino with Lulu and Tina fragging out for a little bit there. We saw Big E try his best. And we have just 20 teams in this lobby looking for KP, looking for these placement points that you highlighted. And I imagine that we're going to have some pretty similar contests, as I see 2 teams already flying on over to Overlook. I see a couple of teams on the north side there by Trials and Skyhook. And Hodge, who's the team to look out for in this game number 2 for you?
Oh, I mean, after that, I'm going to have to say Orioles there, as, you know, those wingman shots came through.
I like how we're back on the cams.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that little surprise there. But we're in on the action here at Overlook. One of the hot drops from last map, and now we got Fearless, we got 2-piece, and Miss Edel looking to get some kills here. I don't remember who won this contest the first time, Hodge. Not sure if you got to see it.
No, I didn't really get to see it in the end. But yeah, it's a whole new game. Regardless of what happened last game, this is what you got to be saying to your teammates. It's a whole new game. You've just got to sort of refresh and you know, go next. So whoever won that last game, the losing team of the last one, has to just sort of take a quick mental reset here as we head into the second contest here. James Fearless starting to approach the high ground here, climbing up, PK in the hand. So interested to see how this is going to work out for them.
Oh, 101 with that PK. Such a good gun off drop, but it doesn't matter because it gets taken out by Insanity, and that is going to leave us at a 2v2. The scan coming in from the Bloodhound. Not as effective with the bang. Smoke going to be down. You see playing off the knockdown shield. Never mind. That's just going to be a finish. We have 2 knocks. The res is going to come in on Fearless. So we got 2 KP, and I think the third one was able to get away. Nothing like a finisher. This is my POI. Don't land here again.
Yeah, that was interesting actually, because we saw someone who leaks flank get the flank and get that first knock, but then the tide seemed to turn, and the teammates of James Fearless managed to sort of clutch up there and make it even again, but we see team of Hanier, Flip, Nasty, and Lamek here in this choke, sort of shooting down onto Renegade and Co. And Baltic and Renegade are going to be in a bit of a difficult situation as Renegade gets downed and gets finished off there by the 30-30 of Hanier.
And we see here, we got Lamek is that 999 in that team, over 100,000 kills. I was doing some looking. Lamek's got over 100,000 kills with Watson, and that is crazy. It's gonna take me a lot longer than 100,000 games to get that remark, but love seeing some Watson plays on this World's Edge. We see that 30-30, such a powerful gun. It's gonna take a lot for this thing to come out of the meta. And getting a knock, unfortunately, no finish there. So we're hopping in towards Thermal Station. We saw Nick Merckx' team. We saw Max Holloway coming in. Look at that super glide. Not going to be enough as Voltic does get eliminated.
Yep, Team Voltic going down. We saw the first knock come onto Renegade earlier on in that choke. They seem to have pushed forward into sort of try and get a spot in Thermal Station, but they do get taken out, and that is by Team Nick Merckx here, I believe. But we do see some fights happening down towards this building in Overlook as James Fearless have already lost one, and imagining the other team is looking to play aggressive on this with the Bloodhound comes sliding through the door. What's up? How's it going? What's popping? As it is going to be a full team wipe, and Team Goat are going to clean that one up.
Do you have a minute to talk about our favorite Nessie swinging on in? Knock, knock, who's there? Free shield swaps, free loot, free armor, as now we got Rambo's team pushing on up here with Rooster, and there is plenty of Watson fences. We have the Wraith coming in for a little bit of action, and Rambo just able to make it out with a smidge of help. No knocks coming in from that engagement, but you do see Verholst taking down Avely in the feed. You know, that's part of what you got to do here, Hodge. You try and get that opening pick, but even if you leave like 2 or 3 damage, you might have to disengage and then swing on back.
Yep, and speaking of swinging on back, Bottery's swinging right in there with the Hemlock and the car, and Team Hanier are going to be eliminated here in game number 2. Bottery, Resting Rooster, and Rambo are going to stand tall and take out the team of Team Hanier there in game number 2.
There is a better Watson gotten taken out. Resting Rooster shows the Watson supremacy as we look on the map here towards that west side is where that zone is going to be pulled. You see that green circle inside of the gray one. That just goes to show that these controller legends have hit that ring console. You know, one of the additions to this class system, giving the next zone intel for some of these controller legends like Watson and Caustic, and most notably Catalyst in this current meta. So teams that are over here on that east side, coming from Monument, coming from Epicenter, they're gonna have to rotate through, you know, what I like to call Death Valley on occasion. You know, you're coming through Countdown and Landslide, and there's just not a whole lot of cover here if you don't have great movement. But Team Oriole says, we won game number 1. We're going to take the high ground. Now we're going to keep on going. Never mind.
Yeah, and what is this we're seeing here? We're seeing a bit of a tussle happening in the northeast of Monument as Team Gambit move in to clean up here. And it looks like another person might go down here. There's a Bangalore roll. It's going to get the knock onto Izesis. And one player remains on this team.
You got Team Gambit trying to make their way through the storm. Not only the ring, but you also have the players, the team of Snipe Down pushing on in. And Ghost is going to have to pop a quick heal here. Here's this Halo engagement coming in. You got Snipe Down versus Ghost. Some OG Halo. Ghost, who's going to come out on top? And there it is. Snipe Down takes him out. But Goat gets traded in the kill feed from Keon. So that is going to be, I believe, a full kill, a full wipe as Keon putting some shots down. And look, it's Hambino and Lulu swinging on in.
Yeah, another team joining the party here in Monument as Hambino is going to start spraying with that alternator with the and it has that attachment on it, the disruptor rounds, and that just pierces through people as you can see right here. Not going to be able to get any knocks, but a lot of damage, and Lulu going to be trying to just get out of here and see if they can play for any placement points here towards the end of this game. Snipedown and Fiddle Dude holding that high ground so amazingly to defend the push from Hambino.
We see Selen and Regis and Verholst against Bella, Ashby, and Sykes. Who's going to come out on top here? We have the Bloodhound scan from Sykes. No picks quite yet, just playing this top-down structure. Mattis gets eliminated in the kill feed. 15 squads remaining. Both teams are going to have to come on out, but Aj, we are only in second zone, so we have a little bit of time. I'm not sure if there's an evac tower in play. I don't think they just found one from Luxford's box, but if we don't get an initial pick here, the scan actually shows nobody's there, so Verholst and the VTubers rotating away, not wanting this engagement.
I like that team name, Verholst and the VTubers. Well done on that one, Skits.
Thank you. I'm taking a bow off camera.
Yeah. But yeah, as we're going to see the map right now, we have a lot of teams actually playing sort of an edge playstyle for game number 2. Maybe recognizing that game number 1, some things maybe didn't work out as they'd expected it to, so maybe swapping things up here, going into game number 2. It could also be that if you have a look at this zone, a lot of this zone is actually going to be taken up by mountains, so there is going to be less playable space, so maybe a lot of teams who don't have the best priority here, maybe coming from across the map, going to be recognizing that they might not get a good spot in the zone, so deciding that it is going to be the better option to play towards the edge of the map. As you can see, Keon, Team Goat, Team Gambit, and also Hambino, all of those teams still in the zone, but I think we also do have a lot of solos left in the game, as we do have 15 squads with 35 players alive, so there is, yes, quite a lot of solos.
Yeah, all those teams, quote unquote, that you just mentioned, those were all solos. And now we have Lulu trying to craft the banners. Gambit, who's also a solo, might be able to spot that both of those players have the gold shield. So the extra heals coming in from a syringe, less that you're going to have to try and work with. But I didn't get to see, I think it's backpack week in the crafter, so no mobile respawn for Lulu to craft there, but that support legend does get the banners, and Snipedown and Keon have been going at it for minutes on, and who's it going to be? Keon gets taken out, and Snipedown with just enough health to try and get that syringe, your kill leader with 4 assists. So this team of, this Snipedown team with some good KP, if he can get into the zone. We saw he had an evac tower, and a bunch of resets are coming in. Looks like Hambino's team is full reset. That Loba market's going to help out there, and it is just pure chaos here south of Lava Fisher with Rambo's team, with that Watson taking up half of the map still with all those fences.
Yep, and yeah, like we said, there is a lot of teams still alive. 13 teams still alive going into zone number 3 as Team Orioles. We saw some great things from them last game. We saw some pop-off moments in that final zone and throughout the entire game, but here we're going to see it again here, and the Prowler from Orioles himself, followed up by some 30-30 shots, which are just as perfect. Getting the knock onto 2. Can this be a full team wipe? Yes, it can. An amazing off angle from Orioles there to sort of surprise all 3 players, catch them off guard, and pick up 3 KP there.
Just even more KP for the Orioles. They're looking in a good spot. I know we got to play 6 games, but if you get 24 that first one, and if they can secure a second win, they might all but clinch their spot tomorrow, but we still have so much Apex left to play. I don't want to cast your curse and pretend I didn't just say anything right there, guys, as we are going to be rotating it with 28 players remaining, 11 squads left in this zone number 2. Lulu, Tina, and Hambino, my team to watch from game number 1 into game number 2, are still alive and killing it. And Hodge, to be honest with you, when I first started playing Apex, I started watching Lulu and watching her play Loba. And then, now that Loba got the crafter, she can craft banners, just such a good legend to reset. And when you're learning the game and maybe solo queuing, try some Loba in your lobbies.
Yeah, definitely. I think Loba's a really impactful legend. Obviously you have the ability to craft those banners, and as the situation that Lulu was in, that's definitely going to be a very good option, as Lulu was the last alive on the team, did manage to brace out of the fight against Team Snipedown, and Goat, obviously. But yeah, they did manage to trying to get a reset there with the Loba Bracelet, try and get out, and it looks like they did, in fact, manage. Or at least Lulu managed to get out. Oh, they did manage to get the res. Hambino is back up, but has just gone down, as I've said that. So, yeah.
This
Orioles
zone
pushing
is
in.
pulling south. Here we have a south pulling zone into all of the lava on Thermal. Can Redenator and Orioles finish it out? They do. Team Hambino eventually getting dropped, but we have Drum Bum, Hong Kong, and Fancy swinging on in through the cut. A dangerous push if nobody else is behind them, but you have the Digi, you have the Bangalore, and look at these cracks. SWL getting eliminated in your kill feed. The Horizon Black Hole to try and stop the push, to no avail quite yet. And Drum Bum has 35 seconds before the zone starts moving. You can keep some pressure, but you gotta be careful. Gotta keep looking behind you that nobody is coming around the corner. But even if they do, you have that Dark Veil to help rotate out if you need.
Yeah. And Team Drum Bum, just going to be holding this choke here. They recognize the other team is going to have to move towards them. And they have all the positioning. They have all the space. They have all the head glitches, so to speak. So you'd imagine that they are in a really good spot here in this fight. But the other team is starting to get aggressive. Starting to walk up. And a knock. Oh my goodness, with the 30-30 coming out from Fonte onto Orioles.
Orioles gets taken out there, and the finish, the Bangalore Rolling Thunder's coming in. Look at this, the gold knockdown is gonna help with the reset here for Young Hong Kong and team. Look at this, Nano and Toucan are up on top of Height and Thermal Station. That's gonna be a great spot. This Dark Veil that I talked about cutting off this team, the Conduit, extra overshield, may be hopeful, and not coming in on Redenator, the trade coming through, and
There we
Team
go.
Orioles, your game one champions, do get taken down. Drum Bum and Fancy still alive. Young Hong Kong is not, as going to get taken down in the zone. So you do get the KP, you do get the top 8, but you lose a player in the process.
And as you were talking about the Dark Veil back there, we do have to talk about some other dark things here. It is Vodary, the Dark Prince himself. And Vodary, I don't know if you guys have been seeing in the kill feed throughout that entire fight, but Vodary's been picking up a lot of KP, or is what it looked like throughout that fight and throughout this game. They have this early positioning here towards these buildings. They've set up with the Watson fences, and they've just been picking at people from afar with that 30-30 throughout this entire game. So yeah, Team Rambo, they have been set up really well for this entire game, but they are going to have to move in 40 seconds as Zone 5 is going to close.
Yeah, Drum Bum's team does get one more knock Unfortunately for them, the Thirst does come in after some ring damage and a 30-30. And look at this pull. Thermal Station is always an interesting end zone as we see another knock from Burno's Kraber. That's about the second or third knock that I've seen. But this pull into Thermal is always just so interesting to watch, because if you can't get this team off a height, I can't imagine what Rambo's comms are looking like. Oh, look at this respawn!
What's this?
No! Wait a second! The full respawn beacon, and with the new changes, you have your guns, you have your shield. This team is not out of it yet. Drum Bum is all the way back.
Yeah, and that's also the benefit of the new changes in Season 19. We now have, when you revive teammates, they now come in with an armor, the weapons that they had, and a stack of ammo in each weapon. So that is one of the examples where it is really useful in those endgame situations where you do, where it previously wasn't a benefit to revive your teammates with the mobile respawn beacon. There we go, there's an amazing showing there of that being put to work, as team up top, Team Drum Bum, are going to have to slide down on those zip lines, go slippity slidey, but Strafing Flame, a player who really earned his awards at Champs, is going to also fall, and that is going to be to the combination of Team Verhulst and Rambo here on the low ground and the high ground respectively. But another team's getting involved, another team's coming in, and that is Team Verhulst themselves.
Yeah, you have 3 teams on the north side. You have 2 on the Tower of Thermal, 1 on top, 1 underneath. You got Verhulst and the VTubers trying to put together a good showing. I believe they probably have about 3 or 4 KP combined between them, with a top 5 finish that's going to help with the standings. You see Selene does not have that Dark Veil because she just popped it. I'm not sure if there is a black hole available for this squad, but if you're Verhulst, you got to kind of wait until one of these two teams starts to swing out, and you make sure that whoever's on top of Thermal right there, they're not looking at you. They want to look at everybody else. Let them get rid of their grenades now. Pop the shields, and this end zone could be in your favor.
Yep, and for reference, this is where everyone is right now. We see Team Verhulst here, then two teams reside over by that supply bin just on the screen right there, over by that high ground and low ground underneath. Then across atop the tower of the middle of Thermal Station, we have a team on top and a team below. So potentially that might have changed after I've said that, because everyone has to play so active when it comes to end games. But yeah, just to give you that piece of information, there's the final circle is going to start to close here any second now, and Catalyst Wall is going to go out from Team Drumbum, and Vodary, the Dark Prince, gets a Kraber shot onto Drumbum, picking up that kill.
Drumbum was not able to get behind the Dark Veil and pays the price. Now the smoke's coming in to allow Verhulst, already with the 2K, to rotate in, but it doesn't matter because Noob King gets the pick on Verhulst, gets Regis down, and the last player does get dropped as well. Team Verhulst is down. This Pathfinder zip is allowing them to grab some intel, and they don't have to drop until the very end. 4 squads remaining. Look at this wide open push. This is Toucan, Nano, and Noob King's high ground. You just got to watch out for the team underneath them. Another knock coming in. Drumbum gets eliminated. 3 teams. I believe it's 2 duos, maybe a duo and a trio. Ganji and Mamba with the Dark Veil coming out of the building. Noob King taking just a little storm, swinging on out. Can he come down and finish off these kills? There's 1 team, 2 players left. And this is all but Nano's game. With game number 2, 1 knock comes through, and the last player taken down for Team Nano, your game 2 champions.
Excellent plays there from Team Nano. Absolutely incredible. They held that high ground for the entire time, and that it paid off. It paid off so well there. They managed to hold that high ground, as I said, and swoop at the final moment, taking that zipline to get the off angle. But yeah, we're going to bring in Fallout here just to sort of help us break down that final zone.
Absolutely. Summarized it perfectly, Hodge. You don't need much help from me. It's a typical traditional thermal end zone. Of course, the team is able to post up throughout the entirety in the thermal station tower, ends up taking the dub, which you like to see. Well played, well called in terms of that end zone. I don't know the drop spots. I haven't been paying close attention and seeing who claimed what drop spots. I don't know if they had to rotate and earn thermal station or if they dropped there, but nonetheless, impressive stuff coming through for Team Nano. They get the dub. And honestly, the journey for Team Rambo to get there was also impressive, Skids. I mean, talked about that. You saw them all the way from those standalone houses just northwest of Thermal. They had to kind of grind their way. They found a really good spot to hold. It was Jack Falahy, the actor from How to Get Away with Murder, that was playing Watson, got them some good perimeter fences. They played that really well as well.
Yeah, they did. They had the Watson and they had the Wraith to get the mobility, give them that freedom to play underneath that bridge, play with the cover. No one's going to try and push with those Watson fences. And we saw it, as you mentioned, in the early zones. They use the Watson fences really effectively to control. And that's what some of these good teams do. They control as much space as they reasonably can. When they start to feel pressure, you come back and you play together. So another really good finish from Rambo. Excited to see what their point total is going to be after 2 games.
Yeah, they covered it well. Guess what? We do have the game 2 results ready. At least we'll jump into leaderboards after that. But for now, as a result of game 2, solid game from Team Verhulst as well. They get 11, but Team Nano, 12 kill game, just like we saw from Team Orioles in game number 1. Team Rambo, wow, 7 kills picked up for them. The Vodary Rambo duo is proving strong. Jack's playing his role incredibly well. They get a 2nd place finish. Really, really impressive stuff. And Team Drumbum. Drumbum's looking to go back-to-back, all right? We got Drumbum, we got Dig Vibes, and we got Madness. Those are the ones that won the last tournament. We, of course, had to give them honorary invites back to this tournament on different teams. And looks like so far, Team Drumbum well-poised to qualify through, just like Team Dig Vibes playing with Stunny and Guy Blaze qualified through. Team Madness, though, playing with Lucid, the Halo Pro, they didn't pick up any points right there, Hodge. Not sure exactly what went wrong, but anything else stand out to you in those standings there?
Yeah, I think it's consistency for me that obviously is impressive. And yeah, as you said, Team Rambo, having another good game. They had if I recall, I think they had a pretty good game the first time. So yeah, consistency is is what matters. Consistency is what gets you to the top of those leaderboards. And I guess in the context of this event, consistency is what is going to qualify you for the finals there.
Yeah, you called it well. And we got the leaderboards ready. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. Skids, walk us through the top 20 leaderboards here and anything that stands out.
Yeah, so we got Team Orioles, your game one winners, with another pretty solid performance, getting them over that 32-point threshold. You talked about the consistency of Team Rambo at 27, and it's really a tight pack there in the top 5. The 32 to 21 separation is not much. And then when you get into that 6 through 10, you got Team Bearholz, a really solid game 2 performance, Drum Bum as well. You got 16 and 12. And then right around, we're looking at that kind of 8 to 13 cutoff as we track through these games with these top 10 teams qualifying. You know, Madness and Team Nick Mertz both tied with 8 points there. It's going to come down to which one of these teams can get themselves either one or multiple really solid games, not just that KP, but that placement fallout that you highlighted that's so important.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's going to be a tight race here going into game 3, our last game on World's Edge. That is for sure. We'll keep you abreast. Jump into game 3 here in a moment, but I want to also take a moment to say, oh my gosh, we've raised $18,700 as a community. We're well on track to hit our day 1 goal of $20,000, maybe $25,000, which is insane. Let's take a look at the QR code for those that are watching here. Anyone that's maybe watch partying and has this stream open, thank you. Sincere thank you to everyone who's supported so far. Scan the QR code on your screen. You can then take a look at all the different captain pages. Support your favorite streamer, your favorite captain. We have Team Verholz. They've raised $3,800. The Dragoon, Sellen's community, Regis's community, Verholz community have gone huge. Imperial Hal, their community raised $1,300. Team Golden raised $1,000. Team Madness already at $750. Madness is going above and beyond. Shout out to Team Panayi with $425. Everyone's going all out, above and beyond, and we appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Team Hambino with $670 as well. It's crazy to think about how much impact we're having as a community, as a collective, and Skid, that's pretty damn impressive. We might hit 19,000 before the next game starts. Yeah, that is wild. And you mentioned all these different communities are pooling together, and that's the power of Apex, with each one of these captains, each one of these players bringing their own communities, bringing awareness to this organization, raising these funds for such a great cause. I was looking at it towards that end zone, and we were sitting at about 17-2. And now we're at 18-7. So another 1,500 coming in towards that end game. Really excited to see where we can be, at least at the end of our 3 World's Edge games, if not all 6 in this Group B. Yeah, it's a crazy showing, crazy how much donation impact we've had so far. And I'm just looking through the Twitch chat here. Someone called me out for being on my phone. You're never safe with BMIC. I learned you're never safe with BMIC. All right, I was scrolling through. Bella was saying something funny in Discord. I was cracking up, and BMIC caught me exposed live on screen. So I gotta keep my head up this time, because this time I'm gonna throw it to y'all in the 2 box. Gameplay is ready. I'll be ready for you, BMIC. Don't you think you can get me again? Let's go ahead and throw it over to Skids, to Hodge to call the action. Game number 3, our last game on World's Edge. Boys, take it away. Game number 3 on World's Edge. We're going to be looking at some of these names that we've seen already. We're going to be looking at Orioles. We're going to be looking at Rambo, and then some other names that we haven't gotten the chance to talk about a whole lot. I was actually watching Team Strafing Flame. They got Burno in the OCE region, who was just frying with that Kraber. I mean, we're playing on Virginia servers, Hodge. I don't know if you over in the EU have tried to play on NA servers, but I can't imagine that hitting Kraber shots when you're in OCE, when you're in Australia on NA ping. What's that got to be like?
Yeah, it must be absolutely, it must be really difficult to play, because it must be really difficult to play because obviously, there's it's a massive distance across. But yeah, we're just going to throw it to a quick break here because we have had a player disconnect from the lobby. So we are going to hit a quick restart on that, and we're just going to get that set back up quickly. So we're just going to throw that to a break, and we'll be right back soon with game number 3.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. Apologies for the delay there, y'all. Looks like we had a player drop out of that lobby. We'll be jumping right back in just a moment. Fallout joined alongside Skids and Hodge, our casters for games 1 through 3. They've been crushing it so far in our first 2 games. Hodge, your first time casting with the duo in a major tournament. How you feeling, young 16-year-old from the UK?
Well, it's been amazing, honestly. So at this point, you know, I may not be the best at it, but I feel like it's gone pretty well. You know, it's a really interesting experience, and I've been really thankful to learn about it for the past couple of days. So yeah.
Hodge, you're doing incredibly well. If you saw my first cast when I was, 19, 20 years old, you would immediately turn off the broadcast. I'll tell you that much. You're crushing it, man. Keep killing it. Proud of you, my friend. And Skids, you guys both been doing a phenomenal job. Let's jump into gameplay, though. Game 3 is ready. Thanks so much, everyone, for supporting this opportunity for everyone in Apex to act on their passion for Apex for a great cause. Take it away, guys. Game number 3.
Game number 3, our final game on World's Edge. Thank you, Fallout. And I don't know if you guys saw in the bottom there, but we crossed $20,000 raised in this stream across 8 games
incredible.
of Apex. Absolutely insane. Our last game of World's Edge on the night, we got Group B in the action, and I do you see it, Hodge? Do you see Overlook? There's just one team over there. There's no recontest. They have it for free.
Yeah, it looks like it's it's been sort of given up now. At this point, they do have Overlook for free by the looks of things. So that is going to be really good for Team James Fearless there to start off game number 3 here on World's Edge, and the final game for these teams on World's Edge, like you just said. But now we swap over to SWL, who are going to be looting Fragment, and we're talking about Fragment as a sort of central POI. So SWL, they are going to have pretty good rotates to wherever they may choose on this map. You know, they are going to have, Fragment. It doesn't take as long to loot as some other POIs, and yes, it might not have the best loot, but it does have the benefit of having a really good central positioning in the middle of World's Edge. So you can early rotate to wherever you please.
Yeah, not as many contests coming in here, but we have this kind of big mod area.
Ooh.
Looking, Malice Mamba's already got his eyes on it, and there is the Lobud bracelet out after the shield crack. The ranged native getting picked off by the fuse. Those knuckle clusters haven't been too much today, as Ganji grabs the first knock in this fight onto Frosty Girl, going to secure that KP. And Mamba squad over in Fragment, it's not as hot as it is in pubs, but there's still a little bit of KP to be had here.
We should go here.
Yeah, and to talk about Team Mamba and the members on it, Genji actually does so much for the EMEA scene and has done in the past as well. Just does so well in the scrim sort of side of EMEA, just helping to run those scrims and get everyone, make sure everyone in EMEA is coming into those big events like LGS, Challenger Circuit, and everything like that in the best form. So that's some backstory onto who Genji is. Malice Mamba, also a very long-standing player in the LGS Pro League in the North American region, actually been on a lot of teams in the past, but most recently on that sort of CLG roster that we've seen with Nano. And yeah, they are going to be chasing this kill over here onto someone who leaks. And I believe this might be the last player alive, and it looks like this should be pretty simple. It should be pretty easy. But hang on a minute, watch this movement that we're seeing here. But finally, SWL is going to get picked up. And after some moving around the screen, it is going to be GG's for Team SWL.
That was pretty cheeky there, trying to stay alive before SWL popped that cell. Looked like a fly landed on it and they would have gotten dropped. But 3 points across the World's Edge games for Team SWL. Hopefully the Storm points go a little bit more their way. But now you see Avely and co dropping on in. We see Burno, who I highlighted, that OCE's finest, coming in towards this middle of zone. And we're starting to see a little bit more northern, more rotations. I didn't get the chance to peek at where this zone is going to be pulling, but this Watson gen already going to work, healing some of those passive shields in the regen for Burno, and Anzio already cracked.
Yeah, definitely. And that's what Watson's gen is really good for in a sense. Yes, it's really good at stopping ordinary. Hang on a minute. It's also good for regenerating shields, and some shields might need to be regenerated here, as Team Hambino are moving in onto Team Sykes in the vault. Hambino picks up Sykes' gold armor, just he goes, I'll be having that off you, yoinks it straight off him, and now makes the push into the vault. Looking to take out the other two teammates from Sykes here. Oh, but hang on a minute, Verhulst with an amazing swing gets the knock, but it is going to be third-partied. And hang on a minute, there's a fourth party as well, by the looks of things. Everyone pulling up to this tunnel, everyone wants a bit of the action, everyone joining the party here as chaos ensues inside of this vault tunnel.
Yeah, this is not the pinch that you want to be at. We saw a lot of teams dropping in around Dome and Launch Site and Big Mod and Lulu and Hambino looking for a couple extra picks, but Tina getting taken out there. And look at this, Verhulst is down up to the VTubers of Selin and Regis to get this revive. The Bang Smokes proving to be absolutely clutch, but that Rolling Thunder can't do anything inside the cave, and neither can the rest of the team through the smokes. Team Verhulst goes down. Hambino, Lulu, and Tina still alive, still grabbing that early game KP.
Yeah, Team Hambino. They managed to take out Sykes, steal that gold armor, take control of the vault. But here we go, there's another team rocking up to the action here. Or maybe it's just one of those teams from before who just tried to sort of get a third party, but there isn't no third party opportunities here. Team Hambino is too quick with the reset here. And it looks like now the other team who did try to get that third party opportunity are now going to be on the defense. They're going to be trying to just run away and sort of manage to see if they can stabilize, but by the looks of their HP, it might not be something that's possible.
Ashley tried her best. One of the top tier competitive Apex women's players has got dropped, only about 20 health inside the zone there. And this Tina, Lulu, and Hambino dropping down Team Sykes now. You see Team Rambo getting taken out in the kill feed. Look at this, Hambino with 5 kills so far, your kill leader. And if they catch the team behind, that's Team Young Hong Kong behind them, they might be able to grab 3 more. They were right on that top 10 fringe going into game number 2. Team Hambino sitting in 9th place at 10 points. So a big game here might secure their spot into day number 2.
As we see, this looks to be sort of a more northeastern zone, pulling up towards Overlook, in between Epicenter and Climatizer, I guess you could say. So around that sort of area, as a lot of teams have made their way towards that Overlook side of the map. We also see a lot of teams, sort of like last game, just late rotating in around the edges of the map. And yeah, as you see, Madness's team making their way to Fragment, Nick Merckx' team still just chilling in Harvester. And if we have a look back into the zone here, we still have this fight ensuing as Hambino, the playstyle that they've been playing this whole day so far is pure aggression, and I'm in awe of it. They've just been running at teams, running at everyone down on edge, just giving us some fun to cast over here in the early game. And it looks like they're just pushing in once again to try and get some more kill points on the board here.
Yeah, we did see Hambino grab one of the knocks thanks to the ring, and Hambino with that gold armor is going to get that extra white heals if he needs it. Fanti gets taken down, so it's just going to be 2 players left. A second knock comes through. A 3v1 is going to leave Team Drumbum in a very difficult spot here and make that the spot is going to be back to the lobby. 3 more KP. That's got to be, what, 9 or 10 or something along those lines, essentially doubling their points from the first 2 games. Hodge, when these teams start to get hot, when you're playing in this edge of zone, when you're playing for these kills, it's tough to get off this momentum.
It really is, and this momentum it's sort of roller coastered them all the way through this first 3 games of the series, and I can't wait to watch from the sidelines over the next 3 and see what they have in store for the last 3 games on Storm Point of the series. But yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, we've seen them running at teams all over these first 3 games. They've had so much aggression, and it's been working out so well for them. So yeah, as we jump in towards other parts of the map, we do see where everyone is sort of managing to rotate, where everyone is starting to position themselves. And is that a rat over there? Lamek on the edge of that icicle by any chance? I saw someone over there. Yeah. There we go. Some sneaky Watson plays there from Lamek.
That is a cheeky spot right there. Just caught in between the icicle. And, you know, if you're Team Orioles, you're not looking down there. Why would you? Why would you think to look in between that spot? So Lamek is going to try and get as many points as he can. And now Orioles at the top of your leaderboard with 32 points in the high ground. You talked about this Eastern pull that's going to have to go through this epicenter and through fragment. So Orioles, Hodge, is in a great spot with their G7s and with their 30-30s.
A great spot indeed, and we've just seen them sort of running around. I guess you could sort of say they're running around up top playing in the snow. Meanwhile, Lamek's over there just freezing to death practically, just how long he's going to be sat up there with the longevity that Team Orioles looks to have up there. They look to be set there for a while. But now as we sort of shift it over to a different side of the map, we sort of shift it over to all of our teams that are in Overlook, and Team Luxford have taken this this sort of area by these silos towards the back. But just quickly, we're going to highlight here, we have actually just managed to hit 21,000 overall raised so far over today, and it's not even the end of today. We still got three, including this, I guess you could say 4 games left of today, and we're just going to quickly take a minute to tell you how much these donations are impacting everyone around the world. Since 2004, when AIDS peaked, AIDS-related deaths have dropped by over 2/3. So Red have been doing some amazing work. The Apex community has been doing such an amazing job at sort of helping this this cause and helping the efforts of Red just even further. And so we thank you for that, everyone, and everyone who's donated. You're a legend. So yeah.
Absolutely. Well said, Hodge, as we're swinging in towards this mid to end game of game number 3 on World's Edge. We highlighted that there's a northern zone here. Looks like Team Madness might get an opportunity to look at Team Z-Trix with Avely and Luxford. We might get some action here. We got triple perp against triple blue. A little biased here, but I want to see, never mind. I was just going to say, I want to see some plays out of the fuse. I want to see some knuckle clusters, but we're not going to give the chance because Avely is swinging on in, just mad aggressive with this R9. You got the black hole coming in from Trix to finish on to Mr. Christmas Card, and Madness goes down. Their World's Edge is over, but look at this. Team Luxford's getting pinched from behind by Team Hambino. You got Team Strafe and Flame up on top of the zip. Y'all got to start moving. Round 3 is closing.
Yeah, and we saw Avely there step up really, really big for Team Luxford. Formerly the TSM women's player on the IGL of the... formerly the player on TSM Women, and now IGLing an own team in women's comp called WeWoo. But now, as we transfer over Team Hambino, who are looking for more KP, but could this finally be the end? Could they finally start to get punished by everyone around? And it's Burno who's got the first knock onto Hambino, but it looks to be traded out. It is going to be traded out. Can Lulu and Tina clutch it up? It looks like so far the answer is yes, but very low HP, running out of the zone.
Oh, Tina there with 2 just absolutely filthy kills, and Anzio's going to be the last remaining. Anzio's got to make sure that he's out of the zone, and oh no! Tina drops on a full team! That's going to be James Fearless and Ms. Adil, actually just a duo. How unfortunate to just drop down into that. Now Lulu's going to be the last alive for Team Hambino after a couple of big kills. We have another rat that's on top of there, and Anzio, who's going to be full healed. And you got to be careful because Team Mario and FaZe Renegade up on top of height, they're going to be looking down as the zone is pulling westernmost. And Team Mamba is the only one that's technically in the zone right now.
Yeah, Team Mamba, the only team in the zone, but they are going to only have that low ground trailers to play with, as you can see on the map there, towards the central right side of your map. And actually, now as we transfer it over to this tunnel, Renegade and Voltic are pushing into this tunnel. Renegade, the Halo World Championship, and also, may I add, an Apex Predator on Apex Legend as well. The talent clearly does transfer over between games, and Renegade and Voltic and Mario here cleaning house on this southern side of the zone and looking to make their way into sort of central zone here. But another res coming in. We've seen a lot of reses coming in between these games. We've seen a res in that first game over at Thermal Station, and now we're seeing it again here over towards the northeastern side of the map in between Climatizer, Epicenter, and Overlook in game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to track along and see if Team Mamba has all three or if it was just a range native and now it's a duo. We'll have to see that as Ghost and Gambit are holding it down on the bridge. And we're getting in towards this end game. We got Team Snipe Down that's posted up in the north side of this zone. We have high ground for Ghost and Co. We're going to have a little bit of a slower period here. Zone 4 is going to close. We have 8 squads with 18 remaining. You know what that means? We're going to go rat hunting.
We are going to go rat hunting indeed, and Gambit on the Bloodhound is a perfect way to do so as we're shredding people out the air. Team Keon are eliminated here, as now they're just going to look down the hill. Team Gambit are just going to look down on Team Snipedown as Team Snipedown try to get aggressive here. They know that they need to move. They know that they need to start looking for angles at some point. And this is where they're doing it. The Horizon Gravity Lift is going to be taking an underneath angle, and Logan Reaper is going to go down, and Goat PS sliding straight in there with a 30-30 plus an R99.
Strafing Flame goes down. Team Gambit goes down. Team Snipe Down is in trouble now as Goat has cracked shield. Malice Mamba with a knock on Drag. Their team is going to be weak. 4 squads remaining. Snipe Down with over 1,000 damage, able to get the second knock onto Max Holloway. So just 1 player remaining for that. We might be in a top 3 in just a second, but the bang ult comes in. The Rolling Thunder grabbing a kill. Malice Mamba sneaking around. Saucer with very little HP, able to get a shield swap, and with just 4 teams remaining, everybody is converging on this. We don't have to wait for Zone 6 to end this game.
Yep, Team Nick Merckx eliminated in the meantime, and let's just talk about that Bangalore ult. You said a kill picked up by that, such a disrupting force in fights. You know, you often way too worried about, you know, the actual bullets that are coming flying at you rather than the swarm of missiles that are around you, but yeah, such a disrupting force in games. When you get hit by it, actually does stun you for around 6 seconds, I believe. So yes, definitely something that you do want to avoid getting hit by, but unfortunately someone couldn't. But that FaZe Renegade, as you can see, moving up. There is people in the trailer, and a white armor isn't going to be a lot to work with for the team inside, as you can imagine kills are going to be picked up. Genji goes down to Renegade, and Voltic does pick up the ranged native as well, and Team Snipedown are moving in here.
We have FaZe Snipe Down going up against FaZe Renegade, who is gonna prove to be the supreme Halo meets Apex legend player and team. Renegade, Voltic, and Mario on the low ground. Fiddle, Snipe Down, and Goat up on the high ground. Fiddle already used the Rolling Thunder, but I do believe that Team Voltic has one on their own. Team Goat looking for 3 more KP to add on to 12 victory points. No team has to move quite yet, but look at those. Give me them toes, boy, as we get an angle onto Mario. He's gonna slide down and try and get a pick off. Purple Shield's just getting eaten alive. Whoever's gonna get this first pick is gonna make a move. Here comes Snipe Down. Another player gets fleshed. Car R99 traded. That's 2 knocks, a 2v1 for Goat and Team Goat is your game 3 champions.
Team Goat managing to clutch it up, and there's your answer. Snipe Down over Renegade in that final zone, and you know, just managing to just close it out so well there with that final play, as you said there. And yeah, we're just gonna bring in Fallout again just to sort of help us close out game number 3 and help us talk about, you know, the leaderboard stuff and stuff like that.
That's right. We'll pull up the leaderboards here in just a moment. Massive game number 3 right there for Team Goat. Him, Snipe Down, and Fiddle do it big. And that was a 3v3. They played it perfectly, right? They took angles. They had complete control. They had all members right there of Team Voltage just absolutely trapped in that train car. And really good entry fragging damage from Goat Skids is what made the difference.
Yeah, it's when you are able to swing on down and get a couple of picks. Fiddle, one of the top collegiate IGLs, making some great calls. If you want to extend down there, you got to make sure that you have cover. You got to make sure you can put in range, which he did. And then once the cracks came through, you saw the rest of the team. You saw Goat and Snipe Down collapse on in. That's exactly how you want to play that 3v3. Don't let the team pressure you. Instead, converge onto them.
That's right, and they ended up getting the dub, and that should put them probably in first place, maybe top 2 in the overall standings, depending how good they did in that game. And guess what? We do have the game 3 results ready. Let's take a look and see what type of damage they did. It tells me it was a lot. Yeah. Oh my goodness, 15 kills for Team Goat. That's 27 in one game. But look right behind them, Hodge, Team Voltic as well.
Team Voltic right behind them, and like we said, Team Voltic managing to get all the way to that top 2. We saw them up on top of the hill, just around, just on that hill in between that valley, so to speak. Like they were holding it, then they jumped down off of it and went and wiped a team inside that tunnel where there was a couple of teams fighting. They took that out, pushed up from the south side of the zone, went to third party, all the fighting that was happening, and sadly, unfortunately, they didn't come out on top of that in their eyes. But they still had an immaculate game there. Excellent plays from Voltic, who is in fact the ex Black Hand coach. So from that roster, and they, like we say, performed really well at Year 3 champs. So it's no surprise to see them doing so well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, great coach, former pro player, ranked grinder. Voltic is doing a great job leading this team. Plus, Renegade has the gunpowder. Mario is rounding out this team so well as well. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards, though, and see what that puts them in the standings. First place, something tells me, is going to be Team GOAT. And it is over Team Mamba by 6 points in first. They are all but qualified for tomorrow. Team Mamba in second. Team Orioles in third after a really good game, number 1. Team Ramble holds on with some good consistency. They still held on to the top 4 placement. Nano, who won the second game, in 5th place. But that's huge for Team Voltic and Renegade and Mario. They go from not even being close to qualifying, 20-point game, plus 4 points before, puts them in 6th place. And look, we got Team Nick Merckx, Team Verholst, Team Luxford, Team Hambino kind of on the fringe. It's going to be a crazy finish here. Team Madness is going to be vying for a spot as well these last 3 games, kids.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to these 3 Storm Point games. Being able to get those kills in the late game. We saw Team Nick Merckx had about a top 5 finish there. They had some good high ground, but Team GOAT with that Horizon Q and getting sniped down up on top of the rock with putting shots down underneath. Those are the plays that you're going to have to make to push yourself into this qualifying stage. And what's interesting, through 3 games, I know we're not playing match point today, Fallout, but Team GOAT's only 2 points shy of match point after 3. That's a good game.
Yeah, that's an impressive start. And obviously getting ready for match point. And the next day, if they're already qualified, they're just trying to see if they can win it in 4 or 5. Treat this like a match point final, get some experience. We're going to take a quick break, y'all. We are going to say goodbye to Skids and Hodge. You guys absolutely crushed it. Big thank you to both of you for joining us and on the cast, and a brilliant cast. Shout out to Hodge, shout out to Skids. Make sure to show them some love on socials. We'll be right back with game number 4, switching over to Storm Point right after this. And welcome back, everybody, to this special holiday Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am. Fallout here, joined with, I would say, 2 new casters, but Dull's joining us once again for the very first time on this broadcast, though. We got none other than CB Chan joining us from the last Apex Rising Pro-Am. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's great to be back here again in the correct VMix call this time, if you can believe it. I managed to hit the right link. It's great to be back here again. We raised a frankly bananas amount of money last time around. We're on track to do the same thing this time. It's one of the coolest things I've ever been a part of, so I get to run it back all over again. Hell yeah.
Brings a tear to my eye. It makes me so happy. I'm going to be honest with you. We are on track. I was so scared going into this tournament that we were not going to be able to outdo ourselves from the last event. But lo and behold, Selin Tasuki's community has gone huge. Regis Alter's community, Verholz's community, Daltouche came through with the Touche bags and raised 5.3K. It's crazy to see how the Apex community is coming together for a great cause here, Legendary. As I say that, we hit $22,658. We're going to hit 25K tonight, maybe. It's crazy to think, Doll.
That's insane to me. We are absolutely crushing it and killing it. And like you said, when you give us something to strive for and go for, we will crush it and we will go beyond that.
Yeah, we got one of the best communities in gaming, that is for sure. And it's amazing to see everyone rally for a good cause. And speaking of rallying, if you want to help contribute to the rally, well, you can. Take out your cell phone, scan the QR code on screen, go through all the Tiltify pages and pick your favorite content creator to donate to their campaign, or you can just donate to the overall campaign. I see Team Rambo with $200 raised and Team Panai with $585 raised. This is amazing to see. Team Keon, Team Crook, Team Madness, $800, Team Hambino, $725. So thank you to everyone that is stepping up. Even though Hal's no longer playing, CB, we have $1,850 for Team Imperial Hal, which is crazy to think.
Good lord. I mean, like, all these heavy hitters, like, you mentioned Daltouche and Selene, like, if you're getting them involved, their fans are gonna dig deep into the pockets. They always do. If there's one thing the Apex community is good at, it's raising money for a good cause. And I mean, this is a case in point right here.
This is, yeah. Take a look at the giveaway guide. This is something that's new this time around. We wanted to rally and give people incentives for donations. So Red products are now being given away at different milestones. You just saw them on screen. You can win Red Beats headphones. You can win Panasonic SoundSlayer headsets, Panasonic Razors, and so many other amazing products. We have an Xbox Series X and a Power GPU PC being given away. So a lot of really, really great products and giveaways. But we did just find out the gameplay is ready. We're switching over to Storm Point. Enough of us talking heads. Let's go ahead and throw it over to CB Chan and Doll to call game number 4 on Storm Point.
Let's go!
Let's go. Thank you so much, Fallout. All right, I mean, I'm looking forward to this one because looking at the scoreboard, just at the tail end of World's Edge there's a lot of spicy things going on here. We got Team Hambino kind of fragging out. We've got, a little bit of a neck and neck between Team Drumbum and Team iMadness. That's one that I'm looking at because we got, Team Drumbum, the champions from the last Apex Rising tournament. iMadness, who is on that team, and they're just a couple points apart, both sitting outside of that top 10, which is what is important right now.
I agree on that. And like you said, it's very good to keep in mind of Drumbum's team again, because he did place first last time. All eyes are going to be on him. And I know that everyone has their eyes on Verholz's team with Selene. We have a lot of fan favorites of that team as well. And I'm loving this already. We're seeing Zito Station as the hot drop. That is one of my new favorite POIs since the map change. Of course, Pylon 2. Pylon is definitely jam-packed with tons of loot. We're going to see 2 teams over here at Stormcatcher with Miss Adil, 2 Piece and James Fearless against someone who leaks and Insanity. And we're already going to see a fight to the top to see who can get some good loot at the bottom as they claim the height above them.
And it looks like James Fearless gonna, go ahead and nestle themselves in here nice and deep, wait for the threat to come on down to them. The Bloodhound scans going out back and forth. When it comes to Storm Point, we're seeing a lot more of these teams, look towards playing the Bloodhound just for that edge playstyle, right? Where you can go in with those scans, go aggressive, suss out your enemies, hunt them down, and both of these teams, like, they're just going to keep scanning each other, fire off those little warning scans. Nobody committing just yet. I think both of these teams are on the cusp trying to get their way back in. But hey, we got another potential contest over on the other side of the map.
Yes, and like I said, I love Pylon. There's always a fight down beneath here beside the pills. Again, a fight to the top to see who can get a good angle, get a good crack, maybe capitalize off of a knock. We're going to see an aggressive Horizon Q with Nano. Same with the Havoc. We were talking about earlier with Havoc being one of the most underrated guns in the game right now, but it truly does pack a huge punch.
And I mean, some punches being dished out by Nano and Noob King as well, but Noob King gonna take a haymaker, swift uppercut there. Yeah, going for a nice little white armor swap there. That's the best we're gonna be able to do right about now. I mean, Team Nano, they're putting out a lot of damage. The trades feel like they're favoring them right now, but they don't have the high ground advantage, so that's not gonna last forever. They have to try and find some way to get this team down.
Yeah, definitely. It is a bit of a cat and mouse type play. And with Toucan with the PK, she is in women's comp. She is an amazing female M&K player, and I know her with the PK is absolutely dangerous. That little peek right there from Cody from Orioles, watching his health as he took some shots of that damage, and Jacob with some beautiful tracking on the 9-9.
And honestly, Team Orioles, by the way, you know, the cutoff for Team A to get in the top 10 was around 32 points. Team Orioles got that in 2 games on World's Edge. Orioles could totally just kick their feet up right now, you know, get by just off the scrap points that they get from placing maybe like around top 10. They don't have to play for KP, but hey, you know, I mean, with a contest here, you might be able to come out of it with a little bit if they come out of it at all. Yeah, play it however you really like it. It looks like they're trying to go on the aggressive, try and force Team Nano back, because Team Nano, they're the ones that have to try and make the plays to make sure that their spot is secure.
I agree with that. And something like this, because there is such a height difference with this, they got to make sure that they are not making this fight last long. And oh my goodness, Jacob with a beautiful spray on Noob King. The aggressiveness push on that ended up not working out in their favor.
And Noob King goes down kind of by themselves there. Is there going to be any backup to try and go for the res? They don't actually get the thirst. Team Orioles. There's the cavalry trying to come in and get just something, but the rest are going to be forced down. There's the knock onto Toucan, and this might be all over but the crying for Team Nano.
Yeah, they are definitely, Team Orioles is definitely moving around like chess pieces. It feels like they've played together so many times before, but I'm pretty sure this is their first time playing together as a full
Nano, you good? Going for some of the swift steps there, little twinkle toes just to try and get away there. Put some good damage onto Jacob. Jacob's going to think twice before going in, but a nice cheeky little grav lift coming in around the back door. That's a lot of damage coming through right there.
Oh my goodness!
He's just a little bit too swiftly. Nano claps back, and Nano, like a thief in the night, is gonna go in with a knock and just dip. Wait, no.
It's a good thing.
Huh?
It's a good thing that their conduit is still up, just in case that conduit queue to kind of save them with the swap of Nano's team eliminated.
Okay, pretty aggressive there for Nano to go back in, try and take the contest on the door. Speaking of, we got Hambito. They've got the Dark Veil up. Looks like they've already cleaned up a bit of a fight here. I'm not sure who with, but Team Deranged Native. Yeah, over here in Jurassic, it looks like they might have just gotten, they might have just gotten away with it. Looking for their next victim. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the kill feed, Mamba has fallen. And Bino, I mean, they've been frying pretty much all series long. They look to continue that habit. I mean, they haven't won a game, but they have consistently placed quite highly and gotten a fair bit of KP to boot.
Yes, and just like you were saying, just like Haj as well, I see a little teabag action, and just like Haj was saying as well, consistency is really, really key. And I actually wanted to point out earlier on too, Drumbum's team, I believe, got eliminated around 19 or 18 squads.
I mean, if you're Team I'm Madness, you definitely want to capitalize on that, right? You overtake Team Drumbum, now suddenly you're the one who's right there on the cusp. But there are some other customers towards that top 10 that need to be dealt with. So, you know, Drumbum and I'm Madness, I'm looking at both of them to try and make some big plays here on Storm Point as we have a look over at the ring. Gone are the days of Storm Point being like 90% southern rings. It looks like, especially today, it's been mostly pretty centralized rings. It looks like, you know, this could be anywhere like Sito Station, Cascade Falls. It could even start to pull a little bit more towards the pylon. Nobody really knows, but nobody really has to make that dangerous trek all the way down from what feels like atop a mountain just to try and get somewhere safe.
And I definitely feel like a lot of teams are on Bloodhound for Storm Point. And like we were talking about earlier, Bloodhound is so good to kind of scout an area, a POI, or even a building that you want to take and claim just because you don't know where exactly some certain teams are. We see a few teams on edge. The majority, of course, we're going to see a lot of teams in zone and ready. So having that Bloodhound as the cushion, be like, hey, is this building clear? Are we good to go? Can we push off this? And right here, a good scan seeing the 3 enemies on there.
Yeah, this building damn sure ain't clear, and Team Nick Mercs is going to be trying to find a way to bust the door down or just, you know, walk right through it. It looks like they're going to go in, try and clear this building, take it for their own, but they can't quite evict the occupants just yet. Putting out a lot of damage, though, is Sauceroar. Not able to find the knock and actually repelled just a little bit there. They can't fully commit, can't Team Nick Mercs. The black hole comes out from the enemy team. and they're still just trying to find a way in. Wait, no, they found one straggler. It was FaZe Renegade, who I believe wasn't with the rest of the team, was trying to regroup, but got caught out on the rotation.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate when you do get caught out from the team, and now you're just split.
Have to completely split. I mean, and, you know, 7-10 split, Team Nick Merck's going to pick up the spare there. That's one free KP if they're able to get the thirst. You're going to go in, try and get all three, though. Lucid, very low, has to try and play safe. A nice cheeky little nade there to deter anyone from coming in. But, you know, all the noise being made right now, there's a whole lot of prying eyes coming in to try and get the third party. Elsewhere, Team Baltic falls. Lucid is knocked. It's Alu Christmas Card. What a great festive name. Very much so in the Christmas spirit. Right now, gotta be in the reviving spirit, playing Doctor here. And good lord, I'm wondering why I've summoned you all here to this meeting here at Cascades, as it seems the entire lobby has already come right through this POI.
And Cascades is definitely a hotspot. Again, you never want to linger in a POI for way too long, and Cascades is definitely one of those POIs equivalent to Capital, like Fragment, where everyone starts to pull up and wants a little bit of the action.
It's the Panama Canal of this map, right? Everything kind of flows right through Cascade Falls, and right now Hambino Team Hambino, they're flowing, they're riding the waves, just, you know, going with the flow, going wherever the current takes them, and killing whoever just so happens to be on a canoe down that same river.
Yes, and once people start seeing all that chaos, you're going to see some teams start backing away, like we do see with Gambit's team making their way towards Wall.
And it's a good idea, right? You see all that action there and think, I don't want none of that, especially considering that's not where the ring is going to be, right? That's just a place that everyone has to try and pass through. The ring looked like it was pulling a little bit more further to the east than Cascade. So those teams, you know, they're kind of settled in right now, just trying to look for an opportunity to get out. They're never really going to collapse on top of each other when they do try to get out of there. But, you know, you look at teams like Team Keon right now who are very safe inside of the next ring, just looking for their next engagement. And speaking of engagements, Verholst is dead in the middle of one.
I'm looking to see this fight inside the ring. Is this going to be the right play, the right call to get some picks? And Evan goes down!
Evan was caught lacking, didn't have the VTuber posse. Saled and Regis weren't around to help save with that one. I believe perished earlier on in the fight, and Team Sykes just goes in, picks the bones of Big E, who is, you know, still somebody who has a chance to make that top 10 and has been performing pretty consistently well, but you do kind of want to see a little bit more coming out of them on Stormpoint, again, to try and be one of those teams that solidifies that top 10 spot, because we can't stress enough, today, that's what it's all about. You can do just enough to get number 10 and still be fine as long as you pop off tomorrow.
I agree, and again, it comes all down to confidence and being aggressive in all the right moments. Again, taking fights that you feel like would be smart and isolated.
Speaking of isolated, you got Gambit kind of isolated way up there. You got Nick Merckx, I believe only one member of Nick Merckx. I'm not sure if there's any overlap there, but only one remaining soul on Team Nick Merckx over towards the northwest there, trying to find a way in, going to be forced to kind of play on the edge, but you got Team Strafing Flame that are about to walk right into there, going for a bit of a res, maybe a little bit of a looting inside the ring.
And that rotate is not fun at all through those doors to Jurassic, because again, like we said, like Cascades, Jurassic is one of those other POIs. It's not a pretty fight. It's not a pretty POI to take fights in.
Yeah, and even though we talk about how like the rings have kind of changed, where it's no longer pulling all the way to the south, it still kind of feels like no matter where it is, you have to go through either Jurassic or Cascades, or both. Even Team Hambino, who have successfully made it out of Cascades, have now found themselves in another confrontation, burning all the heals. Tina the Lard actually going to get hit there. It's actually the ring that does the last little bit of damage there, but I mean, they got to try and find a way out of here. They're kind of just stuck.
I agree. Sometimes you just got to take hold of the wheel and make a U-turn.
And speaking of U-turns, Gambit might have just made one, gonna walk right up into this other team here. There's the Bloodhound scan, has found their prey. Are they going to be able to capitalize on it though? Because another scan comes right back and the second Gambit peeks out. No, sir. That's a lot of damage. We will not be contesting you. We are the kings of this hill. You will remain our loyal subjects until we say otherwise.
It is definitely a battle of the Bloodhounds for sure. And I think that's what makes it so entertaining. Like, hey, I'm going to scan you, but you're going to get scanned right back.
And that's kind of the thing, especially, you know, on Storm Point, where the Edge playstyle feels very favored. If you want to lean into that, picking up something like the Bloodhound over the Catalyst is beneficial, because you still do have the recon, you still do have all of the intel. You know, if you're Team Gambit, though, you don't got your captain anymore, though, so you might want to, you know, deep six yourself, try and find another place where you can maybe try and, you know, get the banner, get in, get out, get the banner, get out, find a safe place to maybe get the res if you can, but yeah, don't stick around to see what happens.
And often more than so, we see it's very risky to pull off reses, especially in a
They're
tourney,
pinched.
despite it being for charity, but it's not too often that you see a res getting popped off in the middle of a game.
They're pinched, though, our Team Gambit. You got Team I Madness right over here on the other side of this hill. It's like a little bit of... It's like a horseshoe. You go up to the top, and then on one side, you know, you got Team Someone Who Leaks. On the other side, you got I Madness. And I Madness actually going to go ahead and pop that Creeping Barrage just to stop anybody from Team Gambit or anybody at all. Sorry, that's actually it's actually Ghost up there. May have gotten a little bit mixed up, but regardless, Madness still does not want any smoke. Is going to go ahead and throw down the fire and not let anybody come close.
I know, and those flurry of nades is definitely making their trek down this slide of a mountain very, very difficult, and there they go, are eliminated.
And Team Nick Merckx was also eliminated, and that's another team that is kind of on that cusp, trying to work their way forward. Speaking of teams to keep an eye on, though, Team Hambino, they've somehow made it out of one sticky situation and into another. Both Tina the Lard and Lulu on death's door need to try and safely get the heals without falling to the ring. Hambino's gonna fall in. Lulu also gonna get traded out. It's just Tina finds the knock, but you gotta find a lot more than that.
Oh
she
my
does.
God,
Team
it's
Team's
the
Fearless.
clutch!
It's Tina with 2 to clean it up.
Stop! That was a beautiful patience between the knockdowns to get those shots in to secure that final third person off that team.
And honestly, performances like that consistency from the entirety of Team Hambino might be enough to secure a top 10 finish here, but nobody else on this side is feeling secure. Also, I kind of cast a curse Team Hambino, and the kill feed, they do go down, but there's plenty in this battlefield right now that might be looking to join them in the lobby there. We got Team Rambo taking a lot of shots, but still trying to control space as the space will seemingly start to close in on them. Look at where the ring is, and look at the only way out.
Oh my
They're gonna go and take
goodness.
down Team I Madness. That's a great start, but they have to try and loot fast and get out, because there's only one exit to this point right now.
Yeah, this mountain is definitely making it very, very difficult for some teams. Taking a good portion of that last circle.
Yeah, you can't just like drill a tunnel and go right through it. You gotta go around. So yeah, time to kick rocks, time to get out of there. Time to join the rest of the teams. You can see that big congregation of names. Can't even read all of them, but I can see Team Sykes down there, Team Keon as well. Everybody just trying to play this building. This looks to be where our final resting place may be for a lot of these teams. Actually, no, it's not even inside of the next ring.
No.
Oh, this is gonna be this is gonna be something
Team
to
Profit
see.
is looking really good right there, looking
Yeah,
down at
Team
all these
Profit.
teams.
Yeah, I mean, all these teams, they're just going to collapse on top of each other. You can see Rambo and Keon going for the evac towers to get into what will be the next ring. They can hopefully try and catch some of these other players out. Team Luxford going to drop down from the high ground there. Try and find some more shelter, some more cover from the storm. But it's straight into the waiting arms of Team Sykes.
Absolutely annihilating through that. Beautiful knock on Ably from Sykes. Luxford with a wingman. Wingman has been such a game changer, especially for final circles just like this. Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful knock on Bell.
And that's the game changer right there. Luxford with the knock. Might actually be able to clean it up, but no! Mutually assured destruction. Luxford and Sykes, nobody makes it out alive.
Holy, as we start to see these teams shuffling, trying to find a spot to claim as their own. We see Frosty Girls team on the right side over there, trying to evade those nades and those arc stars. They're gonna push up on Frosty, and it is way too much.
Frosty, try and evade all you want. You can't evade. The entire team just coming down to gun you down, and we're down to our top 3 as Someone Who Leaks is going to be the fourth place team to go out here. Team Rambo, someone we haven't talked about a whole lot, but have been another consistent performer, consistently in this top 10, and might be doing enough to get themselves a place into the overall top 10, especially with some of the KP they've managed to amass this round here on Storm Point. Elsewhere, we got Team Keon.
Yeah, and even though Rambo has taken a break from Apex for a little bit, he has proven time and time again he is one of those people where no matter how much time passes, it's like time never passed. He falls into the steps right again.
Well, it feels like time has never passed, but the clock is going to be very much so not on the side of Profit, as they have the high ground right now. They control the space, but they're going to have to give it up here, trying to find a way in. And is it going to be someplace where they're going to have to check their corners? Keon and Rambo with a little bit of an exchange there. Keon with the opening shots there takes down Rambo, is actually going to get the thirst.
Beautiful thirst on that. Again, Prophet and his team, they have really good spacing between them, each taking their own angle. Prophet right here on the right side trying to evade this Bangler ult, while his two teammates are holding the left for them.
Yeah. Two teammates, by the way, for Team Rambo still alive. There was another knock elsewhere. Not sure who that was, but hey, Team Prophet, they're still at a full 3. Unless Prophet falls, actually they're gonna get the knock on Prophet, but Rambo, the last vestiges cleaned up, and now it's Prophet versus Keon. Who is it going to be?
A little bit of monkey climbing right there in the trees.
Teeny bit. Black Hole gonna come out from Team Keon. Wyatt has the Beast of the Hunt. Might need to pop it here soon because it is going to be crunch time. We're down to our final 2 teams. And I'm not sure if Keon is down to just 2 or if they're still a full team of 3. But regardless, they're still a full team of 3.
You're full 3.
A little bit, need a little bit of healing there, but still a full team of 3. So Team Keon, if they identify this, they can just go ahead and press this advantage, completely wipe this one up. They're gonna do just that. They go in, they find one knock. It's gonna be traded out, but now it's still just a 2v1, and Keon going in for the kill is gonna find it. Team Keon are gonna be your first champions here on Stormpoint.
Beautiful endgame finish with the double SMG to the 9-9 and the Prowler at the end is absolutely insane to have at the end.
We were talking about how the 9-9 and the Prowler seem to be all of everyone's favorites. Everyone's favorite submachine guns to go for. We were talking about how much we like the Alternator, but like the 9-9 or the Prowler, that's everyone's go-to, especially when you're a controller player in the current meta game here of Apex Legends. You want those guns that are going to do most of the aiming for you.
Yes, I agree.
Anything that can spit out the damage here as we wait. No, we're good. All right, a little bit more work behind the scenes being done, but we got Fallout ready to come back in, help us break down that last ring. Fallout, welcome back.
Thank you. It's been a little bit crazy trying to take care of some fires behind the scenes. Did just get word Nick is going to be back playing, so Nick Merckx just wrapped up what was, I guess, an insane podcast that just went down. While we're raising money for charity, there's some ridiculous discussions being had, but Nick is back and locked in. He'll be playing alongside Saucer and Drac, as Max Holloway had to leave because he had a bit of a conflict. So a couple team roster swaps to keep you guys up to date on going in to game number 5. I got you covered on that front, but I will be honest, Dull, just like game 1, I didn't have a chance to catch the game because I was dealing with all the fire drills. So y'all got the analysis and breakdown. I will tee you up for questions.
Let's go.
We do have the game 4 leaderboards ready though. Let's take a look at the results from game 4. Dull, walk us through it.
Yes, game 4 leaderboards with Team Keon 21 total points. We have Rambo, again, solid performance with second place at 15. And then we have a 3-way tie between Hambino, Prophet, and Sykes. Coming in is Goat's team, very goated team again with Snipe Down, we were talking about earlier, and then Luxford in 7, SWL in 8th place, and then Gambit 9th, and Madness 10th place with 5.
Right, that's a big game for Team Keon, who I believe is pretty far down the leaderboards, and more of the same from Team Rambo. They've been playing so consistent throughout, and Team Hambino with a solid game. Really good consistency from them as well. I always love, I don't know about you, I always love watching Lulu compete in Apex. She turns into a whole different monster, and it's showing right now playing alongside Hambino. They're playing incredibly well.
Yeah, the whole team is making for a monstrous force. The whole team is making for like one big monstrous force, right? They've been consistently pumping out a ton of PK. You're seeing Tina actually coming through with a lot of these clutch moments. I think that's twice now. We're in like a 3v3. She's like, we've gotten that like last 2 piece to try and clean it up. So, a great scouting there for Team Hambino. Pick them up right there.
Again, like you said with Tina, the patience and the confidence behind the knockdown shield. That's really is what it comes down to, is you have so much more time than you actually realize to clutch up for your team.
Yeah, that's right. Tina, incredibly experienced player, and I was excited to put Tina on the map with this tournament so everyone could realize how good they are at this game. Let's take a look at the overall standings, though, from as a result and after game number 4 here on Stormpoint, who's in the top 10. Team Nick Merckx barely sneaking in. Team Verholz 2 points behind them in 11th. That's the threshold, but it's more of the same. Team Goat, Team Mamba, Team Rambo, Team Orioles, Hambino dominating right now in the top 5. They look to be all but pretty much secured here in this one. But that threshold, CB, is looking insane.
Yeah, I speaking of thresholds, like I mentioned earlier, like the threshold for Group A was around like 32 points, and Team Orioles did that in 2 games on World's Edge, so they're totally fine. Like they only grabbed 3 KP or 3 points overall in that previous game, but they're still totally fine. They're pretty much locked for top 10. We've got Team Hambino, who hasn't won, but you know, almost it feels like KP alone is also kind of secure. I'm a little disappointed in like you know, my drum bum I'm Madness narrative not really paying off, as they're both kind of falling just further and further down. I want to see one or both of them have a big game, because we only got 2 more games left for them to try and squeeze into that top 10.
Yeah, it's a good point. We got to see, you know, it'd be awesome to see all 3 members of the reigning champs of the Apex Rising Charity Pro-Am back in the grand finals. We know Dig Vibes already secured a spot alongside Stunny and Guy Blaze. My man Blaze showing up big time. Top 2 placement for him in the first series. But I want to see Madness and Drum Bum do the same thing, especially Madness playing with Lucid, right? You know, current Halo phenomenal player, or former world champion. That's what I was going to say. World champion, the Halo Championship Series back in 2022. Excited to see what Lucid can do. We know Renegade, his competitor in Halo, is currently, I believe, in the top 10 ready to qualify. I'd love to see both the Halo guys qualify.
And that's what I was going to add on to. I've been loving the little battle between the Halo world and the Apex world combined. I absolutely adore it.
Yeah, it's awesome. CB, there's so much talent, right? I know you cast a lot of Overwatch. There's so much talent across a variety of games that can show up in Apex.
Yeah, I mean, like, you guys are talking about all the, like, the Apex and the Halo, and, like, I'm just sitting here wishing, like, I wish that there were more Overwatch pros who, like, initially there was a few that, like, made a jump over to Apex Legends, but not a lot of them stayed. I think it was only, like, Mandy and Linkser are, like, the 2 that are still lingering around. I want to see some more.
Yeah, that's a great point. So much deep talent that came from a variety of games, and not a whole lot left, that's for sure. A lot of them switched back over to Valorant and switched back to other games, but of course, you know, the staples are still here. That's what matters the most. We got, you know, Team Imperial Hal that's qualified. Speaking of Hal, we talked about Verholst, right? Verholst's got to step up. He wants his team to qualify right now or never. I know Hal's been going and giving him motivational speeches, which is hilarious. Can Verholst carry the VTubers and bring the VTubers to yet another grand final like Nocturnal did? We'll find out, because guess what? Game 5 is here. We got Nick Merck subbed back into the competition. We got Team Verholst right on the fringe, right behind Team Nick Merck. CB, Doll, take it away. Mike's yours.
All right, here we go on to game number 5. Who do you think is going to place top 3 this time around, CB?
I mean, I hope it's Verholst, because we were talking about, you know, how much money that Verholst and Selene and the whole gang has been raising for the sake of the charity. I want to see them make the top 10 so that we can have them playing tomorrow, so we can get a little bit more money. You know, it's giving season, right? We want to make sure we're getting as much money out of the audience as we possibly can. Which, if this wasn't a charity stream, would be an awful thing for me to say on broadcast, but it's true, because it's all going to red right now. But hey, we're going to Storm Point right now for game 2. We're kicking it off. Let's see who's going to answer your question, right? Who is going to be in that top 3? Is Verholst and the VTuber team, are they going to make it into the top 3?
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep our eyes peeled for them. Again, they are crowd favorites, fan favorites. See that Stormcatcher is going to be the hot drop this time around. We did have 2 teams that landed there last time, I believe. So I'm curious to see who is going to win that contest over at Stormcatcher.
We'll have to see. There's still also going to be the small matter of the contest that happens over up at the wall. It's looking like we got a big mass of players going towards Launchpad. We might actually even have a contest going over there.
Yeah, looks like. And sometimes the buildings over here are a little bit awkward. Not too many people are comfortable with landing here just yet. You have so many pills at the bottom. You have so many nooks and crannies, and already we're seeing Goat go down immediately with a Nemesis off the rip.
And with Goat just kind of got hit with some of that drop RNG. Someone picked up the Nemi and just beamed down. And, you know, you still have Snipe Down, you still have Fiddle Dude, so you can still try and make a play here, but you're going to be at a disadvantage, and the walls are going to start to feel like they're closing in, and they are certainly closing in on Snipe Down with 1 HP, able to kind of sneak out, right? But the Bloodhounds are going to be chasing down the Bloodhound. Nice armor swap, actually, very fortunate, but it's not enough. The damage comes through.
Fiddle with the L-Star. Ooh, that's a beautiful Senti shot from Flip Nasty.
Great Sentinel shot, but the cleanup's still not quite there. Team Penny, while that was all happening, Goat was getting rezzed. We're still only at a 2v3, so definitely not favoring Team Goat, but yeah, they're gone. It's done.
Gone with the wind.
Yep. All right. Well, I mean, that's just, again, kind of like that drop RNG, right? It's the unfortunate reality of when you're getting contested. Sometimes somebody just gets a Nemi before you can even get your hands on a Mozam, and before you know it, you're dead in 2 hits. They hit you, you hit the floor.
Here we're going to be at the fingers of North Pad. So much open space with Team Drumbum. We have Gambit on the Bloodhound. See if you can get a little angle playing off the scans, possibly. Got a flatline L-Star. Very jam-packed. Beautiful combo as he tries to close the gap. No scans on, or no hostiles on the scan.
But you can tell, it didn't pop up on the scan, but Gambit can smell someone, right? And there we go. Even through the smoke, able to sniff them out is Ghost. Damage comes out, but not really enough to force anything more than a shield cell usage out of Team Drumbum, who, remind you, have been slipping down the leaderboards and need some good placement and some KP to try and catch up. But no, they might not get it if this damage keeps up. Team Gambit continue to put down the hurt, and Team Drumbum, they're pinched.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a bit of an awkward situation with Logan trying to get a high ground angle right here. A little 1v1 right here. Super weak and drops down and gets knocked by Drumbum.
I just kind of felt like the terrain almost looked like Logan just tripped over the ledge there, but I mean, that might have been enough to trip up this entire team. Is now Gambit with the crack is going to have to try and get out, but Drumbum with the Havoc finds another kill, and now Drumbum can just go aggressive. It's 3v1. They don't got to sweat a damn thing. They're going to take down Team Gambit wholesale.
Beautiful, and that's definitely the KP that they needed to set them up perfect for the rest of Game 5.
And speaking of KP, here are the kings of KP right now. Team Hambino, my bunny boy over here, healing himself up while the rest of the team plays defense. Tina and Lulu have been holding their own, by the way. You know, it's a pro-am. You got Hambino the pro, but the AMs are definitely holding up their end of the bargain. As I say that, Tina is going to get knocked down by James Fearless, but hey, Hambino still should be able to get that heal off. You still have Lulu on the support legend, and yeah, with a little bit of the jewelry toss there, should be able to get to a place where they can maybe craft Tina's beacon. Try and get a res off later on in the game.
Lulu on Loba is very, very good of a call because she does a really good job about trying to get off angles for her team, outputting a lot of damage, and utilizing her bracelet to get back to Hambino. And then, like you said, if need be, if all else fails, you can always craft the banner if you need to.
And well, out of the frying pan into yet another fire for Team Drumbum. They're not quite in the fire yet, but they can definitely smell the smoke. And Team Rainbow, they want the smoke. They're going to go ahead and put in some more of those 30-30 shots, get the crack, but just kind of aggressively position themselves to where it's now, hey, if you're Team Drumbum, you're going to have to come right through us if you want to get to checkpoint.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to fight their way through, as we're most likely seeing another central zone for the final circle.
About as
very
central
similar.
as it can get. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's second verse, same as the first, I guess. I mean, maybe this one will start to pull a little bit more towards the west, or maybe a little bit more towards the north. We'll have to see. That previous ring was very interesting with where it ended up playing, but regardless of where it goes, when it's this central, you can already start to see some of the teams collapsing towards that kind of Sito Station, Cascade Falls kind of area.
Yeah, and I like how a lot of the edge teams will go for the IMC. There's a lot of good guns, a lot of good resources for them. You'll see teams do spiders, so we still have plenty of teams outside the circle. It's only round 1, ring closing, so they still have plenty of time.
That's the reason why you choose a lot of these POIs, right? Is because you have access to the spiders, the IMC armory. It helps step your loot game up so you can stroll up blinged out. You don't always showing up wearing those white paper napkin armors when you're about to go into a big team fight, especially late game. And it's a matter of getting there, making sure you have the gear that can get you to the late game. And looking at Sykes right now, definitely looks like they got it. They got the armor economy, they got the R9. Nick Merckx, though, they got the aggression.
Gonna break those cat cues so that they can force the fight inside. Little Conduit ult gets popped. Gonna catch one out on the left, gets a knock on Genji.
Yeah, that's gonna be the pick off there. Nick Merckx, like the wolves that they are, chasing down Team Mamba. And I mean, you mentioned the Conduit, by the way. Let's talk about Conduit, because we've seen a little bit of her, mostly in Group A, but not so much in Group B. You know, a lot of these teams that want to play more aggressive seem to be going for the Bloodhound, foregoing, the extra shields in the mid-fight for the intel in the initiation phase.
Yeah, and I'd definitely say, too, it's also crazy to see the amount of Conduit players more so on Stormpoint than it was on World's Edge. I don't really believe there's any Conduit picks on World's Edge, but we're seeing her more often on Stormpoint. And like I was talking about earlier, Condra is such a great legend to control the pacing of the fight. Again, keeping your teammates in there. And when you have a Condra ult ready at your disposal and you're inside of a building, those ticks, those damages from her Condra ult is really gonna pack a punch.
Well, speaking of ults right now, the ult from Team Verhulst is putting out a ton of hurt as they just reign supreme up on top of that mountain. And it's not even just them. Vatari from Team Rambo able to find a knock, but Bo has to try and get out of there. Team Rambo, I mean, they look like they're able to get some knocks. They're able to get some good damage out onto the opposition. It looks like they may have, it was the Regis that fell. You still have Selen and Evan trying to escape out the back door. But Vatari gonna go ahead and chase them down, and the rest of Team Rambo not far behind. They want to try and get some more damage. They want to try and get another knock. They want to make it Evan versus the world once again.
Yeah, they look very eager for this fight, but Bo's gonna go for a nice portal background. Little safety net, again, we talked about earlier, being on top of your portals, and you can see a team down below, so they can always have that portal as an emergency escape route as he's popping shots at this team to try and get them to back off from the rotate if they end up choosing to go that way. But it looks like they're gonna go more towards the Cascades route.
Yeah, and that was Selen and Verhulst, and you know, Team Rambo, like a sumo wrestler, essentially just pushed them out of the ring. Now they're gonna have to try and make an aggressive rotation. Woo! Speaking of aggressive rotations, that is definitely one from Sykes there. And with both his teammates down, he's got to be making these plays, right? He's got to find the knocks, but someone's knocking at the door right now. And X-Set Sykes gonna go ahead and pop that black hole just to try and keep anybody from coming in that door, but it's the one behind you got to worry about right now, son. The damage coming through, getting melted. It's Luxford that ends up finding it.
And look at how low Luxford was too.
It was a 1v1 with both of them on Death's Door. And speaking of Death's Door, there's a couple more teams knocking on it right about now. Team Nano looking a little bit worse for wear as Toucan gets thirsted by Team Voltic.
And there's going to be a full team above Nano. You have Mario on the roof. You got Renegade inside the building trying to take an angle in here. And you're going to finish off some of those kills that are left on the ground.
And meanwhile, Luxford not able to get that full recovery as Team Keon comes in and picks the bones. The last of the little scraps of meat and loot, for that matter, going the way of Team Keon, our champions from round one, looking to go back-to-back here on Storm Point and may be able to do just that if they're able to get into a good position, especially with all the loot that they're going to get from, you know, Team Sykes and Team Luxford, both falling in that one building. Meanwhile, Team Nick Mercs coming in a little bit cold, but definitely doesn't look like it right now.
Yeah, it does make me nervous about being on the backside with all these different terrains. And again, the Bloodhound ults. Like, there's so many Bloodhounds in the lobby, you're just going to be looked at from every single angle.
Especially one as well practiced as Nick Mercs, you know. Again, we were talking about how he came in. I think Fallout was saying he was, you know, doing a podcast right now. How often do you come out, you know, come off of doing a podcast, go right into a game and start playing like this? Like, that's, you know, I gotta give the devil his due there, right there.
Truly built differently. The passion is there.
I mean, it feels, though, by the way, that Rambo are built differently from how they were on World's Edge, because they've also been putting out a lot of aggression, pushing a lot of these teams back, and currently they're doing just that to Team Nick Mercs, who are kind of falling back right now, taking a nice residence in this little building here, safely inside the edges of the ring. Elsewhere, Team Nano is going to fall. That's Team Voltic, I believe, that took them down there. We're down to 13. The herd's slowly thinning out.
Yeah, that's a solid building to hold to with the cat in their favor, as we see Prophet's team kind of creeping around the corner of the mountain to see, is this a good fight to take? See him with the Bloodhound scan. I'm going to go aggressive with the Bloodhound ult. You already know that Nick Mercs is going to want to make a play off this, sending a nade out there already. They're already having to fight the Storm too and getting some shots off with the Hemlock. See if he can capitalize off the knock right there, and one of them popped a battery that ends up saving them.
That's entirely worth it, though. Where did Nick Mercs falls? Vatari elsewhere. That's Team Rambo coming in out from the backside. Nick Mercs, they got a little bit too aggressive trying to take down Team Prophet. Team Prophet just retreats into the ring, and Rambo goes in to try and be the third party, showing up, red solo cups in hand. They find the knock onto Nick Mercs, but that does get rezzed up. But hey, now for the creeping barrage, and Rambo going on an aggressive angle. They smell blood, and like sharks, they circle.
They're going to end up backing off completely. I like this play instead of trying to force a fight over there. And we're going to see that the circle is actually playing more so towards wall. We already see some teams finding a home already over there. We're going to see a fight over here on the top of the waterfall. We have a Revenant from Miss Idea. I didn't realize that there's a Revenant in the lobby.
Hey, I mean, go for the aggressive picks. We're gonna play this edge play style. We're gonna play some movement legends. Have at it. We're gonna drop off the high ground. Is team James Fearless, and great play from them. They're gonna go ahead and take down Orioles. That's another high value kill there. Someone that they can definitely stand to overtake in the standings, even though Orioles are secured, right? But hey, you overtake them, then hey, you're in.
Yes, and this, Mario and them did not make the evac tower, as 2 more evac towers are going to be soaring right next to them. See if they can safely take this one up there, take a second shot at it, hopefully to get a clean rotation over and not get knocked out in the air.
And if your evac tower gets shut down, try again. The second time they are able to get out, but it seems like they dropped right into an even hotter zone. Mario's going to fall. Renegade's taking so much damage, might be able to use the grav lift to try and get this battery off. Absolutely needs to, but the storm is a-coming. Is the damage gonna be enough? James Fearless.
Round 3 definitely does hurt a little bit too.
That's definitely gonna pressure some of these players off the high ground, force everybody down into this low ground. And you can't get much lower than James Fearless is right now, damn near 6 feet under. It's just 2-piece with a sliver of HP. And Miss Adil gets caught out. Team James Fearless will fall.
Seeing so many teams rotating. I believe we have 3 teams trying to rotate through it here. Rambo's team getting eliminated in the kill feed, and they just barely make it!
Lucid with that dive, almost like a Black Ops 1 dolphin dive to try and get back in. The reses should be able to come through. Team Profit looking the worse for wear right now, but hey, despite all of the pressure that Team Nick Mercs has been under, they have managed to stabilize. They're still a 3-man unit. They're still thriving right now, and with only 7 squads left, they're going to get some pretty good placement points, maybe make up for lost time.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see the amount of time so many teams have gotten a reset and make a recovery from some unfortunate events that have happened.
I mean, we're down, but we're not out, is what all of these teams are saying, right? Like, if you're going to kill us, you better kill all of us, because if you leave even one person alive, we're going to find a reset. There might not be a whole lot of room for resets left, though. No more second chances for a lot of these teams, especially, you see Keon, that 1-man army over there, and a very passive army, a bit of a pacifist army, so to speak, not really interested in actually fighting a war, just trying to survive.
You really have to stick it through and have faith into the absolute end, because every moment really is a game changer, and sometimes it kind of works out when there's a chaos right next to you and you don't really get looked at.
Speaking of game changers, and speaking of get looked at, Team Panny dropping in here might be both of those things, might be a game changer with this high ground position they managed to take, but also going to have a lot of prying eyes. They put down a Watson generator. Great play there. You can already hear it's popping off. It's getting so many ordnance. People throwing frags, throwing ults, throwing whatever they can to try and deny them from having this high ground, but it's theirs. They're entrenched now.
Yeah, and I feel like just like Watson, same with Catalyst, both of those 2 legends go hand in hand where you have to be on top of it. With Watson, you have to put her gen almost immediately and instantly, because teams are very quick to drop an ult on top of you, and Madness's team is going to get eliminated in the kill feed.
I mean, going back to the I'm Madness and Drum Bum back and forth, I mean, that's better placement points for I'm Madness, but you definitely would have liked to see them maybe go the distance, maybe get some more KP, make it to the top 3 somewhere where they can make up all of that lost time. But, I mean, time is up against all of these teams. Keon, still alive, and not a 1-man army at all, actually. Was actually a 3-man squad. The other 2 were just off screen.
Talk about the spacing between them. Keon, very confident enough to hold his own, I suppose. And they're going to try and get some shots on the team that is still kind of lingering on that edge right there. Keon closing in the gap. A little schmovement with the bunny hopping. Beautiful spray with the 9-9.
The bunny hop in there is just kind of style on the last remaining member of Nick Mercs there. And, it's another high-value elimination. Great play overall, but we're down to 4, and Keon being in the top 4 is pretty good, right? And by the way, Team Drum Bum, they're still kicking as well in this top 4.
They're still alive, they're still here. Like we've been talking about, we're keeping the dream, we're having faith until the very, very end, and there's always room to make comebacks, even when there's only a few games left.
Well, you got this one, and you got one more. You got Team Strafing Flame and Team Penny currently in the ring, Drumbum and Keon on the outside looking in, and right now it's Penia that seem to have the god spot. They have the high ground. They can pick off at anybody that tries to walk up to try and get in, right? You're gonna have to see some catalyst walls coming out, maybe some offensive ultimates just to try and shut down the pressure. They gotta find someplace safe. There's not a whole lot of safe places left to play because Penny and Strafing Flame waving at each other on either side of the window. I mean, you're feeling that safe, right? Like, you can just look at the enemy team, point and laugh, say, ha ha, you can't touch me. That's safety right there. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, I'm waiting to see them drop on the door. It's a little cheeky Watson play like we've seen so many times. Little pylon fence on your side, pylon fence on the other door, get a little stun. I'm waiting for one of those moments to happen.
Well, a lot of things about to happen. Drumbum gonna invest the Dark Veil to try and walk up. It doesn't stretch quite far enough. There's still gonna be a little bit of daylight between that and where they want to be. And in between that daylight, Team Panayi strikes. They get the knock onto Fonte. And now it's time to throw in the Arc Stars, put in the follow-up damage, and knock Team Drumbum out for good here. Looks like one member was actually able to make it underneath them, so might be kind of a rat situation. And meanwhile, Team Panayi still claiming God Spot.
Yeah, they have ultimate high ground. Just looking at these teams trying to make their way up the ramp, absolutely getting looked at by all the other teams. Pan E is going to take a battery and try and play it slow and keep your resources to a minimum so they can hold off on your bats and use it to be healthy for the final fights of the final circle. And Drumbum's team is going to get eliminated in the top right. We only have 3 squads that are left. I don't know, Keon's team has a nice little angle right here. Again, they're breaking that LOS from all the other teams. This might be good for them to wrap around, kind of catch one of the teams by surprise.
They do have to be very careful, though. Rely on the Bloodhound scans for all their intel, because if they peek out, Panayi can just completely pick them off, right? Like, they have the angle where they can make that happen. You can even see, a little bit of a dangerous game being played there by Iziz's Team Panayi. They're still in a great spot. Down below them.
Yeah, Flip Nasty is still going to continue to hold that high ground. We're going to play it slow for the next 15 seconds. We're going to see little pokes here and there, again, trying not to get cracked. See the scans, try and get the intel on all the teams and see where your enemy's at, but you're going to see a lot of people shifting on over and see if someone can make a play off someone's mistake.
Yeah, it's a temporary, I was going to say temporary ceasefire, but Flip Nasty is not going to cease firing anytime soon. Nice 30-30 headshot. And just try to bleed the resources dry, right, for Team Keon, make their walk up that much harder, make what comes after it that much harder, because we all know that once this ring starts to collapse, some players are going to have to move, and you can even see Team Keon already trying to wrap around, maybe get a pick off onto some members of Team Panayi that are peeking out. Meanwhile, the team on the inside, they're sitting pretty. No one has even tried to touch them yet.
Yeah, they have a good spot right here on the back end. Again, like I've been talking about, breaking that LOS, and it might appear that later on they might go for a Horizon Q up. They still have the Bankler ult. They have so many resources and util to their ability, but it's going to be tricky because I believe they still have their Watson gen up on top of the roof.
If not, there will definitely be another one that comes out soon, and you might want that for that black hole that Keon's holding on to. I like the positioning that Team Keon have right now. Everybody's going to have to collapse into them, so maybe you just wait for Team Panayi and Strafing Flame to duke it out amongst each other, try and pick the bones once they've bled out all their resources. I'm liking where Keon's positioned right now.
I agree. Sometimes low ground is the best ground to play from. When you have to drop off height, you're exposing your full body, your whole legend, to drop onto a team beneath you who is holding the bottom portion of that building.
The ring is closing, the walls are closing in. Strafing Flame's gonna have to make a play here, and Panayi is likely gonna have to drop right on top of them, so it's up to Team Keon, or they're able to play the distance, wait until the last possible second, or Team Panayi too hyper-fixated on trying to take them down.
And you still see that Watson gen that's up. We're going to go for a classic evac play. I'm going to utilize the enemy's Q2 and the gen, yes.
It zaps the black hole right out of the air. Keon, that was their play. And now Flip Nasty has one. Going to drop it right on top of Team Keon. Team Strafing Flame coming out. Everyone coming out to play right now. Keon falls. It's Panayi and Strafing Flame. Everybody taking the grab lift up to the sky. But when it all comes crashing down, it's going to be Team Panayi that held the high ground long enough, fall from the stars back down to earth, and they take map 2 on Storm Point.
And that was beautiful. That's a classic endgame that we'll always see again. If you don't have a Horizon Q, you'll see the evac tower to try and claim that height, and then you end up taking that enemy's Horizon Q up, and again, kind of strafing up top to see how long you can stay up in the air.
Well, speaking of up in the air, let's go for someone who's always coming down from the highest of heights. It's Fallout. What do you think about that last ring there?
One hell of a game, number 5. That was so much fun to watch. 3 teams, those are the best types of games, right? It's not necessarily the team with the high ground that's guaranteed to win it. It's really anyone's game, and all 3 teams performed and showed up. The entire game was so much fun to watch. I was jumping from stream to stream, watching different points of view. We did see Team Keon do a really, really good job recognizing teams are coming from edge, aping those teams, picking up some additional kill points, which then put them into that late game. Really, really fun game. A wall zone, which is obviously a brutal zone for those southern teams right there, CB. But in the end, really, really good job from Team Panay to take over the win.
And honestly, I think it actually comes down to just that one Watson generator too, because you saw Keon. They tried to go in with the grav lift and toss in the black hole, right? Keep them all sucked into the ring. Maybe toss in some arc stars, some frags. But that plan just goes completely belly up with just one swift zap from a well-placed generator.
Yes, and that's what I was talking about earlier. When it comes to Cat, when it comes to Watson, you really have to be on top of your ultimate because it is crucial for those end circle moments.
Well, we do have the results ready as a result of game number 5. It might come down to the wire here in game 6 for our fringe teams. I can't wait to see the overall standings, but this is game 5 results. Team Panay dominates. 24 kills picked up. Team Drum Bum does it as well. They needed a big performance as they fell down the standings. I can't wait to see who's going to be in the top 10. Madness needed some points. They got 7. That's a solid amount. Voltic does enough with that large first place win that they got. And of course, Team Keon as well with 14 certainly helps them. And then teams like Team Verls not performing. So that is huge. They're going to fall all the way down the standings now. It's all going to come down to game number 6 for them. I can't wait to see the overall standings here, CB. It's going to be crazy.
I'm still hoping. I'm still praying that that Verholst and the Team Snakebite crew, if they can come through, try and get that last little bit of points, get themselves in the top 10. Because come on, you can see the number down in the corner. They're ticking up, right? We want to see more of that. And when Verholst and when Selene are in the game, that's going to keep happening for charity. For charity, can we step it up a little bit?
That's right. For charity, we need them to step up. That community's been amazing. A massive
or everyone
shout
else
out.
Can throw.
That's true. I'm cool with that too. Everyone else, people need to realize this is a charitable event. Do your job, people. No, I'm just kidding. Shout out to that entire community, though. They've gone above and beyond. The Dragoons are amazing. They showed up in Big Forest last time. They're doing it again. The fact that they've raised $9,000 now, I think we are $250 away from being at $25,000 on the day, which is insane to think about. So thank you everyone for going above and beyond. Let's take a look at our giveaways. Remember, something new we implemented. Last time we didn't have this. We have giveaway incentives, different milestones that you could reach with your community for streaming here. So the overall collective community giveaway, well, guess what? We're $250 away from reaching it. $25,000 means we unlock the Power GPU computer that'll be given away to someone that donated throughout the entire Apex Rising tournament. $10,000 will unlock the Xbox Series X. That means someone in Selen's community is probably going to get an Xbox Series X. And then, of course, $8,000 for the first 3 captains. We'll get Red Beats headphones, Panasonic Sound Slayers for $5,000, the Ridge wallet for $2,500. If you fundraise $1,000, you get a Panasonic Razor as well. So many great products given away, courtesy of Red Products. But we do have the overall standings ready. Legendary Doll, I'm going to throw it to you. Walk us through the overall standings here.
Overall standing, we have Team Goated in first place with 55 total points. Rambo 45, 10-point lead that he has. You have Keon 43 points, close behind with 2 teams that are tied for 4th place. Mamba and Oriolis. They have Team Hambino with 34, Nick Merckx, Voltic, Panay, and then Nano rounding out top 10. But don't look down at Luxford. Luxford is only 2 points behind from top 10. And again, all that matters is you're trying your best to get to top 10 to go on to tomorrow.
Do you see what I see at 12 and 13, though?
I do. I didn't want to say it. I don't want to cast a curse. I don't want to cast a curse.
And right behind them, Team Verholst.
And Verholst right behind them.
Wow, that's going to be crazy. It's honestly from Team Hambino in 6th all the way down to Team Verholst in 14th, 13th place. Anyone's opportunity to qualify here. It's going to come down to who can clutch up in game number 6. And I believe I just got word from Bella on our team. She's been chilling in Verholst and Selen's chat. Imperial Hal, best IGL in Apex Legends history, I think is about to IGL this game. Verholst is going to stay muted, and he's going to be watching her Verholst screen share in Discord and IGLing for the team.
Did Hal really say, "Shut up, I got this, I can do it better"?
Can you imagine how many been playing? The IGL is the team without playing. And
Sorry,
only to get a
Dad.
top 5. If this somehow happens, Hal's officially the GOAT. It's not even a question.
He's coming for Raven's job next. He's not done being the CEO. He wants to be the coach too.
I can't even fathom what's about to ensue. This is going to be a crazy Game 6. Imperial Hal, lock it in, will be IGLing, live coaching a squad without playing. Verholst on mute. Let's see if he can get Selon Tasuki and Regis Altair to the grand finals tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and throw it to y'all. It's game number 6, the last game. Everyone in chat, blow it up right now. Lock it in right now. Game number 6 for a chance to qualify to the match point finals tomorrow. CB, Legendary Doll, take us home.
Thank
Last
you.
game, best
so
game.
much.
It's going by so quickly.
It's do or die time for a lot of these teams. By the way, Selene and Imperial Hal in the same voice call is the dynamic I didn't know that I needed. And I kind of wish that, I'm glad I get to be here. There's nowhere else that I would rather be. But if there was like one other place that was like, nah, you can't be casting right now. You got to be literally anywhere else. I want to be in that voice call right now. I want to see.
I agree. I wish we could have the voice chat channels open for us to get some listen-ins, because I would definitely love to listen in with the two very, very dominant individuals going head to head.
Can I just a quick little background about Selene, by the way. I'm an OG Dragoon. Shout out all the Dragoons there. She told a story on one of her streams recently about how before doing what she's doing now, she used to make her mods on Twitch fight each other to keep mod. I was one of those mods back in the day. I remember having to fight through the trenches. She loves making everything bloody. So I can only imagine what the hive mind of her and Imperial Hal is going to come up with. Speaking of hive minds, we've got one collective hive mind that seems to have dropped everybody down here on North Pad.
Yeah, we're going to see another potential contest over here at North Pad. Gambit looking only close range with an EVA 8 and a 9-9. But again, like we've talking about, 9-9 has been truly packing a punch throughout all the games. They're already going to get some early shots at them from across. They're a little bit split too, making me a little bit nervous. Hopefully that they can group up together. But maybe Logan can get some off angles for them, as it buys them some time to also get some loot for their teammates too.
You talk about guns that pack a punch. All these teams going to be putting some light jabs, but that's a haymaker that comes out from Ghost there. Not sure if it's going to be enough to be able to find the knock or for anybody to capitalize on it, but it does seem to feel like it's all starting to kick off here at North Pad. No, Ghost actually going to get taken down, and once again, that's Team Drum Bum. We talked about them. They're one of those teams that's on the bubble. They might be able to qualify if they're able to win this contest again.
And I don't want to cast a curse, but it looks pretty good for Team Drum Bum. And like I said, this is exactly what they need. That KP, that momentum, that movement soaring through your screen right there.
Well, Ghost did actually get thirsted, so even if Gambit is somehow able to make this out alive, which, by the way, they do find the thirst on Tofante as well, so neither team coming out of this unscathed. Both of them are going to be quite ragged walking into whatever the next stage of the game is going to be, if they even make it that far. You can see Logan still on the hunt, trying to find the last vestiges of Team Drum Bum, but they found it. Doesn't want to stick around to see what happens next.
And it might look to see a battle on the zip right here. We got some cat cues on the door. This is really good. It's going to get a break with the Arc Star. Gambit's going to try and get an off angle while he's placing down the cat cues as they climb up onto the roof, and two people sending on him. Now it's just Logan left to clutch right here with an alternator.
I think there might have been another knock, though, that came out. Logan, are you going to be able to do it? Oh, right into the cat cues. Gambit not able to do it. It was a 2v1, and it's Young Hong Kong that finds the last kill there. That's great for Team Drum Bum. If they can get the beacon, get the banner, get the res, they might be in position to maybe make that play, that last second dash for the top 10.
And we're already seeing early on a few teams not full. We're already seeing Wyatt's already down. Got to deliver him to a beacon, possibly when it's safe, if they can have the coast be clear for them on the Spitz side. Prophet's going to go for a smoke for them to group up together. And Prophet's going to get absolutely beamed. I don't know, looking a little rough right here, trying to group up, like I said, and get the jump on one, and beautiful knock on Oriolis.
Yeah, I mean, elsewhere, by the way, GOAT was eliminated. That was another one of our first place players, but our first place teams no longer going to be a factor, but they were already very comfortable. There goes Orioles, completely wiped out now, who were also sitting quite comfy, but you know, it get a little bit dicey with a lot of these teams. that struggled on World's Edge. They're now making a name for themselves here on Stormpoint. And we can see Deranged Native, they want to do just that. Team Mamba, they want to make a name for themselves.
Yes, and I just got when we are at 25,000 of our goal. That is absolute insanity.
That's the Dragoons coming through. And by the way, Team Verhulst, they're still around. They're still lingering. They haven't made an early exit. We'll see if they're able to make it. See if they're able to make it to the end alongside Drumbum. I want to see them all succeed. I want to see all of those teams make up the difference here.
Yes, you see Malice Mamba trying to close the gap. No hits on the grenade. We're going to see one flank around. Beautiful knock on Insanity. Again, the 9-9. The 9-9 has just been so strong. We just keep talking about it over and over, but the 9-9 is just so strong and consistent. We have Hambino's team here.
That thirst was in like the blink of an eye. Good lord, I don't even think the shield had time to go up, but hey, better put some shields up right now because Team Hambino, who have been fragging out all series long, they haven't consistently placed well, but they've killed enough people and taken enough names to make themselves comfortable in the top 10, and they're not done. The bloodlust hasn't been satiated. It's going to get Team Mamba pinned down inside of here, but Hambino, not content with that, wants more blood, wants more bodies, and might just go in to try and take them.
Oh my goodness, the evasive maneuvers. Thought he was safe on the roof. Nope, there's a nade. Wraps around. Nope, not safe over there. And one's gonna get knocked from the squad as we have Team Nukeem taking some shots at the teams at the building. Now Lulu trying to make a run for her life. No bracelet just yet either. And she gets saved by the terrain beneath her.
But there was no saving Tina, though. That's why they decided to make that exit. They lost, I'll say the soft carry, Tina the Lard, for Team Hambino, who's been putting up a ton of work. But without having Tina there, yeah, they don't want to stick around and take that fight any longer than they have to. Hambino, even a little low on the shields there, has to try and heal up. It's not looking great for them. They can still get the res, maybe get the reset. And speaking of... Here's Team Verhulst trying to get the full reset in this last game, the full restore, get themselves in that top 10. And with Hal at the helm, maybe they got that X factor now.
Possibly, hopefully this will be the driving force again to make the last game truly the best game for them and end on a high note.
I mean, ending on a high note, it's definitely not what we're going to be doing, not going too high with that ring. It's once again starting off pretty centralized as everybody starts to slowly collapse on the center here. Interesting, like, a couple seasons ago, seeing 3 rings in a row like this, even first rings on Stormpoint, was unheard of. Stormpoint 2.0 really coming in clutch for a lot of these teams that like to land Zeus Station, Lightning Rod, Wall. Their trek has essentially been cut in half to get to safety these days.
1000%. It looks like it maybe might even pull Pylon. We have so many teams on that side over there, split between that mountain, so many fights going on, the buildings around it. Nobody really... Oh, and it pulls towards like launch side and Pylon, actually.
Yeah, I mean, meanwhile, we got a big contest going on over here. We got Team Sykes, Team I'm Madness, and Team James Fearless currently playing as just a duo, but with the bow check, putting out a ton of damage. Might be enough for Team James Fearless to stave off the pressure, keep themselves alive. It's just James Fearless and Miss Adil, but Miss Adil getting melted down, a ton of damage coming through that door. That's not a Jehovah's Witness, that's something far, far worse.
But she did get the knock on Mamba, which is absolutely huge. So now James Fearless can be aggressive on this door, see if he can make a play quickly, or wrap around and get the flank. But it's the first time I think we've seen a bow check in the hands of one of the participants in this lobby. We haven't really seen any bow checks. And gets a nice full kill on Mamba.
Right, we haven't seen a lot of bow checks. We've seen the last of Mamba. We may have seen the last of Team James Fearless. Miss Adil has to try and heal up. She is the last hope for this team. James Fearless going to go ahead and get thirsted. And now, yeah, just try and heal up. You're so close to that Evo, but you might not get a chance to get there if this team has anything to say about it. You got the banner. Is she going to be able to get out alive, though? With all these teams closing in around her, it seems unlikely.
Yeah, it does seem like a jungle gym of a group of people on that wall next to them. We're going to pan over here to Mario's team getting some shots at Drumbum's team.
Yeah, Drumbum is still sans Fonte, and now sans Young Hong Kong, and they are now going to fall at the exact same time as Team I'm Madness. Somehow, their destinies could not be more intertwined. I don't
what are the odds?
I don't know if either of them did enough to make it to top 10, but I mean, at this point between the two of them, I would just be battling for supremacy. Who was alive for that last, like, millisecond?
Who touched base last?
I mean, but speaking of teams that still do have a chance to make it to top 10 and kind of need to, I mean, that's 2 people in front of Team Verhulst that have now been completely cleared out. But do they know that Team Strafing Flame is currently lurking in the wings? Nice little drive-by, they're going to go ahead and dip out.
Anytime I see a team utilize a trident, I get really, really nervous. It either goes really well and you get a nice escape, or you completely just run into a different team. But it looks like to be that they have the coast clear for them, and they look to be in a safe spot for the moment. Just have a team on the opposite end of the building, Team Keon.
Yeah, Team Keon, I mean, they're not done. You know, they've had 2 great games here on Storm Point already, but their Storm Point stint might be coming to a close, because here comes Team Strafing Flame kicking down the doors. Keon has to retreat into the ring to try and just get anything resembling safety. We'll see if he's able to pull through and get the reset, but Team Strafing Flame, they're not out of the woods either.
Yeah, and like we've seen before, so many times where history repeats itself again. You just have to back out. You just got to play your life, and hopefully you can get that top 10, get that placement, even though he's the Lone Ranger from the squad for Keon.
It was Team Penny that was pressuring down Team Strafing Flame, our top 2 teams from the previous go-around. But Team Penny, yeah, they only have the 2 players alive right now. They can't go in against a full-strength Team Strafing Flame, who've now been able to heal up, by the way. You know, taking a little bit of tickle damage from afar with this Havoc, but it's not going to be enough for Team Penny to go on anything that they can actually act upon unless they're able to find a knock somewhere. But they don't seem to have the angles to do just that. It's now just survival mode with Strafing Flame on one side, Keon knocking on their back door, Sykes on the other side. Everybody seems to be staring right at the last remnants of Team Penny right now.
And Sykes with the bow check here. Hopefully he can get a pick on someone in that building over there. But Ashry, nice, beautiful angle on the right side, holding that right side for them. See if they can find someone right here. Maybe get a knock off the roof. No shots, no hits.
Sykes has found the scene of the crime, found Team Penny's nest, but there's no birds here. They've fled. They found themselves a new home, so I guess Sykes is just going to chill in the comfort of that generator for now. You can actually see Team Penny very sneaky, able to sneak down on the low ground, maybe wrap around to somewhere a little bit more safe, because, I mean, this is a rough neighborhood. I wouldn't mind being evicted right about now.
And I love how the trident is just parked on the driveway, right beneath.
Yep. A tough neighborhood. No HOA to clean up the streets this time around.
I'd like to see. It's going to be a launch pad zone, so we still have a few teams over at Pylon. They gotta get their fights in quick before they start rotating on over. And then we also have Rambo's team on the edge with SWL over by that wall side.
And that's going to be a rough fight for Team Rambo, right? Because that's like one little gate, one little door that they have to try and go through, or maybe try and find a way over if they have an evac tower. They're going to have to go right through SWL. There's also a skirmish between Nano and Nick Merckx kicking off over at the Pylon, where Nano and Nick Merckx both seem to be evacuating the premises, trying to get ahead of the ring. But that's another person that, even if Rambo can get through SWL, that's 2 more teams that they're going to run headfirst right into.
Yep, it definitely causes a domino effect because Toucan, Noob King, and them, they're definitely going to have to look at their backs and clear out Nick Merckx's team before they start rotating in. Because right here at this choke, it's not even safe yet when this ring closes. They still have to push forward.
It's definitely not safe, and it's going to get only more unsafe the more bodies we try and cram into this narrow passageway here. But, I mean, Nick Merckx, they're looking to stack some bodies right now. That's a nice little zip line to try and get out of dodge. But, I mean, you gotta dodge these shots coming out from Saucer if you want to stay alive, buddy.
Oh my goodness, and someone who leaks barely getting knocked right there. See Frosty getting knocked in the kill feed by Nano. Nano and them are going to hold this left side while Launchpad is going to continue to look at them from high. And all that they have is this cart right here to kind of play behind as they watch these other teams surround and close the gap. Do they get a clean evac away, or are they going to walk on foot? Who knows?
Well, one thing I do know for sure is that Team Someone Who Leaks was not able to make it out alive. More like Someone Who Leaks a trail of blood, and everybody seems to have followed it, and it led them right to Team Nano, who lose 2 members. It's just Toucan. Is she going to be able to get a res here? Trying to punch the teammates in, but there's a wall of fire stopping you. All the Thermites, all the Arc Stars, they don't want to let Toucan get this res, and she might not be long for this world. As the Hounds come through, try to take the Pathfinder zipline, but it's not enough. Team Nano gets wiped out.
And Valiant trying Toucan's and trying to get that knock, but like you said, those Arc Stars and those Thermites were not in her favor at all.
and it was Team Luxford that cleaned it up. And shout out to Luxford representing Team Meat, by the way. Hey, if tech scouted you in this business, you're a damn good player, and we know that to be a pattern. And it continues, right? You can see how great of a player Luxford is. And, you know, as great of a player as he is, he still has to try and find a way to get into the ring, as do Voltic and as do Nick Merckx. All of these teams, they want to play bouncer towards the edge of the ring. Look for anybody that might be trying to find their way in and check them at the door. But if you look in towards the next ring, you got Verhulst, you got Mamba, you got Sykes, you got Penny, you got everyone you could ever possibly dream of waiting with open arms for anybody to try and fall into their clutches.
It really does feel like a game level. You beat one boss, you're on to another. Beat another boss, you're on to another.
And some of these bosses have multiple health bars too, it feels like, right? Like,
definitely.
I mean, well, one health bar has been wiped off the field yet again. Luxford with some headshots with a 30-30 takes down FaZe Renegades, so that's another team kind of gimped right down to another two-man squad, and Luxford really making his presence known. Quite the opposite of what Team Verhulst are trying to do right now, nestled into this corner, hoping nobody looks at them.
They're doing a little bit of rock climbing on that side, I would say, with Team Verhulst.
And Team Hal said, like, all right, get your climbing shoes up. You're going rock climbing, all right? You're going to be like mountain goats over here.
And hopefully they could get a pick with the Kraber. I was waiting for a Kraber shot right there. But no Kraber shot. Evan is going to hold this bottom low ground.
I think this might even be in the ring, too. Just barely,
Yes.
but they might be in the ring. They might just be playing for placement. I mean, Hal might be just saying, like, hey, forget the KP, right? We're just going for the placement. But Team Nick Merckx wants none of that. They want to try and take down Team Verhulst. And there's a lot of damage being pumped out, right? A lot of shields already broken. Verhulst already knocked. It's up to Selen and Altair to try and get the res, to try and get their IGL back in the game. As Team Nick Merckx, they've disengaged. They don't overcommit and overstay their welcome, knowing that they would not be in a great place once that ring closed.
Yes, like you said, hopefully they get a full reset, because now all these teams are fully focused on each other. Again, trying to cross this bridge. Here goes a Bangalore ult. So many Bloodhounds. I'm just seeing it over and over on the screen.
Scanned.
Yep.
Everyone gets scanned. Nick Merckx just got more than scanned. He got melted there.
And it looks like they did get Evan up, so they're going to play that low ground. They're going to have that staircase to take a surprise attack possibly on Mamba's team.
Nick Merckx, it looks like, I don't know if he got thirsted there, but regardless, that's a big player, a heavy hitter in this lobby that may have just been taken down, and one that was also trying to secure that top 10 spot. The team is still up, so there's still room to improve, still room to get back into it, but are they going to be able to do enough, especially under these circumstances? Circumstances such as everybody being corralled in this one little place with all of the cover. Every nook and cranny seems to be occupied by somebody. And, you know, body shots being dished out to Evan again. He's not able to catch a break. He's still alive, but maybe not for long. Team Nick Merckx does finally fall.
Yes, they do, and this team looking very close to falling as well.
Selen.
We're going to see the domino effect, and Selen, no, doesn't get the shield cell off. He's going to go down to the bottom at absolute low ground.
This is where she's going to thrive. She's going to go and get that shield cell off, but meanwhile, Team Mamba, in a bit of a skirmish here, is actually going to wipe down Team Sykes. That's another heavy
That's
hitter being
huge.
taken down. And elsewhere, we got Strafing Flame and Luxford going at it.
You know, this side of the circle has been fairly quiet in comparison to the other side
quite.
we've been witnessing. Yeah.
Also, Miss Adil was there as well. Did you see that as well? Is she still alive and kicking? How has no one
I'm
killed
not
her
too
yet?
sure. At this point, I'm not going to question it anymore.
Either my eyes are deceiving me or I'm gaslighting myself. I'm seeing ghosts. One way or another. I mean, if she is still alive, great stuff. But meanwhile, Team Luxford still putting out a hurt right now. Still pumping out a lot of damage. Still making their presence felt. And they seem to be running this lobby. They're in a great position right now. They've got the high ground. They've got the ring control. Everyone's going to have to walk into them. Are they going to be ready for it? Miss Adil is still alive, by the way. There she is.
Oh, there she is. And like you said about keeping their presence known and allowing to apply that pressure to all the teams, they've been in this backside for the past 2 rings, absolutely mowing down the whole lobby and clearing out all these people that are rotating them. They have the confidence. They're trying to scout out the last team with these last 2 teams going to make a final fight.
It's just Miss Adil, though. They go hunting, but I mean, the threat was right behind them. The call was coming from inside the house, and yep, it's Wrong number, Adil.
You're right. You were right. You called it. It was just her. And that Revenant kind of saved her to be able to be up for those last few moments.
I mean, and also, I guess the ability to climb, whatever it was, the rat ability for Miss Adil to secure a second place finish. Hey, that's some placement points that you will absolutely take. You love to see it. Hey, Fallout, what you think about that rat performance?
Impressive stuff, and I think I wonder what to be honest, I don't even know what team Miss Deal is on. I wonder if that's enough to get them into a placement.
One woman team at the end of it.
That's right, one woman team. That's right, but Team James Fearless. So we'll see what that does for them in the standings. Can you imagine that rat to second place gets them a qual? That would be insane. But yeah, impressive rat performance. Also, a really good showing from Team Luxford. They were in 11th or 12th place. They needed a big game. Well, they just punched their ticket for sure there, doll. That was massive.
Yes, absolute banger game to end off on. Like I said, Luxford's team did a really good job about holding that gravity cannon area for the whole entire game and allowing them to get that win to end on a good note for the last game for today.
That's right, and I don't know if anyone witnessed it or heard about the murmurs, but it was true. Hal was IGLing Verhulst's team. Verhulst had to sit on mute, apparently. I had to put an end to that real quick. But IGL'd them to a 4th place finish. So now I'm curious to see if that was enough. Something tells me it won't be with 4th place, only a few placement points. But nonetheless, impressive stuff for sure.
It felt very passive, right? A very passive 4th place where you're relying entirely on the placement points to try and get you over that threshold. I don't know if there was any KP to supplement that, and that's kind of what you need if you're trying to make up that difference there.
And I just got word, actually. Oh my gosh, this is insane. So we just got word from BMIC, our producer. Luxford's amateur player, Zetrix, is a collegiate player. I'm guessing plays an Octane Collegiate, and was IGLing. They let him IGL full in Game 6, and they dominated. And Luxford IGL previous to Game 6. That is an awesome story. They gave it to the kid to have some fun, and they ended up winning the game. That's why you love these tournaments. So that is an awesome story.
So what you're telling me is it's Team Zetrix now, right? Like we're going to switch the label, right? I think Luxford just forfeit that, like especially if they qualify.
That's right, and drops a 22 bomb type of game as well. Congrats to Zetrix. That's awesome that Luxford and Avalier having fun with it and let Zetrix IGL as the IGL for his collegiate team, and it worked. That's awesome. Those are the stories you love to see. Team Mamba in 2nd place, they'll guarantee a spot. Team Strafing Flame, Team James Fearless picked up some points. That we'll see what that does for them in the overall standings. I can't wait to see these leaderboards. Team Nick Merckx gets 8. That should be more than enough for them to qualify through, as they had some good footing. Team Hambino with only 4. I think that should be enough. At least a couple points certainly helped. Team Verhulst only with 4. I think that sadly means they might not qualify. I'm devastated because that community, that stream is so much fun, doll.
And I agree with that. And like you're saying, I like how the pros have been kind of passing on the baton and allowing other participants to kind of take the reins in IGL. It kind of adds to the fun. That's what this is all about, is having a good time. And it's a good learning opportunity too when you have the chance to IGL your favorite pros or people that you look up to in the scene.
That's exactly right. And it's a for fun content tournament at heart. It's a charity tournament at heart. Obviously, it's crazy how sweaty the games still get too. That was awesome about the last event. You had everyone saying, even from Sweet Dreams to Nocturnal to Imperial Hal, I did not expect the tournament to be this much fun and this much, this sweaty as it was. So it's been a great time so far. Just got word from our producer, Team Verhulst, aka Verhulst, Celine Sasuke and Regis Altair, hit $10,000. They are the first ones to do it. $10,000 raised means they unlock an Xbox Series X for their communities. Congratulations to them, and a heartfelt thank you to that entire community for going so above and beyond for charity this holiday season. I can't even fathom. This is crazy. And speaking of donations, how can people donate? CB, walk us through it with this barcode here.
Oh, you guys got phones, right? Pull them out, scan the barcode. That's it. It's as easy as that. And whatever you want to give, help us try and reach some of these bigger goals. Maybe help your streamer try and get to that threshold. Maybe get an Xbox Series X of their own. That's how you do it. Just pull your phone out, scan the QR code, donate now.
That's right. Team Madness goes above and beyond. $1,200 raised. Big shout out to Madness for doing so much. Team Hambino with $800. Team Imperial Hal hit $2,000. Thank you so much to Hal's entire community for all the support. And he's just getting started. He obviously qualified for the grand finals tomorrow. We'll see if we can catch up to that. Maybe the Dragoons can now, since Hal graciously offered his IGL prowess and skills, maybe the Dragoons can go support Hal's team tomorrow. Make it all be Team Imperial Hal. I think that's a good idea, right, doll?
Yes, I agree. And it's all about that endless flow of love that you're passing around for everyone. It's very, very infectious, especially during the holiday season. You just want to get back to the community.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I had a chance. I had a wild night after the last Pro-Am. Nocturnal raided my channel, and I got to meet thousands of Dragoons, and infectious indeed. Their energy is as infectious as it gets.
How was that pizza, by the way?
Yeah, you were there. You remember.
I was in the chat for that one. I was just
it was great.
You looked unhinged, but in the best possible way.
You hit the nail on that. Celine tried trolling me by making me eat this disgusting pizza that Nocturnal and Celine ordered for me. It ended up being one of the better pizzas I've had, actually. So joke's on them. Fantastic experience. But look, enough fill for us. Guess what? The moment y'all have been waiting for, the leaderboards to see who qualifies for the grand finals of the Apex Rising Charity Program are here. And in first place is Team Mamba. In 10th place, Team Nano sneaks on through barely. Congratulations to them. They tie with Banayi and Strafing Flame, who don't make it. James Fearless right behind them. No drum bum, no madness, sadly, but big shout to the former champs. Team Hambino, Team Voltage, Team Nick Merckx, Orioles, Rambo, Luxford, Keon, Goat, and Mamba will be joining the likes of Imperial Hal and so many others tomorrow in our grand finals. What a finish, CB.
I mean, we go back to the Drum Bum and I'm Madness. Unfortunately, neither of them were able to make it over that threshold, but a bit of a Pyrrhic victory, I guess, for Drum Bum at 14th. But you look at 1 through 10, right, and you're thinking, you had teams like Orioles that popped off on World's Edge and then were really quiet on Storm Point, and then the exact opposite. You had teams like Keon who were quiet on World's Edge, and Hella popped off on Storm Point, flipped the whole leaderboard on its head. You had Nick Merckx coming back in and just saying, all right, we need kills, and damn it, I'm gonna get them. And that's enough to help carry them over the edge. It's very interesting the way it just all kind of flipped, between the two maps.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, they were on the fringe. I think they were in 9th or 8th place when he came in, and they actually had a really bad game 4, dropped down to 11th or 12th place. 2 solid game 5 and 6 performances. Nick coming in cold and right off of an insane podcast, and they perform incredibly well. Kudos to them for qualifying through as well. It's going to be an absolutely stacked grand final tomorrow. I'm not sure if our production team's going to be able to whip together a finals lobby graphic. I'm sure they're maybe working it on the back end here. But nonetheless, one hell of a day, one hell of a broadcast. Just got word we won't have that tonight, but we'll be tweeting that out. So make sure to check us out, Apex Rising up, so you can see the final lobby. We'll tweet that out after the broadcast is over. But as we wrap up here, Legendary Doll, any final thoughts on your end before I throw it to CB as well?
I just want to say thank you for everything that you do for all of us, for the whole community. It's been a pleasure to be here and learn so much. It's a different perspective, co-casting alongside some of truly the best in the business. And you guys have definitely nailed on the head on making this community feel like a family, because I felt welcome, pretty much like family.
I love that. CB, how about you?
I mean, like I said at the top of the show for us, that this is one of the coolest things that I ever had the chance to do the first time around, and getting to come back and do it again. I love it. We've already raised a buttload of money for charity. We still got another day tomorrow. We can do it even more. And hey, I get to be a part of that too. I love it. It's great to be here again. Thank you guys so much for having me. And Doll, thank you very much for putting up with me for at least 3 maps, potentially more in the future if we're feeling it.
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Hey, Legendary, maybe you find yourself a coach. So for those that don't know at home, Legendary Doll hosts her own streams, casts her own streams, does the administration, of course, with her mod team. Maybe you find yourself a co-caster here. Maybe CB can join you for a couple of those and cast more Apex. You duo in the making. I'd love to see it. No, but with that said, Legendary Doll, thank you so much. I mean, yeah, super humble, but you do so much for the community. We're really, really grateful to have you involved. You absolutely crushed it throughout the entire broadcast as well. CB Channel will see you back live tomorrow once again. I just want to wrap up by giving a massive, massive shout out as the kitty cat says goodbye to our staff team. Look, we have an amazing staff team, particularly our 2 leads who busted their butts for this tournament. Chrono Creatives, all the marketing, this beautiful, beautiful graphics. He outdid himself with one of the most amazing graphics packages I've ever seen in my career. Shout out to Chrono Creatives for going above and beyond. Shout out to Bella, aka Hey There Cutie, above and beyond as the project lead, project management lead for the entire event. Those 2 went above and beyond, in addition to KJ Castleberry and Kylie Kovacs and Theo Dollarsign and everyone else that went above and beyond, Ian and everyone else that joined the team. Shout out to Kira and our entire production crew, B. McParks. Look, we're just getting started. We got a whole broadcast tomorrow. But I'd be remiss if I didn't give a massive thank you to the team that helped make this all possible. I know that I'm the one on screen, but they're the ones behind the scenes that did all the work. So big thank you to each and every one of them. As we wrap up, just a reminder for y'all, match point finals tomorrow, the ALGS grand final format that you know and love. 20 teams will have to unlock match points. It's going to be an amazing last day of the Apex Rising Charity Program. Make sure to tune in. It's going to be a ton of fun. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you for rallying and bringing heat to an amazing cause. $27,000 raised in day number 1 is unbelievable. Team Verholst with almost $11,000 raised. everyone that went above and beyond. We're so grateful for you. We'll catch you tomorrow for some more Apex Legends, from some more charity and some great gameplay. Thanks for watching, everybody, and have a good night.